in relation to its inquiry into the rollout of the National Broadband Network, and I welcome you all here today. This is the 14th public hearing for this committee, and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. It is important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. In addition, if the committee has reason to believe that evidence about to be given may reflect adversely on a person, the committee may also direct that the evidence be heard in private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I also remind all committee members in relation to some of the witnesses later in the hearing that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. A witness called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I ask people in the hearing room to ensure that their mobile phones are either turned off or switched to silent. And now may I welcome Mr Peter Gervin from Viasat.
That's correct.
And Dan Lloyd from Vodafone. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? Thank you.
Hi, Peter Gervin. I'm the Vice President for Asia Pacific for Viasat.
And good morning. I'm Dan Lloyd, the Chief Strategy Officer for Vodafone Australia.
And now I invite each of you to make a brief opening statement, and then the committee will ask you questions. If you'd like to start, Peter.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. I'd like to briefly introduce you to Viasat, both globally and then on a more local level. Viasat's a global broadband services and technology company. We deliver high-speed internet access to approximately 830,000 residential and business subscribers in North America and Europe. We also supply airlines globally with in-flight entertainment and connectivity. We currently have over 1,700 aircraft under contract, including the Qantas domestic fleet. We provide cybersecurity solutions across international government agencies. We deliver secure UHF and satellite communication systems to international warfighters on the front lines of battle, giving them real-time, secure, internet-based intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance for complete situational awareness. Globally, Viasat has revenues of US $1.6 billion. We employ nearly 4,500 people across 22 offices. We own and operate 4 high-capacity satellites, and recently we launched the world's highest capacity comms satellite, with plans to launch at least 3 more even higher capacity satellites starting in 2019. Viasat's been in Australia in one form or another since 1990. Today we're making a big investment in the region. We maintain 3 offices in Australia with teams in Melbourne, Sydney and Canberra. By the end of August, we'll have moved our Asia Pac headquarters to Melbourne, and we expect to have 35 dedicated employees by the end of the calendar year, with expectations to double and even triple that number within the next 2 years. Our long history of operations in the region has afforded us many opportunities, including providing technical support, in-country spares, logistics, training, operations support, help desk services and localised program maintenance. Our earliest satellite business in Australia, which is still in operations today, started in 1999 and is the provision of satellite voice terminals to Telstra for the USO. We have significant experience delivering large-scale satellite ground stations in remote regions. We're the ground station infrastructure partner of NBN, having built its 10 satellite gateways or ground stations, its 2 data processing centres, and to date we've supplied over 80,000 residential modems and dishes to users across the country. We're helping NBN on their mission to ensure a connected Australia. We're also working with Qantas to provide in-flight internet to more than 80 of their domestic aircraft. To date, we're in a customer beta mode with one plane outfitted with internet service. This plane offers free and fast Wi-Fi to keep passengers connected as they fly up and down the East Coast. The service is being used by up to 3,500 passengers per week, and Qantas expects somewhere between 30 to 50% internet take-up rates on these flights. We're also proud partners of Northrop Grumman Australia, which recently announced the successful award of the $223 million Defence Project JP2008 5B2 Satellite Ground Station East. With this award, Viasat will provide a satellite ground station at the Kapuka ADF base in Wagga and a wideband SATCOM network management system to support home station and deployed forces. We believe Australia is the right place to expand our Asia Pac operations team and skill sets, and we've focused plans to scale our business for optimised growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan.
Thank you very much indeed. So I represent Vodafone Australia. Vodafone and Hutchison, the two shareholders of Vodafone Australia, have invested over $15 billion in mobile infrastructure in Australia over about 23 years. Globally, we also have extensive experience in fixed line and broadband, with over 20 million fixed broadband customers across Europe, Africa and the Asia Pacific. We are probably the most significant new entrant to announce that we will go on to NBN as a retail service provider at some stage this year. So I think we bring a fresh pair of eyes looking at the multiple questions and major issues around NBN, and hopefully can bring a very well-informed international rational perspective to all of these questions. There are several issues that we think are really critical for the committee to consider. The first is the wholesale charging model of NBN, the rather famous or notorious question of the ABC and CVC, the fixed per month charges and the variable charges to buy minimum capacity at the most congested times of the network. We believe it is genuinely very risky for retailers to purchase more of the CVC, a higher minimum throughput at congested times. The cost of doing that is very, very significant, and we believe the variable costs in NBN are the highest variable costs that we see in any of the wholesale networks that we operate in globally. So we're on Chorus, the universal fibre network in New Zealand, the Qatar broadband network, Openreach in the UK, many of these open access wholesale networks. NBN's variable component is amongst the highest that we see anywhere in the world, and that creates a very significant challenge for RSPs to buy more capacity. We fully understand NBN's need to deliver a rate of return to government, and we've put forward in NBN's current consultation on the CVC what we think is a very practical way forward, which is to substantially reduce the CVC. We've proposed halving the CVC rates, but to balance that with an increase in the AVC so that NBN still gets the wholesale revenue that it needs. It said $44 a month currently, rising to $52 a month in 2020. We believe that can be achieved through a model which has a higher fixed access charge and a lower variable component, so RSPs aren't facing such a massive risk in buying more capacity at the most congested times of the network. The second issue that we think deserves more and more attention is the long-term way in which we maximise what NBN can deliver for Australia. There's been a lot of discussion, quite rightly to date, about the multi-technology mix and the CVC charging model. We hope that we can create some space to move on to think about what is the long-term vision for NBN with such significant taxpayer investments to deliver more and more benefit for Australia. And a couple of ideas that we've put on the table are, for example, transmission. NBN has a ubiquitous transmission and local access network at very low incremental cost. It can, for example, provide a transmission service to connect a new mobile base station at substantially lower cost than it ordinarily costs to procure transmission. Anything that we can do to lower the barriers to investment in new infrastructure, particularly mobile infrastructure, seems to be of great benefit. And again, it's something that NBN can do at relatively low incremental cost, locking in very certain revenue for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. So it seems to be a classic example of a win-win where NBN can leverage its existing infrastructure and greatly magnify the impact that it has on communications infrastructure across Australia. And then the third one is how to improve regional connectivity and competition. It is very clear once you get outside of the major cities in Australia that communications infrastructure is a huge frustration and a huge challenge. There are many ways in which NBN can maximise its investment to date to deliver more and more and more for regional Australia. The fixed wireless network is a classic example. That is a network that could and we believe should be used to support mobile services, but the way in which it was designed was effectively to exclude any possibility, to exclude even any consideration of how fixed wireless towers could support mobile infrastructure. We often get the question when we go into regional Australia, towns that see a new tower going up right on the edge of town, an NBN fixed wireless tower, and ask why can't that also deliver a mobile signal? Why have we as taxpayers invested in that tower, yet we don't seem to be getting the services that we want and need? And the answer is it could deliver that. It's simply a question of whether there's an expansion of focus, an examination of the ways in which NBN could deliver enhanced services for regional Australia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr Lloyd and Mr Girvan. I will just ask each of you a couple of questions before I throw to my colleagues. Mr Girvan, would you say that your company is an expert on delivering telecommunications via satellite, or has expertise?
Yes, certainly.
Because I'd be interested in your observations on the satellite aspects of NBN.
Our observations have been we've had discussions with NBN because in the US and in Europe we're a vertically integrated retailer. So we have the RSP perspective from the US, and the discussions we've been having with NBN have been primarily around how do you increase the current caps, which I think is the most sensitive issue in the satellite aspect of NBN.
Which has recently happened.
Yeah, they've recently increased them, but we've had discussions with them over the last couple of weeks about what techniques you could use within the network to increase them even further. So we're sharing with them expertise around what we have done, the techniques we've used in the US and in Europe to make the satellite service more landline-like, if I could use that term. So, and that includes things like there are traffic management techniques that you can apply to your network. There's other things you can do within the core of the network to make it look like, from a customer experience perspective, that you have greater capacity than is really there. And the whole secret of satellite technology is to try and make the satellite technology as transparent as possible to the customer and give them as a landline-like experience as possible.
And how would you say the retailers on the satellite system, on the Sky Muster system, are performing?
It's hard for us to comment. I mean, we see... I think it's hard for us to comment because we don't see that sort of part of the network.
The committee took some evidence in Port Augusta about the Royal Flying Doctor Service adding a satellite to its aircraft in order to better have telecommunications, possibly even diagnostic-related communications. And so it'll be interesting to see how that trial goes. Do you think there are measures that can be taken to overcome the latency issues in satellites, which is often presented to us as a reason why a certain type of application can't happen?
Yes, certainly. And if you look at most of what we do from a technology point of view is to try and remove the latency. You know, make it from a customer experience perspective such that you don't get the latency. So a lot of the technology that we have within the network, within NBN, and there are other techniques that we've been talking to them about as well, but a lot of the technology in there is around trying to remove that latency experience from a customer. So there's all sorts of what we call accelerators that we have, software accelerators that make your experience seem less, you have less of an experience of latency. So certainly there are techniques that can be used and are being used today, but there are others that, and we continue to develop those, you know, as a equipment vendor to make that experience better for customers.
Thank you. Mr Lloyd, given that you're entering the RSP space with NBN, can I invite you to make some reflections on your soon-to-be competitors? And you've talked a little bit about what you would like to see done differently, but can you reflect on how the system can improve from their point of view, and I
That's a great
invite
question.
you to be as frank as you'd like to be.
Certainly. So I think I'd make two observations, one of which is that we have thought very long and hard about what complementary assets we could bring as a retailer on NBN. And so we announced just today that one of our key differentiators is going to be a modem, which is not only an NBN fixed modem, but also has an embedded Vodafone SIM card in it, so that someone can sign up to NBN and literally walk out of the store with their service working on the 4G mobile network, and that bridges the gap until NBN can actually activate the fixed service at home. And then if there's any issues with NBN, if there's a fault, if the service goes down, this modem will automatically switch to our 4G mobile network to ensure continuity of service. So I think we hope that we have thought about some complementary assets, some angles that from a customer perspective will add a significant amount of value. The second observation, though, is that as we bring a fresh pair of eyes to NBN's wholesale charging model, the first issue that I outlined, we do have a great deal of sympathy for the fear, and I think fear is the best term rather than reluctance, the fear that the retailers have of purchasing more CVC, because if you go to sell someone, for example, a 50 megabit per second or 100 megabit per second NBN service, at the moment, if you purchase CVC, so the minimum guaranteed throughput at the most congested times of more than 1 megabit per second, you are taking a very significant risk because you're trying to pass on to customers another $6.25 a month or to buy more capacity, an even higher charge. And we just don't think that it's possible to do that. And it's very, very difficult to communicate to customers, we're selling you a 50 megabit per second service, but come with us because we offer a much higher quality service. We will guarantee you 2 megabits per second. Customers simply don't understand the difference between that theoretical maximum and the guaranteed minimum throughput. And that's why we think one of the fundamental issues to maximise the potential of NBN to provide higher and higher and higher services is a readjustment of the model. And if we look at New Zealand, for example, which has a fixed per monthly charge, so it's entirely AVC, to use our terminology, we see in areas where fibre is available, people are overwhelmingly, about 80% of people purchasing 100 megabits per second, whereas with NBN, 80% of customers are on 25.5 or below. So we think there's some evidence that a more stable charging model that doesn't bring that fear of purchasing more capacity is the best way for the industry to move forward.
Do you think the RSPs have got it wrong in competing so often and so heavily on price? This committee's heard quite a bit of evidence that while price is, of course, highly important affordability to a large sector of Australia, others have said we would pay for the higher service. We didn't realise that the higher service would have cost a bit more and we would have been happy to pay. So do you think the RSPs have got that wrong?
So we've looked long and hard at this, and again, we're a new entrant. We have no legacy or existing business to protect. And we think it is very, very difficult to differentiate at the moment on anything other than price. And again, when you're trying to sell a service with a theoretical maximum of 12, 25, 50 or 100 megabits per second, to then try and communicate to customers that you're differentiating on the minimum throughput at the most contended times of capacity in the network of, say, 1.5 or 2 megabits per second, it's simply not something that consumers can understand. There's too great a difference between that theoretical maximum and the CVC that we just don't think it's possible to communicate to customers. And that means, unless there's a significant change in the charging model, they have to compete on price. They have relatively little choice but to compete on price.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for both of you for being here this morning. I'll start with you, Mr. Girvan. You talked about your partnership with NBN in relation to the 10 satellite ground stations or gateways. Could you just explain a little bit more to the committee about what they deliver?
What they deliver. So in the satellite environment, of course, you've got the 2 Sky Muster satellites. The traffic goes from a small dish in your home with your modem up to the satellite. Then it comes down again to one of the 10 ground stations, and then it goes out to the internet.
So we've heard before about sort of spot beams.
Yes.
Where do the spot beams? 100 and however many.
There's 110 on each satellite.
So you've got 2 satellites.
2 satellites, 110
spot
beams each, and they are focused on like a torchlight from space on a certain geographic area. So your home, you would be covered by a beam. Your modem is programmed to work on that beam. So your traffic goes via your dish up that beam to the satellite. Then there, if you can think of, there's one large beam coming down from the satellite to the ground station. That's the return path for the traffic, and then out on the landline to the internet.
And so those gateways are distributed geographically?
They are, yes. Yes. So they go right across. There's one in Tasmania, but they go from Merimbula, Kalgoorlie, Burke, all the way over. So there's 9 actually in service, and one is the disaster recovery site.
Okay. And in relation to the supply of internet to aeroplanes, there's been some perhaps unhelpful coverage of that issue in the press, where people in regional and remote Australia who rely on Sky Muster have sort of queried whether that's a high priority. If the capacity of Sky Muster satellites is limited to some degree, how would Sky Muster be used to service domestic passengers when people in regional remote communities are not getting enough data and so on? Is that an issue that you can allay people's concerns about?
Yeah, so the flights that we've run to date, so we've been in beta mode since April, and all of the traffic analysis we've done with NBN has proved that we did a lot of modelling, obviously, like late last year, earlier this year with NBN to try and prove that there'd be no impact of the flights, that they're using unused capacity on the satellites. And certainly the analysis we've done to date has confirmed the modelling, and we haven't seen any impact to residential of the flights to date. And it has sort of confirmed that the modelling that we've done is accurate. But I think the other important thing is putting what we call the large aero product, which is what NBN calls what they're doing with Qantas. But more importantly, adding mobility functionality to the NBN network opens up a whole range of other uses. And the Chair alluded to Royal Flying Doctors, but we are working with NBN on developing a whole suite of other products around things like emergency services, disaster relief. Royal Flying Doctors is a great example. So mobility opens up a range of other opportunities with the NBN network for the social good that you can use mobility for. So we are working with them on developing it. We're in the process of putting a proof of concept together for what we call some COM on the pause terminals, which is around...
Sorry, Mr. Gerber, could you restate what it is that you're working on? I haven't heard those words before. Oh,
sorry. So there's 2 terms we use. One is called comms on the move, communications on the move.
Yes.
So that's what we term an aircraft flying. It will hand over from beam to beam as it flies through it. The traffic continues. We have another term called communications on the pause, which is you basically drive somewhere, set up an antenna, get your service once you've paused or once you've stopped moving. Is that
yes,
okay, Senator?
Thank you very much.
So we're working on some proofs of concept and trials around that kind of thing, which you would use in a disaster relief scenario, you would use in an emergency services scenario. And Royal Flying Doctors is looking at that exact scenario for their clinics, where they would fly in, set up an antenna, and then run a clinic with internet service back for remote telemedicine.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lloyd, I've just got a couple of questions for you. In terms of the future of the national broadband network and its use by the public, with the sort of RSPs in between the infrastructure and the end user, you've talked about the need for long-term vision, and I think the evidence you've given about possible adjustments to the pricing model are very interesting, and they're obviously things that have been canvassed, some better balance between perhaps a higher access charge and a significantly lower cost with respect to the sort of the variable pricing, if there's to be any variable pricing. But when you make comparison to a network like Chorus, isn't it important to recognise that the technology mix is part of that issue? Because with Chorus you're talking about a genuinely ubiquitous network. You've got fibre to the premise as the foundation of the fixed line network. One of the issues seems to be with the multi-technology mix, RSPs can focus their competitive ground game, their market share grabbing effort, which I think is the phase that we're in, on price because there's still uncertainty about network capacity. So people, rather than competing on quality of service, there's no sense that that's really in the hands of the RSP, because there's still the potential for RSPs to suggest that the problem is with the technology that they're getting.
It's a very good question, and I think what you've articulated is exactly the issue at the moment, which is that there are potentially two very different factors that are constraining the capacity that customers are actually experiencing them. One could be the technology mix, but unless and until you have a wholesale charging model that removes the second constraint, which is the CVC, we actually won't know, consumers won't know, and RSPs won't be able to communicate what the technology potential or constraints actually is. So to put it another way, if you've got a fibre to the node network which is capable of 40 megabits per second, for example, and you've got a fibre to the premises network capable of 100 megabits per second, at the moment no one can tell the difference between the two, because the RSPs, given the alarming escalation that you get in the CVC prices, seem to be purchasing about or slightly below 1 megabit per second at the time when consumers actually notice the throughput of the network. So unless and until you move to a different wholesale charging model, which actually releases that constraint that's currently imposed by the CVC, we won't know, and retailers won't be able to articulate and sell the different capacity of different networks, because whether it's 40 megabits per second or 100 megabits per second, when consumers notice, they're probably getting 1 megabit per second.
I just want to come to the issue that you raised about the opportunity for NBN to help lower barriers to new investment in mobile infrastructure, which seemed also related to the comment you made about the potential for fixed wireless infrastructure to assist in mobile broadband connectivity. And I'm interested if you care to make some comments about the relationship between NBN as a sort of fixed line infrastructure monopoly and its revenue model with respect to the interplay between fixed line and mobile broadband, because it seems to me that NBN's always going to be reluctant from a self-interested point of view to allow what you're advocating, a kind of a greater blur between fixed line and mobile broadband, because they own one and not the other. And also because in relation to the multi-technology mix, one of the emerging issues seems to be that in relation to fibre to the node in particular, the kinds of service that people are capable of getting under FTTN at the top level are before long going to be challenged by what mobile broadband can probably deliver. So there's the potential for NBN to be left holding this substantial FTTN footprint that's under very real competitive pressure from mobile broadband providers. So that issue of how they price that FTTN part of their network might become kind of irrelevant because nobody will be paying for it.
So a couple of points I'd make on that. The first one is that our understanding of the reluctance for NBN to do more to support mobile actually doesn't lie with NBN, and you may well have some more insight than we do. But our discussions with NBN have been that they are quite willing to look at those sorts of opportunities, and transmission, for example, it took us quite a long time, nearly 3 years, but one of our mobile black spot sites finally in Western New South Wales, we switched on using NBN transmission, so we at least have managed to get one basic input from NBN, which lowers the cost of us deploying mobile infrastructure. That seems to indicate that NBN is willing to go on that journey and look at those sorts of opportunities. Our understanding is that the real constraint, the real barrier to NBN doing more in mobile is actually Telstra, and that there were some arrangements which are not transparent to us, under which Telstra was assured that NBN would do relatively little in mobile. I honestly can't say more than that because I don't know more than that.
Particularly in relation to the rollout of fixed wireless?
Correct, yes.
So it was it may have been a sort of a self-protective part of the deal that Telstra wanted in the mix?
It appears to be. I know no more than a fairly opaque set of indications that we've had from multiple points. But so your question about the substitutability of mobile and fixed line services, it's really, you can look at this empirically. You can look at the data to test what's actually going on. So the first data point is that about 21% of Australians report that they have a mobile subscription and don't have a fixed line subscription. But that's only the first sort of indication. You then need to look at usage. What are people actually using? Because students, for example, the classic example, are unlikely to have a fixed line subscription in their own name, but a huge part of their usage is on university campuses, at their parents' and friends' homes, in cafes and so forth. And you see that in the usage. So the average mobile usage per month is 3.5 gigabytes per month. And the capacity of the mobile network is struggling to keep up with the increases in capacity that we need to generate year on year. But currently 3.5 gigabytes per month. The average on NBN, including FTTN, is 137 gigabytes per month. So that indicates to us that it's probably a longer period of time than you might think before mobile is substitutable even for FTTN. But then the last point we'd make is if...
Sorry about that, and that's mainly around data rather than speed?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's both because it's the capacity of the mobile network, because to generate more capacity in mobile you need to add more sites, you need to add more spectrum, whereas a fixed line network is largely a fixed cost. Once you've got fibre to the premises or fibre to the node, you've got a relatively unlimited fixed cost infrastructure that you can leverage. But then our last point would be, if there is a question as to whether mobile is a competitive threat to NBN, then there are two ways that you can approach that, one of which is to try and resist or ignore that. The other is to try and capture some of that value. And so by using the fixed wireless network to support mobile infrastructure, either hosting a competing mobile infrastructure or NBN actually providing a mobile service, that seems to be the best way to future-proof NBN. And the fibre to the node network could be similar, where you have fibre to the node, and then if the copper is the constraint on the speed and capacity, you can deploy small mobile cells that, if it is genuinely a substitutable service, can deliver a better experience. So we just think these questions should be examined, and should be examined in a rational way. Are they substitutable? If they're potentially a threat to NBN, what is the best way for NBN to evolve in order to minimise the risk to its business model?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Colleagues, we've got about 6 minutes left. Senator Griff.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Govan, you in the US provide, with your satellites, residential broadband via your satellites.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to provide that service in Australia?
I think, well, so we are an RSP today, so we're an RSP for our
But that's via Sky Muster.
Yeah, that's correct. I think we have a reluctance to compete against a government-funded entity. So I think our CEO...
Why is that?
Because the vagaries of politics.
Okay.
We don't understand, it's hard to make a large multi-$100 million or billion-dollar bet when you're open to the, sovereign risk.
Okay. Just actually on that, I've find it very interesting your Viasat 2 that is soon going to be launched, but particularly Viasat 3, which you're planning to, as you say, it says next generation global bandwidth for all, where you state that you'll be delivering to a residential internet service of 100 plus megabits per second via Viasat 3, which is pretty amazing. And I imagine there'll be a lot of current users of Sky Muster that would be very excited to even get a fraction of that. If this is where the technology is going, and you're going to have this system up and running within the next 2 or so years, where does that place Sky Muster?
Well, so Sky Muster, so we have 3 generations of satellites. Currently we have Viasat 1 in service in the States. We launched Viasat 2 actually in June, Senator,
okay. And
it's currently in orbit raising at the moment, and it'll be in service in February. So Viasat 2 brings higher speeds than what, so Sky Muster is basically the same generation of satellites as Viasat 1.
Yes.
So they're 70 gig capacity satellites. Viasat 2 we've launched is 300 gig, so it's about 4.5 times the capacity of the current Sky Musters. It's just a new generation. And then the Viasat 3s that we're starting to launch in 2019, they're a terabit or 1,000 gigs. So you can scale up the sizes. With those scales come increases in speeds, or you're able to offer increases in speeds because, like Dan's been talking about, it's a mixture of speed and throughput. So the Viasat 3 constellation, our current modelling shows that we'd be able to offer 100 meg services in a residential service. Now Viasat 2, I think we're looking at something like 50 or more.
Have you had any discussions with NBN on them utilising this service, perhaps?
Yes, we have. Yeah.
And what response have you received?
Note for the record, Mr. Gervin's smiling.
Yeah. So we had discussions. Well, they're ongoing discussions. So it is more about with NBN. It is more about how do you augment what you already have. It's not about making the Sky Musters redundant or anything like that. But the thing in the satellite game is all satellites have a fixed shelf life.
Yes.
They run for about 15 years and then you have to do something. You either have to replace them or you've got to augment them. So the discussions we've been having with NBN has been around, well, what part could we play as a commercial entity for provision of capacity, additional capacity to the Sky Musters. And it all hinges around how do we help them increase the caps, the current data caps that they have in the rural sector where the satellite services are.
In the interest of time, I'd like to ask some questions on notice when we can.
Central Group has a particular interest in satellites.
I do have a particular interest and also nanosats, but we'll cover that another way. If I could just have one very brief question to you, Mr. Lloyd. Your submission references the concern over NBN taking half of the 5G spectrum across major cities. Could you elaborate a little more about your concerns?
Indeed. So the spectrum in question is the 3.5 and 3.6 gigahertz spectrum. Right. It is critical for particularly a country of Australia's relatively small international scale that when it's looking at new technology developments, in this case 5G, that it identify and use what we call internationally aligned spectrum. There's no point in Australia picking one random spectrum band to try to use for 5G if that's not going to be supported by major economies, be it either China, Japan, the USA or Europe. We really need to pick the most internationally aligned spectrum so that all of the network equipment, all of the devices are manufactured on a global scale for us to utilise at a reasonable cost and at a reasonable speed here. We do have some concern because we have been working with our two shareholders, the global vendors, the ITU, who have identified that this band is really the only chance for Australia to have internationally aligned 5G spectrum. There are only potentially 200 megahertz of spectrum available, so 200 megahertz in total. All of the modelling and all of the international allocations assume that operators need about 100 megahertz each. Unfortunately, of the 275 megahertz has been set aside for NBN to potentially use, and as we understand, they have a choice whether to use and therefore whether to start paying for the spectrum over time. But in the meantime, it's set aside for 15 years and therefore unlikely to be available for 5G. We're not exactly sure what the answer is because NBN do need spectrum for the services they're delivering, but we've simply asked the question, could we look carefully at the options for NBN to either use other spectrum, to extend the fibre to the node footprint, to cover the 80,000 homes that it says it needs this spectrum for, just to look very carefully at any and all alternatives rather than risk having half of the internationally aligned 5G spectrum not able to use for 5G.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Giff. Colleagues, we are out of time.
Can I just indicate I have a number of questions that I will put on notice if that's all right.
It might be an appropriate time to mention that questions on notice need to be in by the 11th of August. And Senator O'Neill has questions on notice.
Particularly around Wagga.
Mr. Lloyd, I just wanted to pick up on one thing where you said that Chorus was universal. As I understand it, Chorus delivers to premises on order. It is not mandatory like in Australia.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's simply the name of the project, the Universal Fibre Project, UFB. So I'm simply referring it to it by its name rather than the reality of its delivery. Yep.
Thank you both very much for your evidence today. And ACMA is next. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Communications and Media Authority. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please each state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
General Manager, Jennifer McNeil, General Manager of the Content, Consumer and Citizen Division at the ACMA.
Nicola Skill, Assistant Manager of the Communications Futures Section at the ACMA.
I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask you questions.
Chair, I will keep the opening statement very brief, but mindful of the fact that the ACMA hasn't appeared before the committee before, I thought I should just give you a thumbnail sketch of what we do and what our role is in relation to the National Broadband Network. You probably know that we are Australia's regulator for broadcasting, radio communications, telecommunications and some online content. In the context of our telecommunications role, we administer and enforce various rules that all businesses involved in the telecommunications industry need to follow. These include rules in the Radio Communications Act around spectrum, for example, the rules that apply to spectrum licensees, and rules that stem from the Telecommunications Act or the Telecommunications Consumer Protection and Service Standards Act. Some of these rules are technical in nature, and so they'll apply to the operational activities as entities go about their business, building infrastructure, and some are more consumer-facing. They apply to the relationship that retail service providers have with their customers, for example. To date, the ACMA has supported the NBN rollout by planning and allocating spectrum and licences for satellite and fixed wireless services, through making or registering various code-based rules that apply to participants in the industry, by providing information on the NBN via our website, by focusing our telecommunications consumer protection code compliance work on issues which we see have a real NBN relevance, and also by conducting research. And my expectation is that the committee is probably aware of research that we published towards the end of last year, both into the experience of consumers of NBN rollout to that point in time. That research had a very fibre to the premises focus because of the point in time that the research was conducted. But we also published some research tracking the effectiveness of various changes that were made when the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Code was very substantially updated in 2012. I can inform the committee today that we are moving into a new phase of evidence gathering in relation to the National Broadband Network. We will have a new consumer-focused research piece in the field in a few months' time. Again, that will be looking at the consumer experience of Australians across a range of technologies as the network's rolled out, and also small and medium-sized businesses. So that's the consumer-facing piece, but we're also moving to collect more granular information from companies involved in the NBN supply chain so that we can get a better grasp of the extent, the scope, the nature of problems that people are encountering as the network rolls out, and then we can reflect on that information together with industry and others involved in government to see what might be done to make the experience as positive a one as it can be for consumers. So I'll leave it there, Chair, but obviously we're very happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms McNeil. And you mentioned the research piece that you've completed and said it had a fibre to the premises focus. What did you mean by that?
Because it was research that went out and asked questions of consumers and businesses about their experience of the rollout. Did they find it easy or hard to connect? How useful was the material that they received, indicating that the service was going to be available and so on. And at the point in time the research was conducted, it was undertaken in areas which predominantly were fibre to the premises areas rather than areas where there were a mix of technologies used to deliver NBN services. So that's the sense in which it had a fibre to the premises focus.
I'm just interested in whether, and I have to say I haven't read it in detail, although I've read some of your conclusions, given that consumers don't know necessarily what connection they have, and 80% of consumers pay for a 25/5 connection, which could be on either notionally. The issue of whether it's fibre to the premises is not particularly relevant in in what their experience is.
No, save to the extent that fibre to the premises with the installation of boxes on people's homes had a particular impact on consumers. But in terms of the information that consumers were receiving about the opportunity to take up an NBN service and so on, no, there are some lessons of enduring relevance there.
What scope does ACMA have to advise, regulate, encourage RSPs in terms of some of the themes this committee has heard, which is that the RSP is not necessarily acknowledging the real speeds that consumers will receive and talking about the highest speeds only and perhaps overselling the product in some instances?
Okay. Our chief engagement on consumer issues happens through, or that style of consumer issue, if I can put it that way, happens through the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Code. Now, that's a co-regulatory code which is developed by industry in consultation with the ACMA, and which the ACMA has registered, so that it becomes, in effect, binding on all the industry participants under the Telecommunications Act. We can only register a code if we're satisfied that it contains appropriate community safeguards. Now, that particular code has some rules in it about the selling of products. It requires providers to produce critical information summaries, and that's basically a short document of no more than 2 pages that requires providers to set out some key information about services. Now, Chair, one of the things that I flagged that we had been doing was focusing our compliance efforts on areas that we thought had a real relevance to NBN, and one of those areas has been in the critical information summary space. So we have audited critical information summaries of NBN suppliers to make sure that they align properly with the requirements of the code. What we have seen through that work is sometimes some very vague or unhelpful representations about speed that aren't necessarily meaningful to consumers. And so in the particular matters that we escalated to investigation and where we ended up giving the providers involved directions to lift their game and comply with the code, they weren't disclosing which of the speed tiers from NBN they were reselling. It was just a message about, the NBN, and coupled with that, they're obviously playing into a sense that the NBN will be terrific because it looks so much better than non-NBN.
And what would you say what would your response be to consumer frustration that you and or the code doesn't have sufficient teeth?
I don't know whether, we can come to the teeth problem, which is a separate question. There is a question about whether the code has enough meat in it to deal with the speed issues. And the code is up for review in the second half of this year. We have been reflecting very carefully on whether it is specific enough to deal with the NBN issues that consumers are confronting. As a regulator, it's generally, in our view, preferable to have an approach which is focused on objectives and delivering outcomes and necessarily looking at technologies or particular incidents or events such as the rollout, which will have a limited duration. If we can put in place lasting and relevant protections that apply irrespective of the technology, irrespective of how the NBN is delivered, then that's obviously a better thing to do.
So we can look forward to some changes.
So it may be, once we get this information back, the information gathering we're doing at the moment will inform the views that we take on that as we engage with industry. But I know that Communications Alliance are also alert to these issues, and they have been reflecting themselves on how well adapted their codes are to dealing with NBN. Now, on the question of teeth, as you put it, it's true that our enforcement powers in relation to code matters are reasonably attenuated. If somebody fails to comply with the code, we need to investigate it, we need to find a breach, and then give them a direction. If they fail to comply with the direction, that's the point at which we can take more direct action. But our experience is that as we go about our compliance work, if we contact providers and raise concerns, they're ordinarily very swift to deal with those concerns. So the fact that we can't immediately take someone off to court and impose a $2 million penalty is not, in my view, an impediment to getting real improvements in the space, and it's not an impediment to getting real outcomes.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for being here today. I'm just going to ask a couple of brief questions. You acknowledge that the survey that ACMA did was only on fibre to the premise connections, because that was sort of what's available at the time. Is there an intention to do a further survey that would look at the range of technology in a way that sort of better reflects the reality of the rollout? I mean, ultimately, fibre to the premise will be about a fifth of fixed line connections, whereas fibre to the node will be more than a half.
There is certainly an intention. In fact, we've got a request for quote out with the market at the moment. Our intention is to conduct that research later this year. It will involve 1,800 residents and 750 small to medium businesses, and will cross the range of technologies that are used to deliver the NBN service.
Thank you. In the submission that ACMA made on the telecommunications industry ombudsman review, there's reference to the fact that TIO complaint statistics are provided to ACMA on a confidential basis. I assume those statistics are different from what the TIO makes, the statistics that the TIO makes public. Are you able to give this committee some indication as to how those statistics, which are provided on an in-confidence basis, are different to those that are released publicly?
In short, those statistics are provided under the Memorandum of Understanding that we have with the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, and we get what I'll call early access to statistics on a monthly basis, rather than statistics which have been carefully QA'd and presented, I think, publicly on a quarterly basis by the TIO ordinarily. So it's more frequent, they're a bit more raw, but they let us get a sense of issues in a more timely way.
And finally, in your recommendations, you advocate that the TIO scheme should be modified so that the TIO can deal with complaints across the supply chain, and that's in recommendation 5, and in recommendation 7 the point is made that it would be beneficial for both government and regulators to have access to enhanced information about where the root cause lies in the supply chain. A lot of those comments seem to go to the issue of sort of infrastructure rather than RSP performance. Do you think that the TIO should be collecting information by reference to technology type if we're to really get a handle on how the infrastructure is sort of working and the kinds of problems or complaints it's generating by technology type across the community?
Okay, there's a couple of things to unpack there. The first thing I should say is that in our submission to the TIO review, we didn't actively advocate that the TIO should have its remit changed. We said it should be, someone should have a good long think about it. So I know that in some other countries it is the case that the Ombudsman is able to deal with those difficulties up the line. So when a consumer has a problem, they should and do turn to the retail service provider. That's the person or the business with whom they've got a direct relationship. But sometimes it is the case that there are impediments to the RSP being able to address that up the line. So we think that someone should have a think about whether the scheme should be changed. Well, now, of course, the Ombudsman's...
I'll just pull you
yes.
up. I mean, it says ACMA encourages the TIO to consider changes
Yep.
that could be made to enhance the information it currently collects. So it's not, you're not just saying it should consider whether it should. You're actually asking them to consider the changes that would enhance the information.
Yep. So that's on the information collection front, as opposed to the remit front, if I could put it that way. Now, on the information collection front, we would like to see information collected on technologies, but we accept that the TIO's primary role is to resolve complaints escalated to it by consumers who've got real live on-the-ground individual problems. And as the Chair pointed out, sometimes it's the case that consumers don't even know what technology they're using. Now, the vast majority of complaints that come to the TIO are, I think, level 1 complaints. And so that's a complaint where someone calls up, says they've got a problem, explains what it is, they're given a reference number by the TIO, but they're urged to go back to their provider to try and resolve the issue further. And so often, and I think something like 90% of complaints to the TIO are resolved at that stage. So the TIO doesn't necessarily get good visibility of what the cause of the problem is or what the technology was or other sorts of things. Now, anything that can be done to improve that, we would urge the TIO to do. In the meantime, as I say, we are going out doing our own information collection exercise. We're approaching a number of providers of services via the NBN so that we can try and build a better picture ourselves.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. Could I ask you, Ms McNeil or Ms Gill, if you have heard any of the sort of reports that I've been receiving, that the RSPs are doing everything that they possibly can through their call centres to prevent customers going to the TIO. They're saying they're being directed to say anything, do anything, because they're trying to maintain a sort of a gap between them and the TIO collecting data and getting, well, as it is, you know, and I know that that's up for review, collecting data about what's actually going on.
Can I say I'm not conscious of efforts to avoid people going to the TIO in order to deprive people of opportunities to escalate complaints. I think that would be a very problematic thing for providers to be doing under the code. Providers should be trying to sort out complaints, so I'm not sure whether the stories that you're referring to are characterised as, you know, making every last effort to try and sort the consumer's problem out, or whether it should be characterised as an effort to prevent them from going to the TIO because they don't want the complaints escalated. And if it's the latter, that would be very concerning.
Because I'm getting calls certainly through my office, and I know my other colleagues are, about being pinged from one place to another, pinged from one place to another, the NBN to the RSP, the NBN to the RSP, waiting on multiple occasions for people to come to resolve problems, not being given enough information to even advance a claim. And then at the point where it's escalated and they're just about pulling their hair out, they're coming to us rather than being directed to the TIO. Many people are ringing my office. They have never been told about the TIO. They don't know it exists. So I'll put it to you, Ms McNeil, and I'd be interested in your view, that the TIO, as the major way in which the government is aware of what's going on, is basically flying blind on the scale of the problem of this rollout of the multi-technology mix.
First of all, on the question of whether customers should be being informed of the TIO, they absolutely should be being informed of the TIO. I think there's an obligation in the code to flag the existence of the TIO and various communications that providers have with the company, and certainly to inform consumers about their right to escalate complaints to the TIO. I just can't turn up the code provision to hand, but I will double check and let you have a note of it, Senator O'Neill, on notice if you'd like.
Thank you very much, Ms Neil. Neil, can I just ask you about the critical information document that you referred to? Are the RSPs, who you indicate you have audited, required to put on that document contact with a TIO?
They are.
So that's a vital piece of information that people should have?
We think that it is, yes.
And do you think that you're getting sufficient clarity and oversight from what's going on in that space?
In terms of the critical information summaries, yes, but the critical information summaries are a tool intended to be used at the point in time when consumers are making decisions between providers, not necessarily at the point in time when disputes arise. I think that there is a separate obligation if a consumer has a complaint and it's not being resolved by the RSP to remind them of the existence of the TIO at that point.
That's correct. You, thank you very much. You indicated a support for increasing the information collection capacity of the TIO, but not their remit for...
Oh, I think the remit certainly needs to be reflected upon, but at the end of the day, the TIO scheme is the industry's own scheme. So we can urge people to think about whether it wouldn't be better to expand its remit so that it can look at those upstream issues. But the first role of the TIO is to resolve escalated consumer complaints between a consumer and the consumer's retail service provider. That relationship is a primary relationship.
Ms McNeil, are you aware of the evidence that we received in Canberra from the TIO that indicated they do not have the capacity to get the NBN Co and the RSPs in the same room to actually resolve these issues?
That's the remit issue that I'm flagging. So, as I say, the first relationship is the relationship between the consumer and the retail service provider, and the TIO has authority to resolve any escalated disputes at that point. But sometimes, if the practical solution for the consumer is outside the control of the RSP, we think that it may be appropriate for the TIO to be able to engage whoever is best placed to resolve the practical problem.
I'm sure millions of Australians actually agree with that.
Money is not always the answer to the practical problem.
Well, and that's the problem. We've got this a rollout of this scale, and the government has been aware of this problem for a very, very long time. There are hundreds of thousands of Australians who are caught up in this whirlwind of being shunted from place to place. And still to this day, the government has not created the opportunity for the TIO and the retail service providers to actually, for the NBN Co and the retail service providers to actually be brought together to resolve the issue at the top of the problem, rather than forcing hundreds of thousands of Australians on a daily basis. Like, people today will be going through this process, being bounced around from the NBN Co to their RSP, doing without their services for months. All sorts of problems are going on that are not being resolved because there is a failure to get these together. Do you see you have any role to play in advancing the case and speeding up the integration of these players in the telecom space?
My primary concern is about consumers being, as you say, bounced around. They ought not to be bounced around. They ought not to go to the NBN. The NBN has no direct relationship with consumers. Now, there are issues potentially between RSPs and the NBN, and our information gathering exercise should give us some better insights into the scale and type of those issues so that we can form a view on who's best placed to resolve them and how they can be resolved sooner and more effectively, so that people who are at the receiving end, the user end, have as good an experience as they can have.
Can I ask one more question? Given the scale of complaint that has occurred, can I say, as a consumer who's experiencing the same sort of problems myself with many, many other Australians, it surprises me that you're about to undertake some more research. The problem, it seems to me, is already very, very clear that there is no place in which the government has provided the opportunity for the people who are delivering the service to you at home and the people who are providing the network capacity to resolve the problems that occur every time somebody in any individual business or any individual house encounters this transition to the NBN. We know that that's where the problem is. Why is ACMA taking the lead in pushing together those key players instead of the massive number of disruptions that are occurring for Australian citizens?
Well, there are mechanisms in place. It's not a vacuum, that space between NBN and the people who take directly services from it and then supply them on to consumers. There's a wholesale broadband services agreement there, and the government has taken various initiatives. There's the migration assurance framework and various other attempts to allocate responsibility or clarify responsibilities in the supply chain. Although it might feel like a new experience because the NBN is a new thing for Australia, that dynamic where you've got an intermediary involved in selling you can't solve all the problems because the manufacturer or whoever's originating the service controls it. That's not really a new dynamic. And in some ways, of course, that's what we had for a very long time with Telstra when it owned the network and everyone else was a reseller.
Thank you. Senator Griff. That doesn't solve the problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Has the, Ms McNeil, has the TIO referred any non-compliance of its directions or decisions by NBN to ACMA for enforcement?
Not by NBN, no.
Okay. And have you actually fielded any complaints from telcos or NBN regarding the performance or decisions of the TIO? Okay. Just, again, I'll have some questions which I'll put on notice just in the interest of other members of the panel being able to ask you questions. But we've heard at numerous hearings, in fact most recently in Launceston, also Adelaide and Port Augusta, about the poor quality cabling and infrastructure installations by contractors with ACMA registration. It was also noted that anyone can falsify documents to demonstrate 300 hours of supervised training. What systems are in place to ensure ongoing quality assurance and that actually somebody is able to produce the quality of work that's required?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not going to be able to deal with questions about the cabling regime. Unfortunately, that side of the ACMA business is not something that I can bring to the table, so I'm happy to take all your questions about cabling on notice.
Because you did mention that your research brought up issues of the box on the side of the house, so that obviously relates to Senator Griff's question about the appearance of the work, the amenity of the work.
Yeah, but cabling, of course, is a deeper issue because premises may need to be recabled. So, yeah.
Well, it's not.
I think cabling. Pardon me. The box is a subset of cabling matters. Perhaps is the way to characterise it. But the box issues that surfaced up in our research were as many and various as the location of the box and whether it was popped on the side of the garage or on the house and all sorts of things of that kind.
All right, I'll put one on notice. Okay.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. A little over 6 months ago, the ACMA received the results or published the results of its research that showed 20% of households and 33% of businesses were dissatisfied with the process of connecting to the NBN. If that was any other organisation in the country, I'd have thought there'd have been a significant change in the way that process was occurring, and we'd certainly have heard about significant changes that are going on about the migration process, that is the process of disconnecting from the legacy network and connecting to the NBN. The evidence before the committee does not bear out that a significant change has occurred. Can you inform the committee what significant changes ACMA has recommended or what significant changes ACMA is aware of in the migration framework? Because if 20% of households are dissatisfied and 33% of businesses are dissatisfied, clearly we've got a big problem.
The statistics you referred to
are in your report.
I think are around whether they find it easy or neither easy or difficult to connect. Is that the statistic?
No, it's a satisfaction rating.
And another way of looking at it is to say that 80% of people are finding it a relatively simple exercise to connect. But I agree that if 20% are challenged,
if I was running
it's more than that in business.
Food store and 20% of people came back to me after I sold them a hamburger with food poisoning, I think I had a problem.
Yeah. So we obviously shared the results of that research with the NBN and with the department. The NBN is constantly reviewing the information that it uses as it rolls out in its activities. I understand that information has been updated, as it's regularly updated. But in terms of profound change, I don't know that there has been profound change since that time.
There's been no profound, there's been no request, no direction from any of the regulatory agencies, to the NBN or to any of their partner organisations to lift their game?
Obviously, if you share research outcomes and draw the attention of people impacted by the research to negative aspects of it, there's a lift your game message there. But
by sticking it in the post, that's not what I mean. I mean, these are substantial numbers.
Mm.
1 in 3 businesses aren't happy with the migration process. The NBN is supposed to be a key tool for businesses to enhance their productivity, to interact with customers. If 1 in 3 of them, 33% of them, are unhappy with the process at such an early stage in the rollout, surely government, the regulators, would have done more than what appears to have been occurring at the moment to get the improvement that businesses and households require.
Obviously, it's an area that we'll need to continue to focus on.
Thank you. Can I turn to some of the comments that you've made, the Deputy Chair has adverted to in his questions regarding the TIO, and in I've got 2 documents before me, the submissions or the background documents that you've produced as an organisation in relation to the statutory infrastructure provider legislation, and again in relation to the TIO review. In both of those, you seem to be suggesting that there is a problem with the faults rectification and complaints escalation process. In both of those documents you're saying, and I'm looking at, so that if you need to draw your reference, the exposure draft on proposed changes to the superfast broadband at subheading 2, detection of potential deficiencies with SIP connection supply and fault rectification arrangements. You're familiar with that document? Says you are averting to significant problems with the fault rectification and complaint handling. What recommendations is ACMA making to government to improve that process?
At this point, the answer is none. So our preliminary analysis of the information that we have available so far does indicate that there are 4 clumps of problems that people are experiencing around the NBN. One of those is around fault rectification and connection.
Connection to our phones. So we've identified 4 main types of areas of problems in our preliminary analysis, and we do hope to be better informed about exactly the scale and nature of these problems through our information gathering processes. So at present, we propose that there's 4 main types. They are delayed connections, delayed rectifications of faults and missed appointments. There's an unclear responsibility for the resolution of problems and the buck passing that's been referred to. Some mismatch between the expectations of consumers and businesses and the experience, perhaps due to poor information or inaccurate information. And we've also identified a smaller issue in terms of the inability to retain a landline number, which has been causing some problems, particularly for businesses. So,
what recommendations are you making?
Well, at this point in time, we have a large number of anecdotal information, and we have the escalated complaints information from the TIO. What we're hoping to do through our information gathering exercise is to fully understand exactly how many complaints RSPs are receiving from their consumers, and fully understand how long it's taking for issues such as connections, missed appointments and fault rectification to be remedied. And we're trying to understand that in terms of all of the providers or entities within the supply chain and the impact that that might have on fault resolution or on the complaint handling matters.
Can I turn to the funding arrangements for the TIO? The TIO is actually funded by payments made by its member companies. That's correct, isn't it?
It is.
And in effect, it's a retrospective arrangement. So if the complaints for last year go down, therefore the funds go down, the funds available to the TIO for the future years go down, reflecting the decrease in the funds, the complaints from last year. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't think that's completely correct. I know that they underwent a funding review not so long ago, but my understanding might be outdated. But I understand that they receive a portion of their funding which is in the nature of a fixed portion, and then there's a variable portion which is referable to complaint numbers.
I guess
So they're not entirely at the
staffing numbers last year were dropped by, this year were cut by 25%. They've cut the previous year as well. Yet this year complaints have gone through the roof.
Well,
there
they've
seems to be
certainly
a problem
picked up
with the funding
after a
model.
very long period of coming back down. So you probably know that between 2011 and about 2016, complaints dropped by about 40%. So yes, they've picked up. That's certainly something to be concerned about.
Do you expect them to go down next year?
I would not be prepared to have any expectation. I would be optimistic that if we're in a position to identify the root cause of the problems, a lot of the problems or a lot of the uptick in complaints does appear to be linked to fixed internet services, so it's very likely to do with the NBN rollout. It might be courageous to hope that they'll go back down, but I would hope at least that they won't increase, particularly if we can identify the root cause of the problems and work with industry and, if necessary, consider regulating to get better outcomes.
So can I just jump in there and ask, who do you consider has the responsibility for identifying the root causes of the poor experience on NBN and the potential responses? Who is that? Is it government? Is it the TIO? Is it the ACCC? Is it the ACMA through your TCP process? Or is it a shared responsibility?
Well, everyone has an interest, I think. It's not in the interest of
any
of the
they have
players
an interest,
involved.
but who has responsibility?
As the NBN is a government project, I think it's important for the government to play a role in that space, but it can't do that alone.
Yeah. So it's a shared responsibility between all those bodies that I named?
I think so.
Yep. Sorry, Stephen.
They could all get the same room together then and sort it out, instead of sending Australians around the twist.
Back to the funding arrangements. You've said in your submissions and your submission to the TIO review that there needs to be an improved arrangement, trying not to put words in your mouth, but an improvement in the arrangement where there's a disconnect between faults that are generated by the wholesaler, unable to be rectified by the retailer. Should the wholesaler be liable for the costs in a complaint that goes to the TIO? Put it another way, should the wholesaler be paying the TIO instead of the retailer in those circumstances where the problem is generated by the wholesaler?
That's a model that's available and it is used in some countries. Whether that works or would work well here is a matter that I don't really have an opinion on.
Is it fair? Is it fair that a company, a retailer, is being charged for a problem that they don't create?
I don't know that it's appropriate for me to comment on whether something's fair or not fair. We don't even really have a good understanding at this stage of the number of problems which are said to be due to the wholesaler, whether they are in fact due to the wholesaler.
I acknowledge that, and I'm not trying to get into that.
But no, I think
game.
that the person best placed to resolve the problem and manage the risk is the person who should have the strongest incentives to manage that risk effectively and address the problem. So that's what I would say.
Ms McNeil, and we've now concluded your evidence. It's 10 to 10 and the committee will suspend for 10 minutes until 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Morning again. I now welcome Ms Anne Hurley and Mr Paul Brooks from Internet Australia. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please each state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
I'm Anne Hurley and I'm the Chair of Internet Australia.
I'm Paul Brooks. I'm the Vice Chair of Internet Australia.
I invite you to each or one of you make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask you questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I am the Chair of Internet Australia and I have been for some 8 months. Dr Brooks is a Deputy Chair and a long-time Director of the organisation. Apologies for inability to appear today are offered by Laurie Patton, who is the CEO of Internet Australia. He's in Canberra for a commitment that was in place before the timing for this hearing was set. By way of background, Internet Australia is the Australian chapter of the Global Internet Society. The Internet Society, or ISOC as it's commonly known, was created in the US in 1992 by the creators of the Internet, Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn. They established the organisation with a clear vision of providing a corporate structure to support the Internet standards development process and providing a forum for exploring new Internet applications. As ISOC has evolved and expanded its operations, the fundamentals remain the same, of an open platform driving the economic, social and education needs of individuals throughout the world, today and in the future, and I will continue to stress throughout this the words "and into the future," for today and into the future. There are now approximately 90,000 individual members around the world of ISOC and 113 Internet Society chapters around the world. The Internet Society groups the core Internet issues it engages upon as including policy, governance, technology and development. Within its chapters and at the top organisational level, ISOC works to persuade governments to make decisions that are right for ensuring that a healthy, sustainable Internet is available to everyone, today and into the future. Internet Australia was formed in 1996. It was one of the first accredited ISOC chapters and Dr Brooks was a founding member. As a chapter of ISOC, its original name was ISOC AU, but that was changed a few years back. The name changed, but its status and purpose has not. In keeping with its parent organisation, Internet Australia aims to provide representation of the Australian Internet community, both nationally and internationally, and to promote the availability of access to the Internet for all Australians now and into the future. The NBN is Australia's on-ramp to the Internet. It is critical to driving the objective of availability of access to the Internet for all Australians now and into the future. This is why Internet Australia has taken a prominent role in the public discourse around the NBN. Internet Australia has been vocal about the deficiencies of the MTM model, in particular the fibre to the node technology. This is fundamentally because fibre to the node is not delivering and will not deliver a future of the Internet for all. Internet Australia has in its membership respected technical experts who can advance technical points on the deficiencies or otherwise of the NBN infrastructure. None the least is Dr Brooks. But it's not our intent today to cover technical ground, although Dr Brooks is very happy and open to answering any questions that the committee might have. Internet Australia would like to take this opportunity to highlight the following points. The evidence from numerous stakeholders is that the NBN is failing to deliver a fast broadband network that is meeting and exceeding customers' expectations. At the heralded halfway mark, Akamai ranking for Australia is 50th worldwide in fixed internet speeds. Consumer complaints to the TIO are rising. Social media and mainstream media are awash with complaints and stories about woeful experiences. And NBN Co is now rolling out an education program for consumers about speed. In keeping with our charter and the ISOC Charter of Internet for All now and into the future, we ask, fast forward to the three-quarter mark of the rollout. What will be different so that the trend is reversed? And again, to the completion, what will have changed in the rollout that Australia is tops in worldwide rankings for high-speed broadband in 2020? The second point we'd like to highlight is that talking about the cost required to fix the current position needs to take into account the opportunity cost of not fixing it. The opportunity cost to Australia of not having a top-class high-speed broadband network and continuing to roll out the deficient NBN is huge. The lost opportunities for individuals to take full advantage of the economic opportunities provided by the internet. The stark lost opportunities to participate in the digital economy as it is developing around the world. We'll paint a scenario of potential lost opportunities when the e-commerce giant Amazon starts operations in Australia in a few months. And thirdly, the internet of the future for Australia is not being shaped for the benefit of all Australians by continuing to roll out the current NBN built on copper. The telecommunications industry has always had to work together collaboratively, and now it is a time when it needs to come together. It would seem that there is no political will to change the policy which is driving the flawed rollout. It's our view that NBN Co is best placed to know the design aspects and the costs, and we call on it to take a leadership role in bringing all industry and stakeholders together to deliver the vision of a broadband network that brings the internet for all now and into the future. Right now, not a day goes by without another negative NBN story appearing in the media. All the polling and all the surveys show that people are not happy. The situation could not be clearer. We need better broadband. Thank you.
Mr. Brooks, would you like to add anything?
No, I think that's fine as an opening statement. I think one of the important points that we want to make here, and following on I think from our last appearance last year in front of this committee, is that so much of the public discourse is and justification or lack of justification for the NBN is around high-speed video. People talking about how long it takes to download a high-definition video, this or a quad-definition video, or 4K or 8K video. It's not about video. Video is not the user application that we think of when we're talking about the need for high-speed broadband and the need for underlying internet infrastructure. More, it's about the increasing need for users in a common home appliance situation to access cloud services and services that are located at premises and data centres outside the house. And for that we need a high-speed bi-directional data highway, whatever initials you give it, that enables the devices in the house to connect to devices outside the house in a way that is seamless and without being constrained by bottlenecks along the way. So when we're talking about an application that requires something like a high-speed internet connection, it's not to try to watch high-speed video. It's the example of a wedding photographer taking a day's worth of photos and trying to upload those over the course of a few minutes or hours to Dropbox or Microsoft Cloud or Google Drive or some of those offline storage systems to make them available to their customers, where that would now take actually longer than it takes to actually take the photos in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Ms. Hurley, can I just ask you a couple of questions about your membership base?
Yes.
How many members do you have in Australia? Roughly, who are they?
We're currently collating it.
You're collating your membership base?
Collating the number. We're going through looking at what the didn't put that very clearly. Going through and looking at the numbers and who are members and who haven't renewed, and continuing to make sure that all the members have renewed.
So can you give the committee a broad sense of
Yes,
your
it's
membership?
about 200. That's about 200.
How would you divide those between individuals and organisations?
They're all individual members that we're talking about. Yeah.
And what's the membership fee?
Membership fee is just under $100. It's very small. It's in keeping with the Internet Society around the globe. You don't see a large number of memberships at the chapter level, which is what we do.
So if you've got about 100 members, did you say?
About 200.
About 200 members. Now, the statements that you've made today, are they based on the opinions of those 200 members?
Yes.
And would you say that they're broadly reflective of the community as a whole or just your membership?
Well, we're here today representing Internet Australia.
No, I think they're broadly representative of what we're hearing in the community from members and from members talking to their families, talking to the businesses that they work in, and they broadly reflect the values of the Internet Society and its chapters on a global basis that are working to improve internet access and broadband, both economics as well as performance and connectivity in countries throughout the world.
So, of those 200 members, how many are based in Australia? How many are Australian?
All of them.
Well, yes.
Oh,
it's Australian chapter. Well, there might be some residing overseas, but
three
they're
or four residing overseas.
But it's an Australian chapter.
You've talked about opportunity cost, and I'm just wondering if you might address this perspective, that given that higher speeds are available, in fact the average delivery from fibre to the node is 70 megabits per second, users continue to buy 12 to 25. If users aren't buying the higher speeds that FTTN is capable of delivering, what evidence is there for the opinions that you've expressed?
And there's any number of reasons, any number of discussions that could follow on from the statement that you've just made. What I said in the opening statement was that it was the opportunity cost of not being able to access all the opportunities for the internet, and that.
So my point is that if those opportunities are there with the higher speeds that consumers are choosing not to buy, where is the evidence for that statement?
Yeah. Okay. Paul. Yep.
The opportunity cost is not just for this year, but in future. If you look back over the history of the NBN, which goes back to sort of the first Telstra proposal in 2005, where Telstra proposed to build a fibre to the node ADSL2 network to 50% of the houses in the 5 largest capital cities, and that minimum speed of that network was supposed to be 12 megabits per second. The benchmark of what the minimum speed has grown over the course of a decade from 12 megabits per second about a decade ago to 50 megabits per second now for the current NBN, 50 megabits for 90-something% of people, and everybody to achieve more than 25 megabits per second. In a decade's time, what will the minimum acceptable broadband speed be? It'll be more than what most of the lines on FTTN will be providing. So
is the point you're making, Mr. Brooks, that the NBN should be providing that bandwidth for future use, even though it's clearly demonstrated that it's not anywhere near demanded now?
The point that we're making, the point we're making is that the infrastructure being put in the ground now has a lifetime of 25 to 30 years. So if it's not going to provide the services that people would be looking for in 15 to 20 years' time, then it's going to be superseded well before its life and have to be replaced with a whole pile more expenditure. That from a economics ground, from a long-term perspective, if you're thinking long-term 20, 30, 40, 50 years through the future, then building the network once rather than building the network 3 or 4 times over that period has to be better economically and will provide the foundation for our society and for the population to access the services that will be developed and to innovate new services through to over the next few decades.
So, Sally, is your society, and you've talked about your philosophical views of the Internet Society globally, would it be fair to say that your view is that governments, in determining the scarce allocation of resources, should fund something that is not yet demanded, so that, for example, a person can turn off their hair straightener from the cinema because their home is connected to high bandwidth to the Internet of Things, but that health, education and welfare miss out on those scarce government dollars as a result of building capacity that may at some point in the future be demanded, but isn't at this point in time? Or do you see the rationale for the government's multi-technology mix, which is that if you want the high bandwidth now, you can pay for it, and into the future it can be provided, but not everything right here, right now?
What I'm saying is that the continuing to roll out the multi-technology mix is restricting opportunities that could be taken up in the digital economy. And I said I was going to give an example perhaps of the opportunities that are going to be provided by Amazon coming to Australia, and that the restriction of the bandwidth is going to put limitations on what might actually be developed from Amazon coming here. It's often the perception that Amazon is an online selling channel. It's actually a lot more than an online selling channel. And if you can have a look at the US, what has happened over there is that Amazon, yes, it's dominating now 60% of the e-commerce market, but one of the reasons why it does that is because the business streams that it has that have been taken up by ordinary consumers. So under the Amazon banner, you have what is an Amazon associate. An Amazon associate is somebody who has set up a business operating from home. They have set up the business as an Amazon associate. They've got their own website. They work with Amazon to sell all the products what they choose to sell from Amazon, and they get paid a commission for selling it. In Australia, that opportunity is going to be extremely difficult for somebody to take up from home, because you need a reliable bandwidth to be able to do it, and a speed to be able to do it. The private label seller is another business stream that's come up under Amazon. People come in, they decide which product they want to sell. They work with Amazon to work out which is the one that they want to sell. They put their own label on it. They sell on Amazon through it, and it has been the road to riches for many a person operating a business from home. But again, you need to have the bandwidth to be able to support the communications to Amazon, and you need to have the communications that are reliable to support to the suppliers of your product. One of the really significant ones that's grown up under Amazon is the information and content provision. So that these providers have seen there's a real opportunity here. Amazon is a particular way of selling. It's not like selling, or people don't come to Amazon via a Google search. They come to Amazon because they want to be on Amazon. And there's a particular way, a particular algorithm, particular keywords, and a whole subsystem that is set up under Amazon, and there has been a whole industry stream that has been developed in providing education and tutorials and frameworks to teach associates and private label sellers how to do it. It fundamentally revolves around webinars and videos, training people how to do it, and as Paul has described already in his opening comments, that is going to be denied opportunities here because the NBN simply will not be able to support those kind of streaming services. So that's the kind of digital economy lost opportunity I'm saying is going to be quite stark when Amazon comes here, because the opportunities that could be taken up won't be able to be taken up.
Well, thank you for that very interesting Amazon example, and I'm sure some of our local retailers would be pleased to hear perhaps about the delays, but that's not the point. I think the point is, this is my last question to you, that the NBN strategic review said that it would take until the middle of the next decade for fibre to the premise to be rolled out to everyone. So do you think those Amazon sellers should have to wait until 2026?
Not at all, but they're certainly not being served by...
But if the network can't be built until 2026 to be fibre to the premises?
We're not seeing any evidence that the current network is being built any faster than the network using that architecture was going to be. So is there any evidence that the current network is going to be finished before the middle of the next decade?
Well, I would say yes, there is, but I'm going to stop talking now and hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for being here today. You gave some evidence to a Senate Select Committee in March 2016, in which you posed the question, how can Australia expect to become a leading player in a digitally enabled world without a world-class broadband network? We're currently 51st in the world. We've been falling for some time. We've certainly been falling since 2015. 51st in the world for the 12th or 13th largest economy. Do we have a world-class network? Are we currently on track to have a world-class network?
No, we're not. And there are various reasons for that, some of which are reasonable, some of which are not. And going back to, I think, the earlier question, we don't really have a view on whether government should be spending its money on building infrastructure. It actually doesn't matter to us whether government builds it or private industry builds it or who builds it. It's the capability that is important. And if someone is going to be spending the money to build it, it's important that it's spent in a way that provides the best outcome. If you're going to spend $10, you might as well get the best outcome for your $10. Expenditure on digital infrastructure, on the foundations for communication, helps enhance education, enhances healthcare, enhances all of the various aspects of society that can be use that foundation to improve the services that government provides, that private enterprise provides. And at the moment we're building a network where some portions of the population are going to miss out based purely on their street address from capabilities that other portions of the population, based on being fortunate to win the lottery, can access, and that future people that live in those homes and the future people that live in those homes after that will be able to do in a way that it's unlikely that the current network, an expenditure, an enterprise, whoever spends the money of this sort of scale, is going to be done at any time in the next few decades. What we're building now is what we're going to have to live with for a very, very long time. So what we're saying is, whoever builds it, let's build it right with a long-term view, and by building it out of materials, building it out of technologies that have a roadmap into the future that can be upgraded so that in future decades the capabilities of the network can be upgraded to meet the needs of the people that need to use it.
Thank you. Yes, I mean that seems to go to that issue of doing it once, doing it right, delivering a sort of a future-proof network. There was a different version of that concept of future-proof that was used in the Vertican Review. The Vertican Review really led to the multi-technology mix path that we're on, and it led to that path because it took the view that a fibre network could quite possibly be surplus to requirements, and therefore that it would represent a sunk cost, and that a multi-technology mix path was sort of future-proofing from an economic point of view. So essentially we're where we are now because the Vertican Review came to the view that a fibre network could possibly be surplus to requirements. Do you think that there's any prospect of that being the case?
I don't, no, and I think of the many, many reviews that have occurred over the many few years, the Vertican Review is one. There are many reviews. The Strategic Review. A lot of the times what you get out of a review is according to the terms of reference that you put in, and many of the terms of reference look at a short-term time frame, a time frame of 1, 2, 3, 5 years, potentially 10 years. In the case of the underlying infrastructure and copper, fibre, that whole debate we don't really want to get into, but glass lasts in the ground for 50 to 60 years. So, and most of the costs of building a network, I'm a network builder. It costs the same to hire the trench digger to dig a hole. It costs the same for 100 metres of fibre as it does for 100 metres of copper. You put it in the ground. The network construction costs are the same. The fibre lasts for a whole while longer, and the signal goes for a whole while longer distance, and the amount of capacity you can get out of it just by changing the equipment on the ends for an extra 3 to 5% of the construction cost of the entire network has the capability of providing thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands times more capacity than the equipment that's been put onto them in the market today. And that's a property that comes from glass, not from metal.
I've just got one last question. I know Senator O'Neill has some questions. Do you think there's a prospect at the moment? We've seen the fibre part of the rollout, and we now have in prospect a fibre to the curb part of the rollout in future. Do you think there's a real prospect that we're going to end up with this large number of households that have received the very variable fibre to the node that are essentially stuck with a form of pretty severe digital inequality? And to what extent do you think that affects not just those households, but it has an economy-wide effect because there won't be that sort of ubiquity in the system? So even if you're a business person and you're trying to set up your business model to deal with the fullest range of potential consumers, you're going to actually have to adjust how you do things to take account of the fact that there'll still be this huge variability in digital access rather than being able to operate all your systems on the basis of a sort of a world-class internet foundation?
Look, there's a couple of aspects to that. One, from a digital service perspective, what we've seen over the course of history is that people develop services, and at the moment we're looking at, Amazon, Hulu, the move from video delivery from a TV perspective to an online streaming perspective, the complexity of websites, the sizes of images and movies on websites. We look at the major news broadcast websites at the moment. Over the course of the last 3 or 4 years have gone from having static pictures to having videos that you can click on to start. Now the videos click automatically. They make assumptions about what the capability is of the readers and the browsers of those websites. They cannot know geographically where that person is, so they typically build for the higher end of what the mass market has available to them at the time. So there are people with broadband connections today who are unable to effectively view the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald because their broadband connection is not fast enough on old DSL technology, or they're trying to run it over a mobile type connection because they haven't got broadband infrastructure there. So services are typically built for the mid to upper range of what the majority of the population has, and when that is well above what a geographic section of the community has, those people are going to miss out on those services and miss out from that experience. From the point of view of those houses that are in those areas with what is potentially now providing a connection that is broadly acceptable to most people but won't in 5 to 10 years' time, those people are going to find economic aspects such as their house prices falling relative to people in the suburb nearby, in the same way that we find housing prices increased in suburbs near to desirable schools because there's an influx of people going in there. And we've seen for the best part of the last decade that people make house choices based at the moment on ADSL technology, how close the house is to the exchange, how fast a broadband link they can get, because they don't want their kids missing out on the ability to access the services that schools now require in terms of being able to submit and do homework online and things like that.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful we only have a little time, and I've got quite a number of questions, Mr. Brooks. I'm keen to draw on your experience and your expertise.
Sure.
Could you reflect on the upload characteristics of the fibre to the node technology and compare this to the upload characteristics of the FTTP?
Sure. Fibre to the node characteristics are asymmetric, and the upload is much better than on DSL. At the moment with DSL technologies, downloads up to 20 odd megabits, depending on how close you are to the exchange, uploads maximum of 1. So there's a 20 to 1 ratio of asymmetry. One of the things the NBN has got right is making that asymmetry smaller. So for the larger plans, the 25/5 plan, the 50 plan, the ratio of asymmetry is only a ratio of 5 to 1. The 100 megabit plan, 140, it's roughly a 2 to 1. That's an improvement. Ideally, we'd like to see 1 to 1. Now, for fibre to the node, that asymmetry is limited by the technology, and the upstream speed is typically set by the characteristics of the copper and the distance. It's much more constant than the download speed, which tends to fill up whatever the line can do based on the distance from the node. It's not something that's likely to be increased greatly from the connection, because the plan speed, or what the line is capable of achieve, is largely fixed based on the distance. Fibre to the premises, the current technology being put in is the underlying network capability is in the gigabit range. So it's a 2 to 1 ratio, to 2.5 gig down towards the houses that collectively are there, 1.25 gig up. The next generation of technology, which is already, I believe, being trialled by NBN and certainly being trialled and being used in other networks, increases that 2.5 to 10, effectively doubles the speed in each direction. Quadruples the speed in each direction. And the technology roadmap for those types of passive optical network type networks is to move the technology where each house has their own dedicated optical wavelength or optical colour, which in current technology can run at 10 gigabit symmetric, upload and download, both running at 10 and not interfering with each other, and in future up to 40 and 100 gigabit in both directions, all on the same fibre in the ground as NBN is putting in today in fibre to the premises situations.
So if you're feeling like you missed out at the moment on fibre to the node, you're missing out even more than you realise when it gets to upload speeds.
Oh, absolutely.
You really need fibre to the premises.
And in fact, what would be ideal would be a technology. There are many technologies that are being deployed today, many business models being deployed today, people working from home as wedding photographers, as what have you, where upload speed is more important than download speed.
Yes.
In my own house, I mean, I run my business from home. My records I try and keep with an off-site backup. I've been experimenting with trying to use Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services as an off-site storage system for backup. And many small businesses, backup of the records, backup of the computer system that runs the cash registers is an important thing that many of them are not doing. The people that are doing it have set up a system where they copy it onto a portable USB disk, which has to be connected to the same computer, is typically stored on top of that same computer, so when the shop burns down with a fire, they lose the backup along with the service. We want people to be able to seamlessly export their data out of the shop front, out of the office, into some sort of off-site storage. At the moment, the backup of my one-person small business records takes 3.5 months to get that from my house to the cloud. It's not a viable way of doing a nightly backup of a business data record.
And the same sort of impediments are happening for companies that are trying to advertise. As you articulated, the visual is now more than a still. It's often a moving image. Yep. And the lack of upload capacity is going to limit those businesses from competing against others who do have fibre to the premise. We'll get some evidence about that tomorrow too.
I guess on that, the visuals, the website can typically be hosted outside the office in somewhere where there is a fast connection. It's a shame that you actually have to outsource that somewhere else because you can't get a fast connection to where you are. But the upload of that content, as you say, the sending of data to your customers is something that a pitifully small upload speed drastically inhibits even more than that download capability of the network. It's something that is underappreciated and has been underappreciated for decades.
And lots of people would like to see. I've got two more questions if I can. Thank you very much, Chair. Could you explain in terms of engineering and technical architecture why is the upgrade path from FTTN inefficient?
There really isn't an upgrade path for FTTN because the speeds are set by the location of the node towards the house. The speeds that you can get on a copper line are dictated by the length of the copper line. Now, the house isn't going to get up and move closer to the node, so the node has to get up and move closer to the house. So the upgrade process for fibre to the node is effectively to scrap the node, move fibre from the node further up the street towards the houses and move into a fibre to the curb type architecture, which is essentially a very small node DSLAM located in the pit at the bottom of the driveway, with a smaller number of ports, but a much smaller run of copper from that node to the house. And because the length of the line is short, you can get faster speeds out of it. For a fibre to the node architecture, where the length of the copper run to a typical house is in the order of hundreds of metres, up to 300 odd metres or 400 odd metres before the technology becomes effectively unusable, then there is little more prospect than anything more than a 30-40% increase at best for people that are very close to the node if you were to change the flavour of VDSL cards in the node cabinet from one flavour to another. At the end of the day, you're limited by the length of the copper line from the node to the house. Unless you move one of those, you're not going to get a speed increase.
The NBN has recently stated that the average maximum attainable speeds on the FTTN network is 65 megabits per second. Do you consider this estimate is actually credible?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that is credible. So the average maximum speed on a line, roughly 65 megabits, 70 megabits, absolutely credible. So somebody on one of those lines who wants a 25 megabit service, then all credit to them, they can order that. If someone's on one of those lines, and that is dictated limit by a house, and it's an average. So if your house happens to be on a line that is lower than the average and the maximum speed the line can support is 45, then that's the maximum speed that house can get. Right? If they want a 50 megabit speed, they cannot get it no matter what, unless they move house. If they're in a house that's closer to the node, that's what we in the industry call node lotto. Right? It's effectively dictated by your street address. And whatever the maximum speed of that line is, if you're close to the node and you can get 100 megabits on that line, then you can order any of the speeds from 12 to 50 to 100 megabits. If you happen to be on a house where the maximum speed of that line is 36 or 25 or 26 or whatever brings the average to 60 on the low end, then you can't ever get anything faster than that, no matter what speed plan you sign up to. And this is one of the causes of consumer dissatisfaction with the fibre to the node network, because up until very recently, neither the RSPs nor NBN were preventing people from ordering a speed faster than the line could actually support. So someone could get connected to an FTTN network because you don't know what speed it is until you're connected, which is after you place a service with the RSP. So the typical cycle would go, consumer wants an internet, orders a 50 megabit service from the RSP, RSP puts an order into NBN, NBN connects up to the fibre to the node, the line can only support 36, and the consumer's left paying for a 50 megabit service when they're only best can get 36, and if there's a congestion environment, then much less than that.
Do you think the NBN Co should actually have to share that with the customer before they engage in this, Russian roulette that they're undertaking with their ISPs?
Either the customer or the RSP. At the very least, the RSP should be able to find out beforehand what speeds the line can support, so that they can't.
The NBN
so
Co
they don't.
indicated that's the case already. The problem is that the consumer doesn't have the information.
Well, the problem isn't always NBN Co. Sometimes it's the RSPs. In that particular aspect, if NBN Co can tell the RSP before the order is placed what the likely line speed of that house can achieve, then the RSP is in a position to advise the customer, don't order a speed of 50 megabits or don't order a speed of 100 megabits, we can't deliver it to you.
That's like the fox in charge of the hen house, isn't it really?
Well,
why can't the hen have the information is my question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Everybody have that information?
What speed their house can do before they connect up to it. Would you want that speed to be available to real estate agents and posted at the bottom of for sale signs for people that are trying to sell their house, so that prospective buyers of the house can know beforehand what speed they can do?
Well, if I was a prospective buyer of the house, yes.
Absolutely, you want to. And to hark back to a point, while one of the benefits of a fibre network is that you're not limited by the characteristics of the medium, you're limited by something that you can program into the network, which is why there are multiple speeds in the first place. I mean, many people in the industry argue that we shouldn't have speed tiers at all, just open the line up for whatever it can do and charge one price for an internet port. That's an economic issue for a different day. But one of the benefits of the fibre to the premise network is that you know absolutely what speed you're going to get, because you can get delivered whatever speed you get ordered, because NBN Co haven't even released speeds at the 300, 500 gigabit, 2 gigabit, 8 gigabit speeds that the fibre can also support once you put the technology in, but you know that you can get whatever it is you want when you order it. It's a little bit like a car having the speedo in a car goes up to 200, 250 k's an hour. Does anyone ever expect to use it? No. Is the capability from 60 or 100 kilometres, whatever you can do on the freeway, above that wasted? No. What it means is it's not something that you worry about when you buy the car, whether it can actually achieve the speed that the dial can, that the needle can go up to.
But it doesn't cost any more for the car to do that than
and
it would
doesn't
for the
cost any more with fibre either.
Well, it can.
Seriously.
Colleagues, we've got to move on. We've got Department of Communications. Can I just squeeze in a quick question?
Sure.
Because you've made this statement about speeds, fibre to the node versus fibre to the premises. Do you envisage that new technologies such as G-Fast and V+ could increase the speeds on fibre to the node without moving to fibre to the premises? Just a very quick answer.
Not in where the cabinets are located to go. Yes, those technologies are absolutely on the roadmap, absolutely usable. That's fibre to the curb. That's where you scrap the node cabinet or use it as a fibre patch panel or
we're
something.
not going to the premise, we're going to the curb.
You're going to the curb, that's right. And the best part about that is once it's at the curb, the technology behind fibre to the curb is GPON fibre to the premise with a short DSLAM at the bottom, so then you can run a fibre from the house down to the bottom of the street later and get full fibre to the premises out of that. You can't do that with the node.
Thank you, Mr Brooks. Thank you, Ms Hurley. And thank you both again for your evidence today.
Thank you.
And can I now welcome officers from the Department of Communications and the Arts?
Chair, can I just indicate there'll be more questions on notice, Mr Brooks?
Sure.
Thank you.
I now welcome officers from the Department of Communications and the Arts. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please each state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Andrew Madsen, Assistant Secretary, Broadband Implementation Branch.
Kathleen Solari, Assistant Secretary, Consumer Safeguards Branch.
Philip Mason, Assistant Secretary, Telecommunications Competition Branch.
I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask you questions.
Chair, we don't have an opening statement. However, at our last appearance, the committee indicated that may be interested in a briefing on the telecommunications reform package, which the government had recently introduced into the parliament. So we are available to provide that briefing or to answer questions on that package of legislation.
A short briefing on that package would be useful if you'd like to go ahead. Oh, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, I just suggest that we use the time for questions rather than on that package.
Because we did indicate that we wanted to hear about this.
I don't remember that being. Could we not receive that in writing rather than taking up question time?
Okay, I'm pretty relaxed. I was really reflecting back to our earlier meeting. Well, thank you. I know colleagues have got a lot of questions. I'm actually not going to ask the first lot of questions. I'm going to reserve mine for a bit later on in this hour. Senator Urquhart, I'm conscious that while you've been patiently here very early on in the piece, you haven't asked any questions because we haven't come to you yet. So would you like to?
I'm happy for Deb O'Neill to kick off because I know she has some.
Well, I'll go to the Deputy Chair then, and then I'll go to Senator O'Neill.
Yes, I'll follow your lead, Chair, and I'll go to Senator O'Neill and pick up some of the end, perhaps.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, you've caught me doing another job.
Well, in each case, Senator Griff, are you ready to
sorry,
roll?
First one.
Senator Griff, ready to roll?
Yes. Does the actual department consider there would be merit in doing, as ACMA suggested, and modifying the TIO scheme so it can deal with complaints across the supply chain, including wholesalers? In other words, NBN.
Thank you. The TIO terms of reference, which are set by the board of the TIO, is actually the gift of the TIOs to amend, and they have the ability to change their scope and their remit within their terms of reference. We have actually looked into whether or not there was any legislative or regulatory impediment to that occurring, and we do not believe there is, and we have communicated that to the TIO board and as part of the TIO review.
So you don't have you don't support ACMA's view?
I didn't hear exactly what ACMA's view was, but our position is that we would encourage anything that enables a better understanding of complaints, the root cause of complaints to be investigated and understood. It doesn't necessarily mean that would be achieved by changing the remit of the TIO, but I think it's worth exploring.
Okay. In your actual submission to the TIO review, you state that their data collection and reporting needs to be reviewed and reformed, and that the 1 July changes do not address fundamental issues. What are those fundamental issues?
We think that the fundamental issue is that when somebody rings with a complaint, that they are ringing to advise whether what isn't working, and then from that, the TIO complaints officer goes down a path which is set by various keywords. We think it would be useful to think about what is actually most illustrative of the actual problem in identifying what those keywords would be. For example, I think the TIO at the moment asks whether it's a problem with your landline, your mobile or your internet, when your internet problem could be supplied by your landline or your mobile, so that doesn't actually take you anywhere. we actually think it would be very useful to understand whether it's a problem with an existing connection or a new connection, whether that problem's occurred as a result of transition to a new network or not. So that's the sort of things that we would have encouraged the TIO to consider.
This committee also heard in previous hearings that the TIO did not actually track what the actual problem was. It was what was reported to them, so that if a member of the public rang and said it's speed, and with what you're asking, might relate to technology too, you might ask that question. But they didn't actually, if it wasn't speed, if it had something to do with perhaps the RSP not having enough CVC, or it might have been a problem that perhaps was relating to their router or anything like that. And that information wasn't fed back to the TIO. So saying, they've got speed problems and it relates to fibre to the node or whatever was really of little value unless you actually knew what the real problem was. And so that I think is something that everyone needs to look at and ensure that it actually is the final problem is actually tracked.
And I do have sympathy for the TIO's position in that the complaints officer is attempting to take information in the easiest possible way, and often the consumer themselves may not have at their disposal all the information they need to be able to relay the exact nature of the issue, but we think there does need to be some interrogation of that base level information to enable the root cause to be...
But when the case would be closed, wouldn't the provider be required to say what the actual issue was and that be recorded by the TIO?
Not necessarily.
Or shouldn't that be the case? Because wouldn't that actually then tell you what the real problem is? Because we don't know what the real problem is.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly our point. And at the moment, the process is very very focused on getting a resolution, as in the customer eventually gets a service or the customer gets a rebate, but that may not go to the root cause of why the issue occurred in the first place, and therefore you're not able to rectify it, and it will happen again somewhere else. So yes, I guess we're in agreement with what the point you're making, which is why we've encouraged the TIO to explore other ways of collecting information at that first point of contact.
Okay. I can come back if there's time, Chair.
Senator O'Neill?
Has the government now ticked off on the 2018 NBN corporate plan?
No, that process is still ongoing.
So do you have any indication of timeline around that, Mr Madsen?
The usual timeframe is for the corporate plan to be published by the company by the end of August, and the government's working towards that timeframe.
So you can't give me any more clarity than that? Within the next 4 weeks?
That's the best I could do. Yes.
Within the next fortnight.
By the end of August is the time frame. There's a lot that has to happen within that time. The government is still considering the draft report. NBN also then has to finalise its publication processes and prepare material to brief the industry and the public on the final corporate plan. So there is a lot that will happen over the next few weeks in order to meet that end of August reporting timeframe.
And how long has the government had the draft report, Mr Madsen?
Well, the government has been working with the company for some time to understand its business planning process and to be able to prepare advice for consideration of its approval of that corporate plan. So that includes both looking at a draft of the corporate plan and a range of other information from the company.
Okay, so when did the government get the draft plan?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you very much. And you talked about other processes there of consultation.
Yes,
are they ongoing?
They are. The other processes are now largely complete. But as I said, they have run for over the last couple of months in terms of the shareholder department's engagement with the company to look at its business planning process and how it undertakes, how it prepares its corporate plan and the goals that it sets in that corporate plan.
So you've been looking very closely at the business model?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you been watching the public commentary around concerns about that?
We certainly have.
Okay. Can the department advise what independent oversight or review has there been of the assumptions underpinning the 2018 corporate plan and long-term financials?
Well, the role of the shareholder departments is to provide an independent assessment and to advise government on NBN's corporate plan and the assumptions therein.
So the shareholder departments, Mr Madsen, could you just indicate those?
Oh,
for the
so the
record?
Department of Finance and the Department of Communications and the Arts.
And what resources are they using to ensure that the assumptions underpinning the 2018 corporate plan are sound?
So this is a process which the shareholder departments have undertaken for a number of years. So over that time we've built up an understanding of the business of the NBN, and we then look at how its assumptions have changed from one corporate plan to the next. We also, through this process, have engaged external commercial advice. So we usually create a team that draws on expertise from both shareholder departments, and we augment that team with some commercial expertise so that we are able to understand and analyse the issues within the corporate plan.
Okay, so can I go to the augmentation of that team then, going outside of the Departments of Financial and Communications? What independent oversight has been sought, and from whom?
For this assessment process, we have worked with Corda Mentha, who have provided analysis and advice to shareholder departments.
Is that the only external source?
They have worked with the shareholder departments on this process. I suppose it's important to bear in mind that this information is very confidential information of the companies, and that as it's analysing these issues and setting its projections for the next 4 years, it's appropriate to try and limit the disclosure of that information as much as possible. But within that context, that's the role of shareholder departments, to provide analysis of the company's planning and to give advice to government on that planning process.
Okay, so to be clear, we've got this massive infrastructure build, the corporate plan, long-term financials, absolutely vital for us to see what's actually going on. The participants are the department, financials, finance and communications, and there is only one external independent oversight body that's been engaged, and that is Corda Mentha.
That's correct.
And the rationale for that is because it's too secret to have any more expertise come in and observe.
Well, our view is that we're in a position to undertake that analysis, and we are trying to balance the process for engaging with the company and maintaining confidentiality of the company's business planning.
Can the departments advise how you reflect on, review the test and test the integrity of the assumptions?
Well, we would look at a range of, we would look at other businesses and evaluate what we would normally expect to see from a business of this nature at its current state of development. We would look internationally at other network developments and how we would expect them to be progressing. We draw on understanding of what's happening within the industry, just the strategic issues that the company may face over the next 4 years. And we look at the financial analysis from the company, and we review that, and we form our own view as to whether that analysis is soundly based and is undertaking consideration of the relevant risks.
So are they in-sourced consultants from within the department, or did you ask Corda Mentha to do this review and testing of the integrity of the assumptions?
We undertook a procurement process to engage a consultant to work with us, and then...
a single consultant?
Yes, that's correct. And then staff from that consultancy have worked closely with the team that's been developed by shareholder departments.
So who is this consultancy?
Court of Mentha.
That is the consultancy?
Yes, that's correct.
Only, okay. Do you have in-source personnel providing any independent reports?
We have drawn on the expertise from within the Department of Communications, so the Bureau of Communications and Arts Research within the department. Its work and its program of research has also informed our consideration of the corporate plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I've got
Senator
more
O'Neill.
questions.
Yes, all right.
Chair,
Well, we'll try to come back. Just a couple of questions, gentleman and lady, about the Regional Broadband Scheme legislation and the Statutory Infrastructure Provider Obligation legislation, both of which were recently introduced into the Parliament. And while we won't go into what the Regional Broadband Scheme legislation does, obviously the committee understands that, I'm interested in how consumer groups and advocacy groups have actually reacted to its introduction. What's been the response so far?
Thank you, Chair. There has been a very positive response from consumer groups, including ACAN, who have seen that the scheme will provide an important assurance that services will continue to be supplied to regional Australia, and also a range of stakeholder groups from regional Australia have strongly supported the scheme, including the National Farmers Federation, BER, I think Cotton Australia, and a number of other stakeholders as well.
So with those stakeholders, how broad was your consultation?
Well, the scheme has been through 3 rounds of consultation. So over the process for developing the scheme, the consultation has been very extensive. But most recently, the draft bills were released in December, and we spoke to these stakeholder groups. We spoke to ACAN, we spoke to BER, we spoke to the National Farmers Federation, and through the process that the Parliamentary Committee has conducted to conduct its review of the bills, those stakeholders have provided written responses in support of the legislation.
So particularly those regional stakeholders, many of whom I know in my own electorate and beyond, what were they calling for in the context of this legislation?
They're looking for assurance that there's a mechanism in place to make sure that the satellite and fixed wireless services that will be very important to providing high-speed broadband for large parts of regional Australia have a sustainable funding source, and that at the moment those networks are solely funded by NBN itself, and we don't believe that that's a sustainable approach as NBN faces competition in the market. And so they saw the need for a mechanism to be in place that would make sure that revenue could be directed towards funding those networks, which, because they span such large areas and are, in many cases, have high costs, they will be loss-making services. So they do require subsidisation in order for them to be maintained and upgraded over time. And the regional stakeholders and the consumer groups saw that the regional broadband scheme would provide that certainty, would provide a guarantee that the costs of operating those networks would be funded, and that would be adjusted over time, and that it would be transparent, and it would reflect any changes to the nature of those networks.
Thank you. And the Statutory Infrastructure Provider legislation, what was behind its introduction?
Thank you, Chair. I'll comment on that. Statutory Infrastructure Provider legislation is there to provide certainty for all the stakeholders dependent on high-speed broadband that those services will be connected and supplied when they're required. So that's certainty for NBN Co, for its customers and for consumers. So you asked not to go into the details, so I won't do that. In terms of support for the package, I think it's very important to understand that The regional broadband scheme that Mr Madsen was talking about works to support the SIP arrangements. That's an integrated package as a whole. And so basically the SIP arrangements are creating an obligation on NBN Co in the first place, but potentially other providers to provide that high-speed broadband into the future. And where that leads to losses in fixed wireless and satellite areas, the RBS comes in to subsidise that or to support that. In terms of support for the SIP scheme, I would say it's been supported in principle across all stakeholders, industry, consumers, other interested groups. There's seen as a lot of support for a legislative commitment that those services will be available. The kinds of things that stakeholders have been interested in is a commitment in relation to the speeds, a mechanism to deal with things such as timeframes for connection, fault repair, and support for voice services as well. So
will it be better than the universal service obligation, which often receives a bit of grumbles, particularly in my area? And if it will be better, how will it be better?
Okay, I think it's best to say that the SIP arrangements will provide certainty in relation to the delivery of high-speed broadband services. That's what the focus is on at the moment. How that interacts with the universal service obligation, as you'll know, and I'm sure the committee knows, the Productivity Commission has recently produced a report on that, and that's something the government has to work through in terms of, now that a SIP arrangement is being put in place, what is the ongoing role for the USO, and that's really why the PC report was commissioned, to enable that work to be done. In terms of whether it's better or not, I would say it's different, but to the extent that it will provide ongoing access to higher speed broadband, which people don't really have a guarantee of at the moment, it will be better. And in terms of voice services, as I said, on the fixed line network and the fixed wireless network, the arrangement does provide for the support of voice services.
Thank you. Colleagues, further questions? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr Mason, Mr Madsen and Ms Saleri. The Minister has recently been in the media making statements about the current technology mix and the fact that it's saved taxpayers $30 billion and has delivered NBN 6 to 8 years earlier sooner compared to FTTP deployment. Is that statement based on advice from the department that you've given to the Minister?
Senator, my understanding is that that statement's based on advice that was incorporated into NBN's corporate plan, where they
So where did that advice come from, Mr Madsen?
It came from the
company.
From the
company, from NBN?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know what modelling or evidence that figure's been based on?
Well, I understand that the company looked at the costs and the time frame involved in changing their approach to the delivery of the NBN to adopt the all-fibre delivery mechanism, and their estimates were derived from adopting that approach.
Right. So that figure didn't come from the department in any shape or form. It's come purely out of NBN.
That's correct.
Yep.
The other work that's looked at issues in that area was the cost-benefit analysis that was undertaken, which looked at the scenarios of how to most effectively deliver high-speed broadband to Australians, and that cost-benefit analysis supported an approach that was focused on delivering broadband as soon as possible, so that the public would be able to access the benefits of high-speed broadband sooner, and that looked at keeping the costs of that delivery as lower, so that there was less cost that needed to be recovered.
Yeah, okay. So has the department used that $30 billion savings figure in any of its standard responses?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice to see whether it's been made reference. Of course, there's a range of different documents that the department drafts over the course of the year.
Okay. If you could take that on notice and advise if it's been used in any responses in the names of officials over the past couple of years would be good.
Certainly.
So is the department aware the NBN Senate Select Committee report found that the 2013 strategic review contained financial manipulations and irregularities?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice to go back and look at whether there was any, the department took that into account at the time and made any statements or considered those issues.
But are you aware that that's what the report found?
Personally, Senator, I'm not aware. Sorry.
It's a pretty simple question, Mr. Madsen.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the report that you're referring to.
So you haven't looked at that report?
I can't recall looking at it. It's back before the time when I was working in this area.
Right. Mr. Mason, are you aware?
I recall the report. I recall reportage along the lines that you've mentioned, but I don't recall the details. It is 4 years ago. Right.
Okay. So is the department aware that the 2013 strategic review assumed that fibre to the premise would cost $4,800 per premise when it's actually being rolled out for $3,900 per premises?
Senator, again, we'd have to take that on notice and have a look at what was done at the time.
So you don't have any knowledge of?
Senator, I can't. As I mentioned, I'm not familiar with that report, and I don't have any material on it with us today.
Right. So how long have you been in the position in the department, Mr. Madsen?
In this position, I started in October last year.
Right. Okay. Mr. Mason?
I'm not sure what the question is, Senator.
How long have you been in the position that you're in the department?
Well, I'm in the competition position at the moment. I've been in a similar position for a number of years, perhaps as early as 2013, but I haven't been involved in the strategic review.
Right. Mr. Leary, have you been involved in it at all?
No, I have not. I've been in my current position for 5 months.
Right. Okay. Well, you're off the hook then, clearly. Is the department aware that the 2013 strategic review assumed that there would be no decrease in deployment costs for FTTP in the first 3 years and then only a 2.5% cost reduction for 2 of the remaining 7 years?
Sorry, Senator.
You're going to give me the same answer because you don't know about the strategic review. Okay. Is the department aware of any of the experiences of New Zealand, the UK, the US and other nations in reducing the costs of FTTP deployment by nearly 50%?
Senator, we certainly are aware of high-speed broadband network deployment that occurs in other countries.
The FTTP?
Well, there are a range of different deployments using a mixture of different technologies.
But I am talking about, sorry, I don't want to keep talking over the top of you, but I am talking about FTTP deployment.
I suppose the comment that I would make is that we would be cautious to make sure that we're comparing like for like.
Yeah, and that's why I'm drawing the view about FTTP.
That's correct.
Yep.
So if I could use that as an example and look at the situation in New Zealand, as I understand it, the New Zealand deployment does differ in a number of ways to the approach that NBN is taking in Australia. New Zealand is constructing its trunk network and putting that in place into suburbs, but as it rolls out that network, it's not connecting every premise to that network, and so the connection of individual households is on request from that household, and so as a result, its cost of deployment to date that can contribute to it being quite different to that that NBN has experienced, where under government policy it's required, and soon under the SIP legislation it'll be legislatively required to connect every premise, no matter how complex that might be. I also understand that in New Zealand there are some parameters that allow the deployment not to connect some premises where the costs may be excessive. And so that's, I suppose, why we'd caution about making those comparisons.
Yeah, I guess if you use an example in Australia where there are many premises that are being in the sub-zero class or service zero class, which are being overlooked because of the difficulties there. So there are some comparisons, aren't there?
There's always those challenges of connecting different premises. For NBN...
But the comparison is there with the New Zealand example that you just spoke in terms of some of those.
Well, I'm not aware that what do they call it? Chorus in New Zealand has incorporated those potential costs into its current estimates of cost per premise, whereas NBN will have to factor in, or is factoring in, the cost of connecting every premises within its estimates of the peak cost of rolling out the network. So even though it is progressively working through connection to some of those more challenging premises, it knows that it has to connect all of those by 2020, and it has to accommodate the cost of that within its plans for funding.
We might just move to the Deputy Chair, Senator Urquhart, if that's all right, because I'm conscious the Deputy Chair hasn't asked questions yet.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here today. The strategic review and the Vertican review talk about the fact that a sort of a subsequent upgrade of the network, particularly I think the FTTN network, would still be cheaper than rolling out fibre in the first place. I assume that that's based on some modelling that looks at what the cost of that upgrade would be.
I can make some comments in relation to the Vertican work, again noting that it is several years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. There was definitely detailed modelling undertaken in relation to costs. That's how the process worked. It was a cost-benefit analysis based on costings.
So there would have been some, I mean, the Vertican review said that that upgrade work would not be required sooner than 5 years after the completion of the planned rollout, the MTM rollout. But as you suggest, presumably there would have been some kind of quantum around a kind of an upgrade path that would get FTTN to at least a sort of a fibre into the street, a fibre to the curb level of network.
My recollection of the work that was done was that it looked at the cost of doing an FTTN network versus the cost of doing an FTTP network at that time, and looked at the relative difference in cost versus the benefit. And as Mr. Madsen said earlier, there was a strong focus on the benefits of delivering improved broadband of a capability that was required by the marketplace according to their estimate.
I understand that, but I'm asking specifically because it was specifically referenced in both the NBN strategic review and the Vertican review that the cost, going with a multi-technology mix and then incorporating a subsequent upgrade with the associated costs would still be cheaper than the peak cost of doing FTTP from the outset. So I'm asking, pretty simple, specific question. Yep. I presume you could not, nobody undertaking the Vertican review or the NBN strategic review, and no one in government receiving those statements could do so without confidence that that cost had been assessed or estimated.
Yes, so I think in terms of acceptance of the Vertican work, there was strong confidence in the work, but in relation to the matter of detail you're asking about, I would need to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I asked questions of the department last time about the existence of a kind of a cost estimate of an upgrade, and in reviewing the transcript, I'm just still not quite clear on that. I'm still not clear whether or not, to the department's knowledge, and whether the department's asked for it to be done or whether the department is aware that it has been done. Has NBN Co produced an assessment with cost estimates attached for an upgrade of the network rollout as is currently planned?
NBN has factored that into its planning for the future rollout. So when we look at their corporate plan and how they anticipate that they'll meet the requests from the government to be able to upgrade the network over time, it incorporates consideration of what technologies they would use and the ability to transition to those technologies over time.
So there's a plan and there's an upgrade cost attached, and that's included within the envelope of peak funding?
That's correct. Now, I'm not saying that that's across every technology and up to a particular level, but there are elements in that plan that relate to upgrading the network over time.
And does that include a current estimate for delivering fibre to the curb in brownfield sites?
The NBN's
per premise cost?
NBN's planning would include costs of rolling out those technologies that are in the plan.
Has the department been advised? I mean, we have the relevant cost as at 31 December 2016 for fibre to the premise for brownfields is 4,405 and fibre to the node is 2,172. Has the department been advised of an estimated FTTC cost per premise for the prospective fibre to the curb rollout that NBN is planning?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure that we would have been, given that the deployment hasn't yet commenced.
But presumably if you're planning that kind of deployment, it's one of the costs. I mean, NBN itself acknowledges that kind of cost per premise estimate is one of the basic ways in which you assess how you're going to go about or whether you're going to go about the rollout of a particular technology. It'd be very surprising if there wasn't an estimate. I mean, for instance, if you didn't have an estimate, you wouldn't know whether it might be more costly than fibre to the premise.
I think that's a reasonable assumption. So I think it's likely that calculation is included in the analysis.
And it hasn't been provided to department or government?
Sorry, I haven't said that. I said it would be incorporated as part of the corporate planning process and the department's analysis of NBN's corporate plan and its business plan.
Could you just take that on notice? If that number has been provided to the department, it'd be very good for this committee to have that number. We were advised in questions in writing that the department does get average speed information provided to it from NBN Co and did most recently in both March and April of this year. Can that information be provided to this committee?
Well, so in that response, we're referencing information which is provided to the department as part of our work with the company on its business plan, and which culminates in the department giving advice on the company's corporate plan. So that information is often commercial in confidence, and where it is able to be provided, it will be incorporated into the published corporate plan.
Well, I mean, so it's been disclosed to us that the average attainable speed on fibre to the node is 67.7 megabits per second, and I assume that's based on the information that the department receives from NBN Co and would have received in those two recent tranches of average speed information. Is there any reason, seeing as that average FTTN speed is in the public domain, is there any reason this committee can't have the information that was provided to the department in March and April of this year?
As I mentioned, I'd have to have a look at the detailed information that was provided, but in many cases it is commercial information that the department has access to because of the close working relationship that we undertake with the company in looking at their corporate plan, and so I'd have to look at the nature of that information. Normally, we have access to that information as part of the corporate planning process, and where that information can be made public, it's published as part of NBN's corporate plan when that'll be released towards the end of this month.
Can you just take it on notice that, I mean, that I hear what you're saying, I still just don't quite understand why that information couldn't be provided to this committee. Can you see if that can't be done? There were two sort of tests or assertions about how the MTM would deliver broadband quality across the network. One was that 90% of fixed line premises would be capable of getting 50 megabits per second, and there was another reference in the NBN strategic review to the fact that 65 to 75% of fixed line premises would be capable of 100 megabits per second. Now, considering we're at an average available speed on FTTN of 67.7, and the ratio of FTTN within the overall fixed line rollout is only going to grow, is the department confident that those measures that I just mentioned will be met by the network at completion? And if it's not, could it please advise this committee?
So, in the government's statement of expectations to the company, the parameters that have been set that the company is designing the network to comply with are the delivery of 25 megabits per second to all Australians, and availability of 50 megabits per second or more to 50% of the fixed line, 90% of the fixed line, thank you, to 90% of the fixed line network. So they are the firm parameters in the statement of expectations, but there's also an expectation that the company will be able to upgrade the capacity of the network over time. And so in response to that, the company has made statements about the capacity of the network and how it anticipates that that will improve as it brings in upgrades to technology. And those statements have been included in the past in public statements that the company has made or in front of the Estimates Committee and from time to time in its corporate plan.
I've just got one last question. We've heard the CEO of NBN Co in the press in recent days concerned about NBN Co's future revenue. The most recent corporate plan sets out some targets as far as activated premises and revenue, and you'd expect there to be a relationship between the two. What's really interesting is in the jump between financial year 17-18 and then or 18-19 and 19-20. Between financial year 18 and financial year 19, the activated premises grows from 4.4 million to 6.9, so it's a 57% growth in activated premises. But the growth in revenue between financial year 18 and financial year 19 is from 1.9 billion to 3.7 billion. That's a 147% jump. So 57% in activated premises, 147% in revenue, which is nearly triple. And then in the next set of years, 18-19, the growth in activated premises is 17%, and the growth in revenue is 26%, which is nearly double. Previously, the relationship is pretty much 1 for 1. Does the department have some concern about that projected revenue? I mean, the basis of moving to the MTM was that revenue would be significantly larger over financial years 2011 to 2021. It would be $18 billion. It would be $7 to $8 billion greater. It seems as if there's a fair bit of padding potentially in those numbers, particularly in the relationship between the growth in activated premises and the growth in projected revenue. Has the government had a close look at that?
So there's a lot happening there in terms of how NBN produces revenue. And certainly the rate of the rollout and the period at which people sign up and then start paying a cost to the retail service provider, and that revenue is then collected by the company, is one factor. But at the same time, the company is also developing new products. It's expanding the services it's providing into the business market. And also, as well as the level of activation increasing significantly, the other factor that we're seeing is there's more data being used by consumers, and as a consequence, more data that needs to be purchased by retail service providers. So the revenue per user is growing at the same time that the revenue base, that the number of users on the network is growing as well. And so those factors...
Is there really any evidence? Isn't that exactly what the CEO has said, is that revenue per user is not growing?
This goes to how those revenue forecasts are projected to change over time. And the company is forecasting that revenue will grow as the market matures. and as consumers place more value on obtaining a product that provides more data, and as they and over time as they progressively purchase higher speed broadband plans. I think, as the company said, at the moment there's a very large amount of customers that are on the lower speed plans, and over time they expect that customers will migrate to higher speed plans, which means a higher cost for the plan, plus also more data used over that by the retail service providers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Before we go to Mr Jones and back to Senator Griff, there's lots of different figures that have been mentioned about the cost of fibre to the node and fibre to the premises. It's my understanding from NBN's annual report that the cost of fibre to the node is $2,300, and the cost, obviously these are averages, and the cost of fibre to the premises is $4,400, not, as I think might have been mentioned by one of my colleagues, $3,900. Can you just clarify if those figures are correct? $2,300 for fibre to the node and $4,400 to fibre to the premises. And if you need to go back somewhere, we can take that on notice.
Chair, I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but the figures you're quoting sound in the right ballpark.
This is as at 31 December 2016, fibre to the premise in brownfields is 4,405, yes, and fibre to the node is 2,172. Fixed wireless is 3,551.
Thank you.
It's also true, Mr Madsen, that those fibre to the premises estimates have not been revised since 2013.
I'd say that the company looks at those each time it publishes its corporate plan,
but they haven't changed.
The cost for fibre to the premises has been fairly stable as the company has deployed that technology.
And the extraordinary thing about that is that we would be the only country in the world where fibre to the premises costs have not gone down as a rollout proceeded. Is that because we're less competent than the rest of the world, Mr Madsen?
I'd say that perhaps there's some questions that you could raise with the NBN when you talk to them this afternoon. But
you are the department which is advising the minister, independently advising the minister on this. Surely, if you saw a document and an estimate that showed that we were the only country in the world which could not see a reduction in fibre to the premises cost over the course of a rollout, you would be advising the minister that there's something strange about this, wouldn't you?
Well, as I've mentioned, the shareholder departments do look closely at NBN's corporate plan, and we do.
I'm not talking about shareholder departments. I'm talking about your department.
Well, our department is one of those departments, and NBN does have extensive experience at deploying fibre to the premises, and I think perhaps that's one thing that is quite unique in that it does have a large amount of real-world experience at deploying a high volume of fibre to the premises, and we're confident the costs that it reflects in its corporate plan reflects its actual cost of that deployment. You're also aware that there's other evidence before this committee which raises strong doubts about the validity of that data. We have been monitoring the proceeds of the
yes or no will do on a question like that, Mr Madsen. In our last hearing, before I do that, I want to take you back to earlier evidence that you gave in response to the Deputy Chair's question. Are you aware that the CEO, Mr Morrow, conceded in Senate estimates recently that there is no capital set aside in the current 30-year NBN corporate plan to upgrade the FTTP?
I'm not aware of that. I'd be happy to look at those comments and come back with a response to them.
So you would agree that, I'm telling you, this is evidence that has been provided, and perhaps one of my colleagues can get me the reference.
As Mr Morrow said, there's no business case that says that's coming in relation to upgrades to the network.
That rather contradicts the evidence that you gave earlier, doesn't it?
Look, I'm happy to have a look at the comments that he's made and see if they are responding to the same question.
Thank you. Is the department aware that in the 2017 NBN corporate plan, the level of ABC and CVC cost recovery and the 3.4% internal rate of return all assume the FTTN network will operate out to 2040?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the detailed assumptions.
It goes to the very point about an assumption about an upgrade.
Well, I think
when the corporate plan doesn't assume it.
The comment I'd make is that an upgrade doesn't necessarily mean that all of that infrastructure would need to be replaced. There may be many aspects of that infrastructure that can continue to be used as NBN uses different compression technology over the copper network to provide higher speeds of service, or it may use aspects of that network to further extend fibre closer to the premises over time.
But the underlying assumption then in all of this is that there's not a technology upgrade.
I suppose one thing we have to consider when the company is asked to do long-term forecasts is that it does have to make assumptions based on what the technologies it's currently using, and while those assumptions are soundly based, as the company changes the design of its network over time, it may revise those. But these forecasts are over 30 and 40 years to calculate the internal rate of return, and there are many things that can happen over that time which could mean that they need to be adjusted as more specific costing information is available.
Mr. Madsen, in an earlier hearing in which you gave evidence, I asked you a series of questions concerning the faults, complaints, rectification performance. You advised then, as you did subsequently on notice, in response to a question on notice, that the department receives monthly, and I quote, data from the NBN on network fault restoration, service fault restoration, connection performance, such as first time activations, activities undertaken in accordance with the service level agreement. Are you familiar with those statistics? Those reports, and you have seen them?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen the reports from the last month?
I've seen the most recent report from the company.
Do you have a copy of that report or a summary of that report with you today?
I do have a copy of that report with me today.
Would you be willing to provide that to the committee?
It's a commercial in confidence document, so I'm not in a position to provide that to the committee today.
I'm sure the committee is able to take that as we receive commercial in confidence documents from witnesses routinely. I'm sure we'll be willing to take it on the basis of a commercial in confidence document.
Well, the officers of the department would probably need to refer to the Minister on that one, Mr Jones, so we might allow them to do that rather than putting them on the spot right here, right now.
Can I ask then, Chair, through you, if we could have a response while we're here in Sydney today from the Minister about whether
well, we
the Minister...
can't ask department officers whether their Minister can respond, but
we can ask him if he will ask the Minister today whether they will provide... This is of critical interest to the public and to this committee. You would have to be living on another planet to think that there is not deep public concern about the level of faults and the responsiveness of the various service providers.
Well, Mr Jones, gratuitous flourishes aside, I think we just need to say that information can come to this committee on notice by the 11th of August, and we will include this report in that.
I'm asking, Chair, and maybe if we need to vote on it we can, but I'm asking if we can have a response, pretty simple response, Chair, if we can ask the Minister whether he'll provide a copy of the most recent monthly report on the faults and the performances, and how this is a regular monthly report. I don't see that it's terribly controversial that the committee has access. This is the Oversight Committee on the performance of the rollout of the NBN. It doesn't seem to me that controversial.
If the information is able to come to us, then we are able to take it by the 11th of August on notice. So we have until the 11th of August, and we therefore don't need to make the departmental officials feel that they need to produce something today when that's not the normal course of these processes.
I just can't see why this is being covered up, Chair, but if...
Your words?
So that
not at all. Not
we
at
can
all.
move
I'm
on.
just conscious of the requirements in a situation like this and the processes. And were we taking our final pieces of evidence for our report today, then it would be a perfectly fair position to put. But as we do have to the 11th of August...
It's a matter of public interest, and there are millions of people being affected by what's going on. They want to know what's happening. It's a matter of transparency.
Senator O'Neill, all will be revealed, no doubt, when the committee tables its report. Can we move on with other questions rather than going round in circles?
Earlier today, we received some evidence from ACMA regarding, and I asked some questions regarding the migration the migration experience. Evidence that ACMA has provided to the committee shows that 1 in 5 households, 20% of households, have been dissatisfied with the migration experience. 1/3, that is 33% of all businesses, were dissatisfied with the migration experience. Can I ask you, Mr Madsen, or yourself, Ms Sileri, I understand the consumer issues as a part of your portfolio responsibilities. What advice, if any, has the department given the Minister or the NBN on how these complaints, this experience, can be improved?
So one of the areas where the department has been looking at improving the migration process has been to focus on updating the migration assurance framework, which is the document which provides guidance to all the participants in industry about how they collaborate on migrating customers from the copper network to an NBN service. And so the Minister has released an updated version of that migration assurance framework for public consultation, and that consultation process has recently concluded, and so the department is now looking at responses from stakeholders and will be providing advice to the Minister about the revised and updated migration assurance framework.
Are you familiar with the contents of the document? Yeah. What does it say about which will rectify the situation where appointments are being made with end users, with households, and technicians not turning up?
It wouldn't go to that. It doesn't go to that level of detail, though it does set out the broad responsibilities and roles of each of the parties in the migration process. There are other guidance arrangements in place already for industry about transferring customers from one network to another or from one infrastructure to another. So in reality, it's not necessarily only about migration that is the experience that consumers are having at the moment. It's a general customer service issue.
The questions I have now, I have other questions or concerns which I might need to put on notice. But one of the biggest frustrations is you take a day off work. You have an appointment made, you sit there for half the day or the whole day and nobody turns up and you don't get a phone call. I'd have thought if we're going to review the guidelines or the requirements for the migration experience, that'd be a pretty simple one to deal with.
It does deal with the role and responsibility of the RSP in terms of communicating with their customer about what they're doing, and then the responsibility of the RSP and its wholesaler about making sure the timing issues are in place.
Can you provide a bit more information about how it deals with that particular issue?
You can provide that on notice, Ms Sileri, because we need to move on. We have to conclude this section.
Issue, Chair. I wouldn't have thought there's a member of the committee who doesn't want to hear, so that we can respond.
Well, I thought Ms Sileri actually just answered your question. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to keep the committee on time. This is not about interrupting a piece of important evidence at all. So I think we need to conclude this section. Thank you very much, officers of the department.
It's a cover-up.
Chair, we may need to have the department come back before us sooner rather than later. I still have 12 questions that I really wanted to ask the department today that I haven't been able to get to. There's at least 12. There are many, many more. We may well indeed have to call the department again very soon because this is an entirely inadequate amount of time.
Can I simply Department officers, you're excused. We need to move to the next witness. Can I simply say that quite a bit of this section was taken up with questions that probably more appropriately could have been asked to the NBN, who are here for 4 hours this afternoon. So I don't know that we need to call the department back, because the timelines for our committee report are now getting quite tight. Can I now welcome Mr. Ian Martin from New Street Research. Mr. Martin, if you'd like to come forward. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you.
Yes.
The Hansard record. Could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Ian Martin. I'm a senior telecommunications analyst with New Street Research.
And I'd like to invite you to make a brief opening statement before the committee asks you questions.
Thank you. Just by way of background, New Street Research is an independent equity research house. We do we're independent of investment banking, I should say. We specialise in telecommunications investments. We do economic research and financial research on 160 or more major telecoms companies around the world. Our clients are Australian and global institutional investors that want to know what's going on in the telecom sector. I cover the Australian side of that for New Street Research. Many of them are major infrastructure investors and major telecommunications investors in Australia and globally. In May last year, soon after joining New Street Research, I did a major global marketing trip telling institutional investors around the world, in the main financial centres anyway, about the NBN and its dire impact on domestic telecoms. I can still remember the gasps of amazement from those investors at the enormous capital invested in the NBN without evaluation, the arrangements put in place to prop up the model, the role of the regulator in winding back competition to support the NBN, and the pricing model that had been achieved with regulatory approval. Investors were right to be worried. In the year that followed, the Australian telecom sector lost $23 billion in value, nearly 30% of it in the 12 months to June this year, largely NBN related. We have a broadband telco model that's dramatically overcapitalised relative to demand. It's mitigated to a good degree by the introduction of the multi-technology mix. And we have structural separation with the owners of that capital risk, basically government and taxpayers, don't face the end user demand, and so have very limited ability to manage that risk directly. We've got to go through the RSPs. Of course, the RSPs that are in a better position to manage that risk have limited incentive to do so, since they have no skin in the game. They don't face the extent of capital risk.
Sorry, Mr. Martin, I just missed what you said. The RSPs had what?
The retail service providers have the ability to manage that risk directly in the way they market and deal with end users, but they don't have direct investment risk in the NBN. They have some of their own capital investment. So instead, they have a stronger incentive to try and test the weak point in the pursuit of margin and return. From their point of view, is it easier to go through the process of trying to push up retail prices in the face of strong retail competition, or is it by trying to press for a reduction in wholesale price from the NBN? Given where we are with the NBN, I think it's right to try and test that market demand. And many RSPs, I think, are betting that the weak link is the NBN and the NBN's wholesale pricing, given the political and regulatory pressures on it. The issue of capacity constraint has nothing to do with the technology choice, in my view. There's plenty of capacity in the NBN transit networks. As well, there's plenty of capacity in networks that have been stranded by the regulatory recommendation to limit points of interconnection to 121 points of interconnection. It's not a technology issue, it's a structural issue. It calls for a structural solution. Supply needs to face demand ultimately, not be contrived to be separated from it and not driven by some political preference for one technology over another. The structural solution, given where we are now, I think the structural solution involves the retail service providers taking some form of capacity ownership. There are various forms by which they might be able to do that, where they take their own capital risk to a degree. When they have that capital at risk, their incentive structure changes enormously. They're then incented to try and build traffic and to monetise that traffic. I'll just close with this comment. Before the NBN, we were above the OECD average across a range of metrics for fixed broadband. We're now well below the OECD average, and I think on the latest Akamai figures I've seen, we're number 54 in terms of download speeds. In contrast, we're a top 3 player in mobile broadband. I fear that this NBN capacity issue will creep across from the fixed broadband side and begin to affect mobile broadband performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Martin. Now, you've just said the NBN's got plenty of capacity. Today we've heard arguments, particularly from Internet Australia, that the government needs to invest even more in higher speeds. I'm interested in, and it's your opinion, where the demand is for those higher speeds, and if it is there, why, in your opinion, people aren't purchasing the higher speeds which are readily available with technologies such as fibre to the node.
There's simply not the demand for those higher speed technologies at this point across the board. There is in pockets. When you look at the average download from the NBN, it's something of the order of 160 gigabyte per month, but it's very, very skewed. The top 10% account for a very large percentage of that download. They may have some demand and some need for these higher speed technologies, but the average user is still well below that average. A model which saw that technology upgrade as demand builds would be a far better outcome, I think, for taxpayers as investors in the NBN.
We've just heard lots of talk about the rollout and the cost of the rollout in other jurisdictions, UK, New Zealand, GATA was mentioned. Why has the cost per premise dropped for fibre to the premise in these countries but not in Australia, in your opinion?
So I also look at New Zealand, Chorus in New Zealand. Now, they've done things very differently in New Zealand. They've built from the inside out, which makes a big difference. You get some economies of scale, and of course they already started with a fibre to the node network, so they've got a lot of common infrastructure that was already in place, and there's a lower incremental cost from upgrading from fibre to the node to fibre to the premise, and not just in the cost structure itself, but also in that you then start to see where the demand signals are and you can direct your capital more appropriately. Chorus numbers have gone down. The average cost to connect and average cost to pass have gone down as they've got somewhat better at what they're doing, as the technologies have improved, and you know, they've found solutions to some of the more difficult problems over time. So the cost does come down over time, but in the New Zealand situation, it's...
Do you think the cost in Australia is as high as it is because we are connecting everyone, whereas the other jurisdictions are, in many cases, on demand only?
Yes, so probably the big difference with New Zealand, I mentioned a couple of differences, probably the big difference is they've built from the outside in, they've got a much smaller footprint.
That's what you mean by outside
Can
in.
you just explain what you mean by outside in, please, for a non-techno person?
So ordinarily with the network, you build where you've got the greatest demand.
Yep, okay.
Which would basically be the large cities.
Right.
And then from there you've got your infrastructure in place.
Yes.
You've got some incremental costs then to expand into your outer metro areas, regional and rural areas. We've gone the other way.
Okay,
and
thank you.
That has added enormously to the cost of the NBN.
Given, Mr Martin, that you are in touch with the investment community, I just want to ask you about the commercial case for investment and the time to revenue model that NBN is employing. In other words, more users on the network earlier with an ability to fund upgrades into the future as required. What effect does having those users on early have on future commercial investment? And if you would like to comment on that business model.
It's absolutely definitional of the financial success. I've looked at around 30 telecoms networks investments over 2 or 3 decades. The ones that have failed, Hutchison 3G, NextGen, PowerTel, AAPT, they may well have controlled their cost structure very well, but they've failed to get traffic. So 3 things are important in generating an economic return on infrastructure investment. The overall cost is important. More important is how quickly you fill it with traffic and how well you monetise that traffic. And given the timescales we've seen with the NBN, particularly that first 3 years where we were building little pockets of fibre to the premise all around the country, we needed massive infrastructure to connect these far-flung pockets of fibre to the premise. We had very low utilisation rates, and the initial cost recovery account, where the accumulated losses of the NBN are stored, already $8 or $9 billion before NBN has started to really focus on the main metropolitan markets. That cost will never be recovered, in my view.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
I'm happy to pass on to Senator Murphy who has some questions.
No, you go. I'm fine. You're fine.
You're fine?
Yep. All
right. Thank you, Mr Martin. in your view, I mean, you've talked about a range of issues, mostly to do with the sort of the viability of the network and how it's affected investment. One of the things we've heard from a number of people is this question of ubiquity, that if you're designing a network, you want to ensure that you have a kind of a base minimum foundation and a base minimum foundation of service quality, I suppose, or broadband quality.
Yep.
And a lot of the conversation in the media is about that as a matter of equity for individuals and small businesses. But in recent times, this committee has heard about how important that ubiquity is in terms of economic efficiency, because if you don't have a high and sufficient standard across the network, business users and all users that have a sort of a kind of an economic case behind them can't build their operations around some sort of consistent approach. They have to essentially take account for the variability across the network. How much do you think that is an issue with the way this infrastructure rollout is proceeding?
Look, it's hard to say. I mean, I think your question is more about the technologies and how they work, so that you can offer a common service across the whole platform, the various multi-technology platforms.
Yeah, but I'm not just talking about what say for an RSP. I mean, an RSP is a really obvious player because they're talking about packages.
You mean like a business services provider?
A business services provider or anyone else. I mean, there's common uses that come up. One of them today is, photographic is one of them.
Yeah.
But I think in future, medical technologies, telehealth, education. I mean, if you're an education provider, you essentially have to base the way you set up your product and your service around some assumptions. And if there's huge variability, it's very hard for you to innovate. And it may well be, we've heard from people, even in the alarm business, where they actually stock different kinds of hardware to account for the different levels of quality that people have in fixed line premises.
Yeah. Look, I'm aware that certainly from a business case, you want as large an addressable market as you can get. And the larger the market, potentially, the more, the higher the chance of success of your business, and maybe businesses at the margin might be successful, it might not otherwise be successful. But I don't know to what extent it's an issue that we have, different technologies, and to what extent that they might under reduce the potential market size, the addressable market for some of these business services. It's a technology issue, and I just don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. You talked before about the gap. That Australia is, I said 51st in the world, but perhaps your more recent information suggests we're now 54th in the world in terms of fixed line broadband, but in terms of mobile broadband and services, we're better placed. I'm interested in whether you offer some further comments about the relationship between those two. Earlier today we heard that there may have been a missed opportunity with respect to using fixed wireless infrastructure to also further enable mobile broadband. Now that apparently is not happening, and the speculation was that might have been because of an arrangement between NBN Co and Telstra, that there was sort of an agreement that the fixed wireless towers wouldn't also be used to further expand mobile and mobile broadband access. We've also sort of heard concern expressed about the relationship between the fibre to the node part of the network and advances in mobile broadband technology. So the potential that before too much longer, the capacity constraints in the fibre to the node network will be exceeded by the speeds, particularly, perhaps the data in time to come, of mobile broadband, rendering the FTTN part of the network more or less obsolete and certainly not capable of returning revenue to NBN Co. So do you have some sort of more detailed views about the relationship between the way that those two parts, the fixed line and the mobile network, mature or evolve and mature?
Certainly, it seems that the capabilities of mobile networks, wireless networks more generally, but mobile networks I think are getting the focus at the moment. the potential business case for those is expanding as you can put more traffic onto them, and yes, they are becoming more competitive with fixed broadband networks. In New Zealand, for instance, Spark, which is the main retail service provider now, separated from Telecom New Zealand some years ago, is looking to put between 20 and 25% of its customers on a fixed wireless network rather than have to pay Chorus $40 or more per month. So there is, and as the capacity of these wireless networks builds, there is a capacity to take a large part of that market and address it through mobile networks and wireless networks. I don't think we're ever going to get to a stage where there isn't part of the market, a large part of the market, that's addressed by a fixed broadband network, however. I mean, it's a question of, to some degree, the answer to how much of the market will be addressed by mobile versus fixed broadband is influenced by this structure we've got both in Australia and New Zealand, where we've got a wholesale-only fixed broadband provider who can't address the end market directly, and a mobile carrier, or several mobile carriers, that value the economics in full end-to-end control of the customer base.
And isn't it sort of inevitable that the sort of the blur between the way the end user experiences mobile and fixed line access will kind of continue? I mean, at the moment, you can have a telephone that obviously has mobile connectivity, but it can also connect to local Wi-Fi fixed line, and in many cases you're not really sure what you're accessing. But there's been some evidence, particularly in relation to the Internet of Things, that the sort of the real capacity and innovation that mobile broadband delivers will then always rely on, and probably rely more as time goes on the sort of the fixed line Wi-Fi network to sort of support that with some of the heavier data requirements. That it'll do sort of as and when a device comes within that sort of Wi-Fi sphere, it will make use of that to do some of the more data-heavy things that are not supported by the pure mobile broadband.
Yeah, so certainly there's a blurring of where the network boundaries are between mobile and fixed line. 10 years ago, they were quite distinct. I mean, they share a lot of common infrastructure. They might sit in the same duct, the same trench. But as we go forward, even the fibre is common between the two, and drawing a line between what was a mobile network, or what is a mobile network, and what's a fixed network, does become less and less over time. So the three mobile carriers, and four if we count TPG, are building networks that have a lot of fixed fibre backhaul in, and they'll be using that to some extent to compete with the NBN. I notice certainly Telstra and Optus already have fixed modems that will sit in your house and connect to the NBN, which have a wireless chip in them. And Vodafone's announced, I think just in the last day or so, that they'll do the same thing. So that gives them an opportunity to manage more traffic over their own networks, wireless and their own fibre, rather than just sort of rely entirely on the NBN.
Yes, well, that's right. Vodafone was saying earlier that their modems will include a sort of a 3G chip, so that in the case of some sort of line fallout, they'll instantly go back to whatever sort of mobile connectivity is available.
A 3G chip, 4G.
I don't 4G, yeah. I'm sure whatever the best that is going at the time.
And of course we've got 5G coming along in 2 or 3 years' time.
Thanks for your evidence. No more questions.
Just quickly on the point relating to the point the Deputy Chair raised about the carriers investing in fixed fibre backhaul to support their own investment. Is there any evidence of anyone investing in fibre to the premises?
Globally, there are
commercial providers in Australia investing in fibre to the premises.
Well, some greenfields operators, if you like, but.
And if not, why not?
New housing developments, yes.
But why wouldn't they be investing in private fibre to the premises?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure of the question. I mean, in these new building developments, they are building...
In the new building developments, but in other circumstances, given that they... are they not seeing a market, or are they leaving it entirely to NBN? Well, given I know we don't have much more fibre to the premises to connect, but private providers could notionally do it, couldn't they?
Yes, notionally, yes. you need to be fairly sure about what kind of market you're going to get, and Telstra, obviously, and Optus in many areas, and TPG know where the markets are. TPG has made commercial decisions around fibre to the basement, fibre to the curb, and so on, and I think are looking at also fixed wireless solutions, but not at this stage fibre to the premise.
Thank you. Who's left? Senator Urquhart and Mr Jones, over to you.
Just on that question, to what extent do you think the currently proposed $7 per month NBN charge is going to have on those private infrastructure providers entering the market?
I think for TPG it's an issue they can manage. They've got enough customers and enough margin. They prefer not to pay it, of course, and they prefer it to be spread more widely. But there's a bunch of smaller players that are doing various fixed wireless rollouts, Spirit Telecom, Opticom and several others, and for them it is quite a big burden. They just don't have the economies of scale to absorb, and I think it does make a difference to their operating cash. They're much more closer to the margin in terms of operating cash flows, so a $7 levy could have some impact on them.
Would you say that it is you're unlikely to see a new player enter the market for fibre in any event with this charge at that rate?
Those players are still intent on rolling out. There's potential exemptions that might apply, and to the extent that fixed wireless, the $7 doesn't. The $7 doesn't affect fixed wireless.
For fibre.
So I'm reasonably familiar with Spirit, for instance, and I think their emphasis in future is going to be more on the fixed wireless side, since it's not subject to the levy, rather than fibre to the building.
Thanks.
Senator Whip, you've just got back. Any questions, Senator Urquhart?
No, I'm fine, thank you. I think Mr Martin's answered some that I had, and I jumped in a couple of times, so thank you.
Yeah. Just one quick final one from me around the UK rollout. How fit for purpose is the fibre to the node model in the UK to support affordable broadband, in your opinion? And if you'd just like to mention whether there's the opportunity to upgrade or...
Yeah, look, to me that's...
Because you talked about it earlier.
To me that's a much better model, since it's more demand-based and more incremental. You're applying incremental capital where you know the demand is. There are options to upgrade to fibre to the premise, and I think BT has taken an option in some places where they're facing competition from the cable companies. But I think the distinguishing feature about that UK market is the capital follows where the demand is greatest, and then the government can come in or BT can talk. And I think it's made a recent proposal to perhaps subsidise some areas on top of what is largely commercial.
And how affordable is the internet, the broadband in the UK?
It's significantly cheaper than Australia in terms of wholesale prices. I don't know the exact numbers, but I have my colleagues coming out from the UK frequently, 3 or 4 times a year, and they're amazed at the difference in broadband prices in Australia, fixed broadband compared to what they pay in the UK.
Thank you, Mr Martin. We appreciate your evidence today.
Chair, can I've just got a couple now. I just wanted to follow on, but I wanted to ask you about the issue of wireless and which fixed technology I think is most exposed to the threat of wireless competition. Where's the biggest threat in terms of that?
So if you take Spark New Zealand, for instance, and its target, it's fairly indiscriminate whether it's targeting the existing Chorus fibre to the node customers or copper customers or fibre to the premise. Its target is mainly those customers that have a traffic profile that best fits wireless, which tend to be your lower volume users.
Right, okay, so sort of home users or...
Oh yes, they're really targeting home users. There may be some business premises there, but it's largely home users.
So as an analyst, what's your views about the NBN take-up rate of 74%?
It's pretty optimistic, I think.
Yeah.
Look, they could do it, and there's a couple of arrangements in there, including how the USO works for fixed but not on wireless, that might allow them to achieve those targets. The bigger risk, I think, is around the average revenue, because they just don't seem to be likely to get to that $52 target.
Right. Do you think those take-up rates over time will increase?
Through the build period, when we go into the mass metropolitan markets, I recently reduced my forecast for NBN average revenue that feeds into my cost structure for the telcos I cover, because it doesn't seem there's any particular driver over that next 3-year period while we're building the NBN to lift those average revenues at the rate that NBN suggested.
So you don't think there'll be a big take-up rate that will change over that period of time during the build?
Well, the take-up rate, to a degree, is inevitable because of the compulsory migration arrangements. You mean of higher value services?
Yeah.
Not in the 3-year build period, but beyond that. If we can change the price structure to a degree where the RSP has some ownership of that capital risk, I think then they have a strong incentive to start filling with traffic. That may then flow on to higher levels of take-up of the higher band services.
Right. And what's your assessment of the value of the current NBN? What would you put it at?
At best, around 30 billion.
Yeah.
So, but I have a different, compared to their corporate plan, I see the peak funding as being closer to 60 billion.
Yeah.
And because of the difficulty in generating the kind of average revenue that they're targeting, I have a lower. They've got to carry the existing cost for longer.
Yeah.
So that leads to higher peak funding.
Yeah, sure. Okay, great. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Following on quickly from my earlier question on the UK and its fibre to the node connection, given that the UK is one of the most progressive, I would say the most progressive e-commerce economies, is it the case that they can get the speeds they want on fibre to the node in the UK?
My understanding is that they're really meeting the market demand. You've always got the problem of rural areas that you don't have the same economic incentive, but to the extent that that's an issue for government, they can target that directly rather than having some impact on the more commercial parts of the market.
Or is price the more important factor than speed?
Prices, in a sense, you've got competitive pressures driving the carriers in the UK market to offer better and better speeds at reasonably low price points. But you've got a different structural model where the carriers that are investing carry their own capital risk, and they've then got the stronger market incentive to go out and fill those networks.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. All right, colleagues, we will break for lunch and come back at 1 p.m. for afternoon with the NBN. The committee is now suspended.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. The public hearing will now recommence. Can I welcome Mr Bill Morrow and Mr Stephen Rue from NBN Co, and I understand that Caroline Lovell will be joining witnesses at about 2 o'clock. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Bill Morrow, the Chief Executive of NBN.
And I'm Stephen Rue, the Chief Financial Officer of NBN.
Thank you. The committee appreciates the amount of time that you've dedicated to our hearing this afternoon. Could I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions?
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the committee. We know that you're quite busy, and we hope that we can answer all the questions that you have. I would like to first start by acknowledging the comprehensive work of this committee, listening to stakeholders all over Australia, along with taking almost 200 written submissions. Many of the themes from previous hearings relate to customer experience, speeds, connections, and the way the industry collaborates together. And today I'd like to provide some context to those issues that have been raised. And I'd like to reiterate that the vast majority of people using the NBN are satisfied with their service. And that's not to say that there are not problems that need to be fixed. There are, and we are systematically identifying, and we are working closely with retailers and our delivery partners to resolve these issues. Now, we all have to remember that we are right in the middle of the biggest transformation the Australian telecommunications industry has ever experienced. You simply can't change the underlying structure of an entire industry without some issues. But the benefits, we believe, will far outweigh the negatives that we hear in the media or even in these hearings. Over half the country can now order a service, and more than 2.5 million people have already done so. We average around 100,000 new premises ready for service every week, which is an incredible volume to be sustaining. This sheer scale of transformation throws up challenges for the industry, and we're seeing these fall into two broad areas: speed and performance issues, and of course the installation experience. Now, we have a company-wide focus on customer experience, so working with the industry to rectify this is clearly a top priority for the company. We look at the root causes of issues and identify how we're going to fix it. And in doing so, we look at what NBN is responsible for and what sits outside of NBN's responsibilities with RSPs or with delivery partners. And of course, we look to collaborate with all of them to help fix the issue and make this a far simpler, more straightforward process for the end users. Speed issues can include end users not understanding the difference in speed tiers or knowing which speed they have signed up to. This can happen as RSPs fight for market share. And if there are 100,000 new customers being released into the market each week, RSPs will race to capture as much market share as possible, which can create more downside than upside if not carefully managed. Now, while this is mainly a phenomena of the rapid expansion period we're currently in, there's no denying the effect it is having on the broader telecommunications market. And while it has resulted in lower retail prices, it could also mean less time is spent engaging with end users, understanding their needs, and explaining the different products and speed tiers. And in some instances, this is leading to end users receiving a service that doesn't meet their expectations. Connection experience is in some ways similar. Striking the right balance between the speed of the rollout and the experience associated with the connection process can be difficult. Special consideration is being given to optimizing that balance while not impacting our 2020 timeframe, the peak funding, or the rate of return. Now, this is a time of great change and challenge for the industry as a whole, and we are working hard in collaboration with our industry partners to deliver the best possible network to all Australians. And I just want to touch very briefly on some of the evidence given this morning by Internet Australia. They stated at least three things that are just plain wrong. First, they said that there was no evidence that the current network is being built faster than FTTP-only network would have been. And given the volumes I've mentioned already, I don't need to dwell on this, but I ask the members of this committee to consider that comment in light of the ample evidence that is available. Now, secondly, they said that it didn't make much sense to build a network that may need to be upgraded at some point in the future. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of network economics. Building a network quickly at a lower capital cost and bringing forward revenue has huge advantages, not only to Australians get a service sooner, but to NBN in terms of the economics as well. Now, we can use that revenue to fund future upgrades if and when the demand emerges. Now, thirdly, they stated there was no upgrade path for FTTN, and we've explained publicly why that is not correct, and I'm happy to go over that again, if required, to table our previous comments, if that would assist the committee. And with that, we look forward to answering whatever questions that you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Rue, would you like to make an opening statement?
I've nothing to add other than to say I'm thrilled to be here and happy to help.
What's your role at NBN?
I'm the Chief Financial Officer of NBN.
Chair, could we get a copy of Mr. Morrows' opening statement, please?
Thank you. Yes, I don't see a problem.
Thank you.
Perhaps immediately, but I'm sure it's on its way. Mr. Morrow, I'm going to go to the dead cat on the table, which is CVC. You've tabled with the committee a paper that explains the CVC market, and colleagues, that's not with our papers here, but it's on publicly available and on the committee website. In that paper, you talked about a temporary land grab phase occurring in the market. Can you explain what you mean by that and what that next phase of the market will look like?
Certainly. So as a reminder for the committee, the NBN and industry transformation had a couple of different design elements to it. One of them was to make sure we can have an infrastructure that could reach every home and business across the country. The other was to be able to have a vibrant retail market that had a low barrier to entry, meaning it was easy for other companies to join in and resell broadband services, creating a healthy competitive tension that typically would give a better price, better service, more innovative options, and be able to reach the needs of any Australian, no matter where they lived or what their individual circumstances were. So when you look at the retail market as it is today, you have the incumbents that have been around for some time that are aggressively going after market share. You equally have a lot of new entrants that hadn't even been in the market before. As a result, if you just take Sydney and Melbourne alone, there's nearly 100 different companies with their various brands that they're trying to pursue the same end user as the other. And so when you have an over-competitive market, it usually ends up in somewhat of a price war. And when no one has anything else to differentiate their service on, they just try to keep eating into their own cost structure, lowering and lowering the price. And often we see, and more than just here within Australia as to what's happening with NBN, but abroad as well, that certain retailers may cut corners, and it will result in the experience the end user is seeing. So there's further evidence that we've seen in terms of the way in which price has been reduced even over the last 6 months by a number of the top name brands that are in the country. So this price war phenomena is present as we're rolling out 100,000 new homes of inventory every week, and will be present for the foreseeable future until we actually relax and get the majority of these homes connected, and then we can see a rebalancing perhaps of the number of retailers that are in the market. That will adjust price, that will adjust by service quality, and you'll see more differentiation there. I would remind the committee that even those that are in the business today have told me the story about how when Telstra was first required to open up their DSL network for RSPs to resell onto, that it was very familiar to them, that the prices went down to a point where no one was making any money, and it wasn't until that initial lab grab phase was over that prices actually came back up and the market stabilized.
So obviously you anticipate that as being the next phase of the market when it comes to cost, availability and pressures on consumers. So are you, what effect are you seeing on how RSPs are behaving right now, given that this committee has heard so much negativity about, we've heard negativity about the toing and froing between the RSPs and NBN and the lack of accountability at critical points of migration and connection?
Yeah, I think from what I could see, I'm not a retailer on this, but I was before I took this job at NBN. And I think the retailers are in a little bit between a rock and a hard place, because There is so much competition that is competing more on price than any other attribute that you see when you just log onto the websites. Anybody could do their own research and see this. And when you have that kind of price competitiveness in the market, there is no choice. If you want market share, meaning a higher percentage of customers from the homes that we open up in an RFS area, to continue down this path of price competition. That squeezes their margins because the consumers at the same time are increasing their usage over time, which costs more for networks to be built and cost recovery is required there. And when you have this margin squeeze that occurs, they're left with finding either cutting their labor costs, cutting their building costs, cutting the advertising expenses, or cutting the CVC expense that they can actually manipulate with NBN and control on a day-to-day basis. And so that is reality as to what is taking place. Every one of these retailers understand our pricing structure, and we have had a massive reduction in terms of the price over the last couple of years from what was a $20 per unit price to now what is an average of about $14.50. So a substantial, more than 25% reduction over that period of time. But they are under greater pressure because of this phenomena associated with an overheated, over-competitive market.
So what evidence do you have that consumers are prepared to pay for quality? Because given the overheated nature of the market and the fact that it all seems to devolve around price, anecdotally we hear that people would pay for quality, but what evidence, do you have any evidence?
So we have conducted our own research. We have third-party companies that specialize in this area to be able to advise us as to what consumers would be willing to pay. Now, no one wants to pay more than they have to. So, I mean, that's just normal consumer behavior. But the fact is that if consumers knew what they were getting and the options available to them, we see a propensity that they would be willing to pay more. Now, if I can, on the RSPs, again, back to defending their situation, it's very difficult for them to raise their hand. And when you have one of 25 trying to sell that same customer, saying, well, I'll raise my price and give you a better quality, when the assumption is that quality is going to be the same, and therefore why would I pay for the same product for a higher price? But underneath, there is a difference in quality that comes with a different cost associated with it. I would point even Aussie Broadband, I'd point the committee to Aussie Broadband. They've come out and acknowledged this and underscored the points that we at NBN are making on this very issue, that people are willing to pay for quality, and if you explain that quality to them, they will come on board and buy this service. But it is difficult in a competitively intense environment like what we have right now.
Do you think more can be done to collaborate with RSPs given this confusion? Do you have any initiatives in place?
Well, we do on the experience of connecting to the home and understanding what is the cause of some of the speed degradations during the busy time of the day, and how can our pricing construct help with this. So again, you've got a land grab phenomena that is driving most of the lower price and the margin squeeze that forces the RSPs to look at how they can keep their price down to their cost down to a very minimum. We've been working with them to say, hey, can we reconstruct the pricing mechanism to where you don't do that as much? And so that conversation is currently underway and already beginning to bear some fruit. Separate from that, there's a vast amount of collaboration between us and the retailers around how we can each perfect our processes for a better installation experience. So that time from when a consumer orders the service to when it actually gets installed, whether you think about the missed appointments or the length of time that it takes to be able to run through to get that up and working. The issues are both related to NBN processes and the retailer processes, and this is where we say let's collaborate, figure out new ways of doing things to where we can make it better overall for that end user.
And in your opening remarks, you mentioned that you were happy to address what we heard this morning, but we've also heard in other areas of the country, and it is an opinion, I guess, that there isn't an upgrade path from fibre to the node to fibre to the premises, or indeed fibre to the curb. Would you like to address that inconsistency?
Yes, certainly. We've looked at every one of the 5 different access technologies that we are deploying in the multi-technology mix. And each one of them, there is a way to be able to increase the speed and or volume of capacity to run over that network. Each one of them requires some additional capital costs to be able to go forward on it. Sometimes additional fiber is necessary, sometimes additional electronics are necessary for each of these, and sometimes it's even tweaking the parameters to optimize what the capability is, and we do that across the board. So this criticism around FTTN, I just don't buy, because as people are willing to say 25 they would be happy with, remember 30% of the people overall on the network are only getting 12, and another 50% are getting the 25, and 25 typically is sufficient for most. And I concede and agree that there are some that want more than 25, and our network on FTTN will produce more than 25 as well. Not for all of them, but for a majority of them, they can get up to a 50 megabit per second service. And that's before we do any kind of capital upgrade to the network to give that even greater speeds.
Thank you. Deputy Chair?
I'm happy to pass on to other committee members first, and perhaps I'll come in at the end. I know Senator Urquhart has some questions.
In which case, Senator Urquhart?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Mr Morrow, Mr Rue. Mr Morrow, on the 11th of May this year, you said on an NBN earnings call that CVC pricing had nothing to do with the NBN user experience. Yet last week you revealed another pricing review following the growing chorus of dissatisfaction. So when did the most recent pricing review get underway?
There's one perpetual. It's always underway. We're always looking at new ways to do this. So if you recall, Senator, from when this management team took over a bit over 3 years ago, the price was set at $20. It was fixed. There was no dimension, no scaling. We introduced a dimension-based structure. That was an industry-wide average, and then subsequently we introduced a regional by RSP dimension-based structure. These things go through a very well spelled out, agreed process that have a long cycle time. So typically, even though we just recently, I think it was the 1st of June, had the newest pricing regime put into place, we begin immediately talking about what else should we be thinking about. Okay. So that has been underway since then.
So just to be clear, so the commentary that you had last week is not referring to a new review, but it's a continuation of the existing review that got underway in May?
I would call it in June. We finished up to launch that June.
Yep.
That starts the next phase of what else do we need to consider, which has a variety of different options associated with it.
Okay, so that was June this year.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. How many pricing reviews have NBN co-undertaken over the past 2 years?
Again, it's perpetual.
So it just keeps
where
rolling on.
We never stay stable as though, okay, we're done, there is going to be no more pricing changes. As soon as we're done with one, getting it through the approval process, the consultative period, and getting it implemented, we're saying, all right, now what else should we be looking at? We just don't rest on our laurels on it. We're always looking.
So in terms of that perpetual sort of review process, have they led to improved outcome for consumers in your assessment? What's been the outcome for consumers?
Well, I believe so, because the most recent, to take this as an example, is a by RSP dimension-based price structure. So you get a discount the more CVC you purchase, and that is up to the individual RSP. So now it allows the RSP to differentiate with those customers as to what kind of service level they want to provide. So if I'll use Stephen and I as two different RSP examples. I'm an RSP that wants to go get the low budget product, a high value, but you're not going to get great usage at the busy hour period. I'm going to keep my costs really low. I'm only going to buy a small amount of CVC opening from NBN, and I'm going to dimension my network. I'm only going to have an online call center. All my other costs I'm going to keep down super low because I'm going to offer you a super low monthly price because you're going to get a best effort at busy hour. Stephen's company may then say, well, I want to take a completely different approach, and I want to appeal to a market base or a consumer base that says I want to fly at 7:30 at night in terms of my speeds, and therefore I'm going to charge a premium $90 or $100 product, and I'm going to buy a load of CVC from NBN. I'm going to dimension my network big enough to handle this myself. I'm going to make sure I have call center people waiting to quickly answer a call and deal with them. So you could see where this model allows the retailers to differentiate their price from one another, the product from one another.
So the outcome for consumers is really then reliant on what they purchase, is it? So the outcomes for consumers is dependent on the RSPs. Is that what I understand you saying?
The retailers, the RSPs, to keep the names consistent here, determine which market they're going to go after, which subsegment of the consumers, and what's their product attribute going to be. It's up to the consumer as to whether or not that meets their individual needs. But the beauty of this, and a very important part of the construct right from the beginning, was that consumers need a choice that meets their individual needs. If we demand or insist on a one-size-fits-all same sort of product, you are going to lose a number of people that would have normally signed up because it does not meet their individual needs. So the current RSP discount-based scheme allows more differentiation, which should therefore give consumers greater choice.
Okay. So in terms of the current review, the pricing review, when did you last seek input or submissions from the industry as part of that, the say current pricing review?
It started almost from the day we finished the industry-wide dimensioning structure.
So when was that? When was the last time that you would have got? When did you most recently seek input or submissions?
I'd have to take the specific date on notice, but again, the retailers are very well informed as to what are the ideas. We solicit their input. We ask for what would make the most sense. When we start to formulate an idea back, we present it back to them. We take input on it. This has ACCC people that are involved in it, observing the process, ensuring there's a non-discriminatory approach.
So did you do that in June, with this review in June? Because you said the review was sort of perpetual, the pricing reviews.
No, so June 1st.
But at what stage do you actually talk to industry about getting their input?
Once we've developed some thoughts and ideas. But we collect it. So we already have, for example, the 1st of August. Over the last month, we've already been out talking to RSPs about their ideas around what else is needed. What do they like about the current pricing scheme? What do they not like? What kind of models would they like to see going forward? And then we'll take that data along with our own analysis of what we think consumers are willing to pay or what they need, our own business economics behind it. We'll try to imagine what the economics would be for the retailer and the value and the service level to the consumer. And from that, we'll come up with a more clear example of what we want to propose. We look for the board approval, and then we go back to the retailers.
So what's different about the most recently announced pricing review from previous pricing reviews? Is there anything different?
The process is the same.
It's the same?
Similar, I should say. Not quite the same, but similar.
So what makes it not the same but similar?
We have an outside agency helping us go out to be able to pull some of this as an example.
Who's the outside agency?
I don't know if we're allowed to share that. It could be within the non-disclosure agreement. I'd have to take that.
Can you check that and let us know whether you do it confidentially or whatever? What's NBN Co's internal rate of return target, and who sets that target?
The target in the recent corporate plan was 3.2 to 3.7. The target, there's no set target per se, Senator. It's something we do a long term. We do a long term plan, and we look at the economics, and that's how the IRR is determined.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Morrow, you recently said that, and I'll just quote you. So we're thinking, can we restructure the CVC and the ABC charge to have a minimum assurance of a certain quality of product? Do we introduce a media streaming product? So specifically, what does minimum assurance of a certain quality of product mean? When you say that, what does that actually mean?
So for that which the RSP purchases from NBN that can control speeds at the busy hour, usually through the CVC, should we, it's not a foregone conclusion, should we expect a minimum level that knows that that consumer, for the product they purchased, won't drop below a certain speed at the busy period of the day?
Okay. And then when you talked about the media streaming product, what are you referring to when you say that?
So there are some RSPs that said, listen, we all know, and for the committee, if they don't know this, so a little over 70% of the internet traffic is video streaming today. That's expected by some analyst predictions to grow to over 80% by the year 2020. So if you just take that as that's probably the bulk of what people are using the internet for today, then video streaming becomes critical. And it's more of a video streaming product and service level that I'm interested in rather than how fast is it going. And so should we then restructure this whole pricing mechanism to say you have to buy in terms of 2 or 3 simultaneous standard definition video streaming going into the house. And there's a couple of different arguments out there as to how much bit rate is needed for a streaming service, but let's use an example of a standard def 3 megabit per second per simultaneous channel. So therefore, if I want 3 coming into my house, I should always at least have 9 megabits per second for that streaming. And the product, therefore, would say, at least over NBN's portion of the network, and remember, we're just a couple links in a big, long chain, that we would not drop you below that 9 or 10 megabits.
So you would guarantee effectively that?
Yes, to the degree guarantees are offered, yes.
Right. So has the government drawn a red line under any specific IRR figure? Is there a number that NBN Co cannot drop below?
No, there's financial prudence. I mean, executives don't run businesses to make losses.
No, okay, but you haven't got that. Well, just going back to the media streaming and the minimum assurance of quality, what impact would these have on retail products? So if you talk about that 9 megabits per second for streaming, what impact does that actually have on retail prices?
We don't know yet. These are ideas that we're exploring. There's a lot of statistics and analysis, financial modeling.
Would it double? Do you have any idea about what it would
be? No, we don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay. When will you know?
It's a process that takes months, Senator. Right. And again, it depends on if they steer us away, the RSP say, we're not interested in that. This is just a couple of retailer ideas. And I say all of this just in the context of these are one of many different models to explore. But if they're not interested in it, then we're not going to spend any more time on it. We'll move on to something else.
Okay, so that's a concept you'll raise with the RSPs. They'll then make a decision about whether or not they think they can on-sell it at whatever cost.
And they'll opine on it, and then we make the final decision. Right. But we're interested in something that works for them, that they buy a lot of. That's why we're in business here. And that can serve the community and the nation overall.
Yeah. So can NBN Co make these changes within the scope of the current special access undertaking, or would ACCC approval be required?
It depends on the scope or the degree of change. And Senator, I would ask, we have Caroline Lovell coming in about a half an hour. She's really an expert in this field.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll ask her that because I've actually got a few questions for her as well, which I've just sort of jumped over. What's the financial test that ultimately determines whether a pricing proposal is acceptable or not? What test do you put on that?
Well, Senator, we know that consumers ultimately have a willingness to pay. We look at the average. We've made estimates of where our average revenue per user will go to, and of course, remember that's a function of both speeds that people buy, the amount of capacity they buy, but also business revenue. And we look to see how between our own economics, what the RSP's economics, and also end users' experience, we look to maximise the three of those.
Yep. Okay. So has NBN Co told the industry that it wouldn't consider proposals which would involve a write-down by government? Has that been part of the conversation?
There's no connection to the write-down on this. I mean, if we, the management, felt that the asset to which we are putting in the ground could not earn the value that we think it's worth, then we would put forward for write-downs.
Yeah.
We don't think that for a minute, that it's less than the value that we believe there's a lot of value to be gained by the capital spend that we're putting into the ground today. So there is no write-off planned, and it's I'm not sure why people speak about that, but we don't have any plans for any write-offs. There's no reason to do so. You have to pass auditors rules.
In terms of some of these other media streaming products and those sorts of issues as well.
No, they wouldn't relate. I mean, if you didn't see the take-up rate that we're seeing today, people are racing to get on the NBN. That's still the number one issue and concern. When am I going to get it? If we didn't think that we were going to get in the 70% or more take-up rate with the planned ARPUs that we'd have, we might have a different issue about is the asset we put in the ground currently carrying the same value we thought, and a write-off may be warranted. That is the furthest thing from the truth right now.
So, Mr. Rue, what IRR do your shareholders consider unacceptable?
Well, Senator, that's a question you'd have to ask them. But as I said, we do our plan every year. We, as Mr. Morrows just said, we're very confident in the long-term revenue streams that we'll have. We're confident in where our costs will go, and that ends up with the ARPU that we put in corporate plans. And as you know, we'll have a corporate plan coming out in coming
August
months or so, and we will.
August. We're going to get it by the end of August.
Well, certainly
that's what we've been told.
It's not up to us. That's up to the government.
We have a draft plan, certainly, but it's an ongoing annual process.
That's what the department told us this morning.
Okay. Well, it's an ongoing annual process, and we do plans every year. But
to you as the CFO, what IRR is unacceptable to you in your position as CFO?
Well, Senator, where we look at it, every year we put out our plans. As you know, we had a plan 2 years ago that had an IRR in excess of 3%. We obviously want to make an economic return on our assets. As Mr. Morrow said, we're very confident in the assets we're building. We think it's got great value. And Senator, we certainly look at it's been around 3% and 3% plus the last few years, and I expect it to continue to be there.
Okay. So just getting back to the issue of write-downs, Mr. Morrow, I'll ask you again, has NBN Co told the industry that it won't consider proposals which involve a write-down by government? I'm not asking you about will you write down. Have you actually talked to the
no one has asked
industry
us
about it?
In the industry to
No, but have you
down.
Spoken to the industry about it? That's the question.
No, I mean, it would be a silly discussion to have to enter into a balance sheet write-down issue on assets that are on our books.
Yeah.
And we have no intention of writing anything down. There's no justification for it.
But you haven't raised that to industry at all?
No.
Okay. Will you provide an undertaking that if there is a change to pricing design post the release of the corporate plan, that NBN will provide full transparency over the impacts of any change on internal rate of return, peak funding and forward revenue projections?
We issue a corporate plan update every year. That includes what the long-term outlook is on the internal rate of return, and we would continue to do that.
Right. But if there is a change to pricing design, would you provide full transparency over what the impacts of that are?
We would probably wait until the corporate plan issues of that, because again, there are other factors that typically go in. Business economics kind of evolve, ebb and flow quite a bit, and to do that too frequent is just illogical. But so we would. This August, you'll see if the government decides to issue that in August, that you'll see whatever our planned internal rate of return is, and that could change next June as well, or next August as well.
So if that does change, will you provide that transparency?
Unlikely.
Unlikely?
Correct.
Why?
Because, again, the business model moves around. The whole point behind the GBE setup and the guidelines that are there is that a corporate plan is issued every year. And that recognizes the fact that there's a lot of ebbing and flowing that goes on within. To do more frequent updates than that is just, doesn't make any sense. If we had a massive call out and worried about something, then we would raise that issue with the government, and it would be up to the government as to whether or not they want to take something public.
Right, but you won't commit to providing the transparency if that changes?
That's correct.
Okay.
Until next year. We always provide the transparency, but we do so within the guidelines. Yeah.
Okay, look, I have some more, Chair, and I do have some too, Ms Lovell, when she comes, but I'm happy to share it around. Thank you.
Senator Griff, do you have questions?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Mr. Morrow, just going back to what you said a little bit earlier, where you stated in relation to plans, consumers need a choice that meets their individual needs. I think a big part of the problem with the public and the complaints that are coming forward really are that a number of people that have moved over to NBN find that the speed is way less than what they had on ADSL. And that really relates to the 12 megabits plan, because a lot of people don't understand it. They just want to be able to get to a site, they want to be able to stream, they just want a result. And the last thing they kind of expect is that moving over to NBN is actually going to slow them down. Now, in part that could be because of RSPs, like you mentioned. But wouldn't it make sense to really make the minimum, the 12, move that up to 20 or something that's at least similar to what they had before?
Yeah, Senator, you should join our pricing team. Can I explain this, because this is really an important point. The ADSL environment that we had, which is still the bulk of the broadband being provided today to Australians, right? So there are 5-6 million homes that are getting served by ADSL technology today. It's very important to realize there is no speed option in ADSL. It is you get what you get. I mean, I moved from the CBD of Sydney with 1.5 meg capability to a suburb out of North Sydney and was receiving 8 megabits per second. And I paid the same price. It was the same service provider. It's just that I happened to be at a different location. And that's the way ADSL is set up today. There is an average that I saw a statistic on before that was put out that said the average around the country is maybe 8 or 9 megabits per second. So we have seen cases, many of them, where this price war phenomena comes in and there's a blitz of retailers sending information to your home. You can see the buses coming by with, $29 NBN broadband super fast services, and now it's time for you to make a decision. You've heard about the large costs involved with NBN that we don't dispute. You've heard about some of the questions, but it is a super fast NBN that is coming that's going to change the digital landscape of the country. So you just trust your provider saying, oh, okay, you look like you're the cheapest. I assume everybody's the same. I'm going to move my 8 or 9 meg over to your super fast NBN enabled network. And they put them on the 12 meg because that's the cheapest product that's there. And they may not have provisioned the CVC enough to be able to handle the same kind of busy period of the day experience. So now I've moved over and I see less than what I had actually seen before, where I'm seeing the same and I don't get it. I had these expectations that were far greater. Now, part of the reason that when we kind of peel the onion back is that the retailers don't have, this is a high volume game for them, and this is an economy of scale business for all of us. And so if they don't have the high volumes, or he who has the least volumes typically loses. So the rush to say, I need as many customers as I can, I'm going to employ a lot of people and get out there and get that sale, right? So in that environment, people aren't giving the customer the choice. They aren't saying, I have a 12, I have a 25, I have a 50, I have 100, or whatever the technology will bear, up to a gigabit per second capability. What is your needs and how much are you willing to pay for these different service levels? That conversation doesn't take place with all of the retailers. Some of them it flat out does, and we see success on it. Again, I will call out Aussie Broadband. I know TPG has had some discussions out there, and many of the other brands are trying to do that as well. But the fact that we have a 12 meg product means that's how I'm going to price the cheapest number I can put on the side of that bus. So should we drop the 12 meg altogether? But interestingly enough, the designers, before my time, have told me that the 12 meg product was never designed for broadband. It was designed for a voice-based product in case somebody in a home says, I don't want to surf the internet over that network. I'll use my mobile device or nothing. I just want a phone service. So the 12 meg product was created for that. Now it's suddenly being used because it is cheaper than a 25 product, as this is your high-speed broadband NBN enabled product out there, and I can actually have a lower cost because I'm only paying NBN $24 a month for this versus $27 to ratchet up to a 25 meg. and hence the question, should we have that 12 meg product in the market at all? And this is part of the consideration that we have, Senator. I will say in balance, though, we have to be very careful about being too prescriptive to this retail market, because if we suddenly said everybody's on a flat rate, you're 50 meg for those that can get it, and that's just it, we've taken the ability for them to customize their product that may meet individual needs. Not everybody needs 50 today, so why would we force that on them if that's the case, when they'd rather pay a little bit less and get 25, as an example. And there are some out there that may say, no, I don't want any more than 12. I was fine with 8 or 9 on ADSL. Just make sure on my 12 I buy from you that at 7:30 at night, it's a bona fide 12.
So the way you're talking, it seems like you will be lifting it up from 12. Is that?
No, everything's on the table for consideration. Should we have eliminate the 12 and have a 25, 50, 100 and above? Should we eliminate the 25? Should it be a minimum 50, and those that can get it, great.
Can you just clarify for me where you said the 12 meg was only ever thought to be for phone? Who are these original people that said that?
It was actually a price point under the previous government's fibre to the premises. It was actually one of their plans. It originated that far back.
Okay.
Yeah, it is really interesting that it doesn't matter what access technology you're on. That this was back in 2010 that this was being put together.
Okay.
It's originally designed to be equivalent to. Supposing your aunt down the road who wanted the equivalent of the existing phone service.
That's correct, yeah. And why charge a 25 when all they really want is basic phone service? Yeah.
Okay. Just if we can just move over to Skymaster. I mean, today we heard, we understand that you're in discussions regarding the Viasat-2 satellite. But we actually heard today of the Viasat-3 offering in the next couple of years of 100 megabits per second to satellite users. Are you considering utilising or you getting involved with that particular service?
We are having discussions about what the possibilities are. There are no plans. There is no budget, to be perfectly clear. However, we are always looking for how to be able to meet this very important part of the country's digital needs if it goes beyond the 25 meg limitation that exists with our satellites today. So what are our options? Could we use third-party satellites? Should we deploy a new satellite? Should we put more fixed wireless in these congested beams that we see in today? All of these options we consider for what is the upgrade path, back to the question that the Chair had asked in the beginning.
Okay. And that's being included in the upcoming plan, corporate plan?
No. Again, these are early on. That we don't see a need today that justifies the expense behind it, but we want to know that should that need actually increase above the 25, what are the options that we can present to the owners to be able to do this? Now, Senator, I think you're very well versed in this. Satellite is an economic loss offering. Important part of our country and the social good that the NBN provides, but it is definitely a loss leader that has to be offset by the profits we make in the capital cities.
Okay. Just one more question, Chair, and then if I can get involved in the next round or the round after that. I mean, we've heard of many instances where people with problems contacted the TIO to be told the TIO cannot make representations on their behalf to you unless it's a land access or property damage dispute. Now, in your TIO review submission, you state that you do not want the TIO to have jurisdiction over you, yet ACMA has the completely opposite view. Why do you hold the view that you have?
Predominantly because the TIO cannot differentiate as to which company is at fault.
But with their changes with their systems, they are likely to be able to do that.
I think that remains to be seen, Senator. Listen, if NBN is at fault, and we are far too often, then we'll wear it and fix it. And we have a team of people that really care about this and that are working long hours to be able to make sure that the future experience is better, that NBN can control. But, it's hard to go out and do a survey of what's the satisfaction rate. When I talk about 85% are neutral to satisfied and 15% are unsatisfied, that's talking about the retailer-caused issues and NBN-caused issues. And quite frankly, sometimes it's even because of the equipment configuration that is the responsibility of neither of those two companies. But that's all we have to go by. It's too complicated to isolate it and say, okay, give us your opinion on just the NBN bit of this. And I think the TIO recognizes that. They try to do this in terms of the fault found discovered. So if their complaint comes through and they don't know, they send it to RSPX and NBN, and it comes back and NBN raises his hand and says, we fouled up on this. We didn't get out there on time like we told the customer. It's rectified and we'll be out there Tuesday to get this sorted. They can do a check mark and say, okay, that one clearly is an NBN-related issue. But that's the minority of cases, not the majority. So hence the complexity or difficulty in being able to say, well, we're going to determine NBN company-related faults for a national broadband network issue when they can't differentiate.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Griffin, your comment about rounds of questions is probably a good one, so we'll assume that we will have further rounds. Okay, colleagues, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, sure. Look, a couple of questions. I want to follow up on the TIO issue because, frankly, I'll be frank with you, I'm not hearing a satisfactory answer to that. If the TIO can't differentiate, how's the poor old customer going to get any joy out of the proposition? You have acknowledged that there are issues where there's a mixture of responsibility. The TIO is simply going to be unable to resolve that issue if they've only got the telco in the room at the time. Wouldn't it be a lot quicker if they're able to have both parties, both the wholesaler and the retailer in the room to resolve that dispute?
But it doesn't work that way, Senator. It's not like they say, come have a meeting with us to resolve Mr. Rue's problem.
I know how the processes work.
Yeah. So it's impractical to think that you're going to get to that level of detail at this point in time. Now, maybe with increases in data systems and IT systems that have better accuracy behind this, you can get in and say, okay, that clearly was an NBN company fault. That was clearly an RSP fault. And the TIO...
Can I pick you up there, Mr. Morrows? Yeah, 90% of the matters that are raised with the TIO are referred back from the TIO to the RSP. Surely at that point in time, the RSP can say, well, it's actually, we've investigated this and this is in the NBN side of the network. Wouldn't it be a lot easier at that point in time for the TIO to be able to bring you or your manager, your case manager and the disputing parties together in that circumstance?
If that were clean and clear, yes, but it isn't. So it's very, again, there's lots of complexity.
The fact that it's not clean and clear seems to me to be exactly the reason why you should be there, because it's not clean.
I'm sorry that I'm not communicating very clearly, or Senator. Just because a retailer or NBN says it's their fault does not mean it is their fault. I mean, the number of times that we've seen this go back and forth. So you've achieved nothing if you just rely on TIO going back to RSP number one and saying, is this your fault or NBN's? They say it's NBN's fault. You actually get down into fixing it, and NBN says, listen, it is beyond our control. It's not our issue. It's somebody else's issue, the retailers or the customers, and we don't have that relationship with the customer. So you get this finger pointing back and forth, and that's why it's not an issue for the TIO. It's an issue for the industry and NBN and the RSPs to resolve it, which is what we are doing. The NBN is not your answer. It's the two companies working together to make sure that we're providing a better experience.
Can I say to you, Mr. Morrow, that any member of the public who is listening to this exchange between you and I now, or Senator Griff and yourself a moment ago, would come to the conclusion that this is exactly the reason why we need the NBN in the room, because it's not clear-cut, and they're sitting there playing NBN ping-pong, unable to get their dispute dealt with. They're unable to get their bloody network, their internet fixed. They're pulling their hair out while the wholesaler and the retailer are arguing amongst themselves about whose fault it is.
Senator, I'm the one that has raised this issue, not you, not the committee. I have been the one raising this issue. That way, it's not a finger pointing game.
You don't have a monopoly on raising it. I'm sorry, Mr. Muller.
But I raised it far before the committee has asked us any questions. So the issue is that the TIO that you're trying to suggest, TIO should be the answer to solving these problems. And I'm saying that it's impractical to have that agency do this, that the real issue or responsibility lies with both NBN and the retailers. And that's my opinion. You've asked me my opinion. I'm entitled to that, and that's what it is.
Thank you for your evidence on that. Can I ask you whether, I put a question to you that I put to one of the regulators earlier. Do you think it's fair in an instance where a matter is raised with the TIO, a dispute is raised with the TIO, and it is one of those minority of instances where it is not the retailer's fault, the fault doesn't lie with the retailer's part of the network, but the retailer nonetheless has to pay the TIO costs associated with that dispute?
Do I think that's fair?
Yeah. When it's an NBN fault?
No, I actually think NBN should be owning up to that.
Thank you. In some of your public publications this week, you've been quite muscular, if I might say, in pointing the finger at industry practices, and you've given further evidence on that today. I see reports over lunch where the Minister has called upon the industry to provide certain information so that there can be more transparency around where the faults lie in the installation and rectification of problems within the network. We understand that you're also required to provide to the Minister on a monthly basis a report, a detailed report on faults, time to repair, rectifications. Will you be willing to provide a copy of that report to this committee?
I think that's an issue for the government, and I'm happy for them to decide whether or not they want to reveal to this committee the information that we provide to them.
Do you have a concern? Do you have a problem about that being provided to this committee?
I leave that up to the government.
You don't have a problem yourself about having it?
Again, I leave that to the government. That's above my pay grade, and I'll leave it to them.
Can I raise another issue that has been ventilated over the last couple of weeks, and it concerns the issue of micronodes. I know in my own electorate and many others that I've visited around the country, micronodes, as I understand it, they're a booster in that part of the FTTN network where you've got a long loop. They need to boost the signal to get to those end areas of the network. You'll explain me where I've got it wrong. But the information that I have is that less than, 99% of them aren't working. Some 16 of 1,423 of the micronodes that have been installed aren't working. Can you shed some light on this?
Certainly. So a micronode is a node. It's just a small node, micro in size. And this is the beauty of being able to say, if there are a few number of homes that are further out that we need to be able to get to offer that minimum of 25 megabit per second that could not be served because of the long copper links, then we go ahead and we put that fiber further down the street and we put a micronode up and working. And I think memory serves me that there were a little over 1,400 of these that we actually have deployed around the country. And there was some initial technical glitches that we had to work on with the manufacturer to make sure that it was working properly before we started to turn them up. All of those issues have been resolved, and they are in the process of being turned up right now. There's some fabulous experience on these things, I can attest to, and people are getting really good speeds behind it. The whole nation's not going to be turned up overnight. Half of it is already built today. The other half is going to take until 2020. And a home that is being served by a micronode that's turned up, great, they're on the first half done. A home that is yet to be turned up is going to be a part of the second half.
What was the problem with the micronodes?
There was a signal-to-noise ratio that they needed to adjust to make sure that it was appropriate to get the proper speed. So the manufacturer got involved and they did some classic engineering adjustments to tweak it, and we've signed off on it, and it's all looking good.
So all of those micronodes have now been switched on?
No, they've been cleared to go through now the final stage of construction and acceptance. Then they can be turned on. I think there's a program that takes us probably over the course of the next 5 or 6 months before they'll be turned up.
Separate, thank you for that evidence. I've had a number of representations made to me about customers who live within a residential area who currently or have previously been receiving broadband via an ADSL signal. They have had that signal switched off and are now being forced onto a satellite service. Can you explain why this is occurring and how many you believe of these premises we're going to have for people within a fixed line footprint receiving a satellite service?
Yeah, sure. So again, to make sure you keep everything in context and in perspective on here, if there is a satellite served area and they have ADSL within, we don't shut off the...
Yeah, I understand. This is in a fixed line.
Yeah, I know. And so, and there's a very unique, rare circumstance where fiber to the node was put into a given area. And the copper loop length for a few homes at the very end of that was too long to be able to offer 25 meg services. So the solution was, well, we'll give them satellite as an option. It meets the standard of statement of expectation requirement, and they can have 25 megabit per second capability. Now, because the ADSL services and our services using VDSL technology, so ADSL and VDSL technology, that they can interfere with each other to a certain degree of taking the speeds down a little bit. And hence, any area that's going in to have VDSL needs to have all of that ADSL service ultimately turned off, which typically is after the 18-month disconnect window. So there is a rare circumstance where a home that is served by satellite, where the majority of the 400,000 can still elect to stay on their ADSL through the Telstra network if it's available there. These few will not be able to. And so that's what we are looking to see, if that's reasonable, if that's fair, what are the other options. We look at the micronodes. What if we put a different micronode in there? What if we use some FTTC in that example? But that's really what's happening, and again, it fits within the statement of expectation requirements.
How many are in those circumstances?
You know?
Small, I don't know.
It's really, really small, but we'll take the actual question on notice.
We'll take that on notice, see if we can get you an answer. It's not many, though.
Is there an upgrade plan for these people?
No, that's the service that they're going to get like everybody else on satellite. That's the broadband capability that they have, or if there's mobile broadband in their area, they have that to choose from as well.
So these people were getting, in many instances, a worse service than they got on their ADSL?
No. The satellite can offer 25 megabits per second. The fastest ADSL that's out there is in the low teens, maybe 12, 13, maybe 14 for a few rare exceptions. If these people are so far out on that copper, then I can assure you they're not getting a great ADSL speed coming out of the Telstra exchange anyway, because there's a whole lot of copper that signal has to transfer over. So the fact that satellite can give them 25 and they may be on small single-digit megabit per second services, it's a big boost. Now, where there is a legitimate concern is that I may only get 2 or 3 megabits per second of ADSL. I'm not restricted in terms of the data consumption, where our satellite users typically do have more of a restriction on that.
I've got some other questions.
Mr. Jones, and I might invite Ms. Lovell, if you've just recently arrived, to join your colleagues at the table. Further questions?
Chair, I know that Senator Urquhart had some questions for Ms. Lovell originally.
I did. Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks, Ms. Lovell. Could you describe the regulatory principles which apply to NBN pricing and the methodology used to determine them?
Sorry, could you just repeat that for me, please?
Can you describe the regulatory principles which apply to the NBN pricing and the methodology used to determine them?
That's quite a complex, many-part question. The regulatory principles perhaps could be briefly summarised as NBN's pricing is regulated and at present is manifested in our special access undertaking and our wholesale broadband agreement with our RSP customers. It's subject to our regulatory framework and they're the instruments where the pricing is manifested. Could you just repeat the second part of the question, please?
And the methodology used to determine them. So what methodology do you use to determine those regulatory principles?
So the regulatory team does not use a methodology to determine NBN's pricing. This is a complex exercise undertaken by relevant parts of the company and flows into our corporate planning.
Yeah, okay. What costs form part of the regulated asset base and other costs which are recovered through prices over time?
Our CapEx and OpEx, etc. It's all detailed in our special access undertaking, which is a publicly available document. It's on our website. It is overseen by the ACCC, and every year we provide a calculation of the relevant cost inputs to the ACCC, which then looks at it, reviews it, and decides whether or not to determine that amount which we have put to them or an alternative amount. So it's a public and transparent process.
Okay. So when was that pricing framework first approved by the ACCC?
The SAU in its current form was approved by the ACCC in December 2013, and it was the result of a lengthy consultation and development process with the regulator and relevant stakeholders.
Yep. Okay. So if NBN Co wanted to rebalance the ABC and CVC pricing, can you explain what the process the company would need to go through? So how would you do that? How long would it take? What would you need to demonstrate to the ACCC for these changes to be accepted?
So, Senator Urquhart, it would depend on the nature of the rebalancing that was proposed.
Right.
As you may be aware, there is a mechanism in the special access undertaking at the moment that might facilitate rebalancing, but it would depend upon the nature of the rebalancing.
Okay.
So I don't think we can give you a short answer, unfortunately, to how long it might take. It would either be done under the undertaking or it might, depending on the manner in which it was to be done, require a variation of the undertaking, and there's a statutory framework for that to be done.
So if it didn't fit in under the provisions that you've got now, what would you need to do to demonstrate to the ACCC to be able to change the pricing?
Well, it depends on whether it is a change which could be implemented under our SAU as it currently stands, as our current dimension-based discounting approach has been done, whether or not it could be done utilising the mechanism which is already in the SAU but requires the following of a process and steps and timing, etc., or a third broad category being a variation of the SAU as it currently stands, which would involve formulating that variation, submitting that to the ACCC, and then the ACCC would assess that variation under the statutory framework, which sets out the criteria, and it is also the ACCC's usual practice to engage in consultation activities with stakeholders in relation to any variation.
Okay. So in terms of the, just going back to the regulatory principles and the methodology, you said it was in the SAU document. Can you just sort of explain briefly, if you can, in a flowchart sort of proposal, if you can sort of explain that very simply and methodically to me?
If I can explain how the pricing works?
Yeah.
Okay, so the special access undertaking and the wholesale broadband agreement, which currently contain NBN's pricing, was developed, is really a manifestation of pricing which was developed via a customer engagement model by NBN with its customers, or at that time potential customers including, and other stakeholders. So it's the endpoint.
RSPs in this case,
Sorry?
Customers meaning RSPs.
Yep.
Yes, so it can't, I'm afraid it can't really be reduced to a flow diagram. The SAU and the contract are where NBN
has its obligations to supply at particular prices or subject to particular pricing arrangements. Those prices, though, were developed by NBN. It's our responsibility to do that, to achieve certain outcomes and objectives, obviously, but in close consultation with stakeholders, and then they were put in an SAU and that was subsequently approved. So it was a long process.
Okay, can you provide an overview of how NBN Co's non-discriminatory obligations interact with the flexibility of the pricing contract?
So our non-discrimination obligations, as they currently sit in the framework, are quite broad, and they have two parts to them which relate to summarising activities relating to the preparation of products and services and the way we're going about doing things, and then the actual supply of our services and our pricing. So there are two provisions which cover our activities. They provide us with, well, I suppose quite limited flexibility in relation to pricing. There are certain things which are clearly not possible given the non-discrimination obligations, and that is presumably the policy intent. But there are some things which obviously are possible, and our current pricing approach is a demonstration of that.
Yep, okay. Now, I asked Mr Morrow this earlier, and he preferred you to do it, I think, would probably be the terminology I'll use. So the lead up to my question prior to that was I asked about a comment that Mr Morrow made recently that said that we are thinking, can we restructure the CVC and the AVC charge to have a minimum assurance of a certain quality of product? Do we introduce a media streaming product? So I guess I asked about what the impact would have on retail prices. So my question then was, can NBN Co make these changes within the scope of the current SAU, or would ACCC approval be required? And I guess that sort of gets back to the point that you were making earlier in relation to it depends on the changes. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that I've captured that.
It does depend.
Okay. That's really all I had for Ms Lovell. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here today. Can I just go first to this question of the upgrade path, which I think for the fixed line network mostly relates to fibre to the node. Could you perhaps, Mr Morrow, just describe what that upgrade path would involve? I mean, the assumption has been, I mean, I can imagine that there are two things. I think you've referred in the past to some things that can be done to essentially sort of supercharge what the hard infrastructure, the combination of the fibre and the copper can deliver. A lot of people have generally assumed that in future it would involve some kind of overbuild where you take the fibre from the node closer to the premise, either to the street first or directly to the premise. Could you just give us a bit more detail on what that upgrade path for the fibre to the node would be, or what the paths are?
Yeah, so there's a couple of variants in this. So first, I think it's important to try to articulate the current architecture. So from the big transit ring that's going around the nation that keeps the backbone there, fibre will go out to a neighborhood entry point, and I'm oversimplifying it for any of the techies that are going to want to opine on this. The fibre goes out to a neighborhood entry point. At that point, we stand up a piece of outdoor furniture, we call it, which is a node. So this is the cabinet that you see on the street. Within that cabinet, we run commercial power to it, and we put electronics in it, which is the classic D-slams for anybody that recalls those terms. We then tap into the copper network that runs inside the house, and we put a modem that encodes or decodes the signal that talks between that D-slam and the house itself. The upgrade can come in the form of adding electronics to each side of that. So there's a variety of G.fast and NG.fast and some other capabilities to be able to lift the speeds as an option. Some countries, BT has announced this, for example, in the UK, that they do a variety of these upgrades for that to get more speed out of it.
Could you give an indication, like, so one of the sort of benchmarks here is that the fixed line network 90% of the fixed line network would have 50 megabits per second.
Yes.
By the time it's complete.
Correct.
So the kinds of things you're talking about, what further speed would that be likely to add if you take that 50 megabits per second as that 90% benchmark?
Well, on those, not much. The one that I'm referring to, that is a potential upgrade for a case-by-case basis. The bigger upgrade is actually pushing fiber further down the street. So we talked about the micronodes, and I explained how if you push fiber down, you have a shorter copper distance that raises your speed, and you can get therefore more speed out of it. And the old nomenclature of fiber to the distribution point or fiber to the curb is the most worldwide common terminology for that. That actually is a micronode that's even more micro, that serves 4 or 6 homes, and that's usually in front of or very close to one's house. So you have even more fiber and shorter copper loop lengths that then carry that signal and carry the speed up. If you do an upgrade like that, then essentially what we're talking about when you put some GDOT fast electronics on there and some other technologies is that what's the best way to answer your question on the 90% having 50 or better? That you'll take the 4 million homes that are slated for fiber to the node, and let's call it an average of 60 or 70 megabits per second as to what we're seeing today. That means those that are close to the node with 100, that means those that are far from the node with the 25. If you take the average of that, that's 60. But if you had a fiber to the curb architecture in place of that, that's going to actually bump your average up into the multiple hundreds of megabits per second.
Okay. So has NBN Co. prepared a sort of a plan with some cost estimates around it for a fibre to the curb overbuild of the fibre to the network fixed line footprint?
Fibre to the node network.
Fibre to the node, yeah.
Holistically, no. But we're always looking. We want, and Stephen, you should comment on this. We're constantly looking for how can we reduce the cost of these more fiber-intensive type of network architectures and reduce the time it takes to build to where we can still get the nation built early and keep the cost down to where we don't require any more debt or taxpayer monies. And if we find solutions like we have with fiber to the curb, as you recall, there was very little mention of that in the early plans a few years ago. Now it's 1 million homes that we're putting fiber to the curb on, and that is replacing some of the HFC, a lot of the FTTN that were planned circuits that are now going to go on FTTC. And we're always looking. I mean, I've thrown the gauntlet down to challenge the team. Can we double that? Can we get 2 million homes on FTTC without changing the price and the economics, and that keeps the build according to our current schedule?
So that's and I understand that. I think that would be generally welcome because it is essentially kind of upgrading as you go. It's upgrading the original plan, taking fibre much closer to the home. But it will leave a substantial number of homes with fibre to the node. The department, we've asked the department today and previously about whether the department has asked NBN Co. or whether NBN Co. has let them know about a kind of an overbuild plan or a cost estimate that would cover the entirety of the fibre to the node footprint. And the department has indicated to us that it has, and that the cost of that future overbuild or that upgrade is part of the existing cost assumptions and corporate plan of NBN Co. Is that right or wrong?
I'd have to see what they had said, Senator, to be able to comment accurately against it. I tell you this, what I do know is that our plan today to build this by 2020 costs no more than $49 billion equity and debt and produce the 3.2 to 3.7% IRR is very much on the table, and that's what we're building, and that includes 1 million FTTC and a little less than 4 million FTTNs.
So when the NBN strategic review was produced, it made a couple of assertions. One that was that it would be cheaper overall to go with the MTM, which included about half of the fixed line network being FTTN, and then subsequently upgrade it. And the suggestion in the review was upgraded in the form of an overbuild, so take fibre closer to the homes, it will be cheaper to do that than to deliver fibre to the premise at the outset. And the review itself was based on an assumption that you wouldn't have to do any of that overbuild or replacement of FTTN with FTTC sooner than 5 years from the completion of the rollout. Are those two assertions that were made back in December 13 do they still hold? Is that still NBN Co's view?
You have an opinion on that?
Neither Ms. Moran or I were part of the strategic review, Senator. What I'm assuming that relates to is it gets to really the time at which you can build, if nothing else. So the quicker you can build, the quicker not only do Australians get high-speed broadband, but obviously revenue is generated. I'm assuming, without knowing, that 5 years comes from the revenue that will be generated earlier from building a technology that's quicker to build. As to whether that still stands, I haven't done that analysis per se, but I'm assuming the 5 years comes from the revenue that will be generated earlier.
Now, I'll come to that early revenue question in a minute, but in terms of what's going, so a certain amount of since a lot of these reviews, that review and the vertical review and the early corporate plans, NBN Co has decided to try and do more fibre to the curb and less fibre to the node. Presumably, you've turned your minds to sort of one end of the spectrum, which would be that NBN Co would sort of take a deep breath and decide to do all of the rest of the rollout in fibre to the curb as much as possible, understanding that there's some wheels set in motion that mean probably for the next 3 to 6 months what's been done can't be undone. But presumably, going back to that original analysis and assessment that was done in December 2013, you'd be doing a similar thing. You'd be asking yourself now whether it's not cheaper and better overall to sort of try and do as little of the fibre to the node as you possibly could and as much of the fibre to the curb as you possibly could going forward.
Can I try a different approach that may answer your question, Senator, and forgive me if it doesn't, but I think it'll put in perspective and maybe help with what you're asking. In 2013, the premise was, late 2013, let's get it done quickly and let's do it at least possible cost and let's think about an upgrade path later, with the argument that was endorsed by the Vertican Review. Most people don't need more than, I think they use 15 megabits per second, for the foreseeable future.
Well, yeah, but I will just pull you up. Those documents are crystal clear that they're not sort of. They don't make this particular point in passing. They quite clearly say that it would be cheaper to go with the MTM approach and subsequently upgrade than to do FTTP from the outset. They make that assertion quite plainly.
No, I'm sorry, Senator, can I correct you on that? The assertion is that it's cheaper to get the nation built with a fast broadband that has a 25 meg minimum. 90% of the fixed line, or call it 81% of the nation, gets 50 meg or better. And that can be done quicker with MTM than using fibre to the premise, and that's obvious with the $2,200 cost per premise versus the $4,400 at the time for fibre to the prem. Then there was an argument saying do the upgrade later after the company's making its own money and you won't need to rely on taxpayer equity or even potentially more debt that would come down the path. So that was the fundamental premise behind that debate that existed then. If I can say, in terms of now when you look at the more FTTC that we are doing than what that strategic review had called for, and those arguments and the philosophy that was described there, is that if we can still meet the basic statement of expectations and we can get a network that is more flexible as consumer demand goes up, we want to do that. And this, I think, reinforces the statement that the company has made as well as the government has made of being technology agnostic. We're not tied to any particular technology. The argument is essentially speed of no home or business left behind and keeping the economics to where the least amount of money is necessary from the taxpayers. and we have that. And we will continue to do that.
Well,
we're looking at models all the time that says, what else can we do, to enhance the network and stay within those parameters?
Well, I mean, I'll just make the point to you that this is from the review itself, and I quote, upgrade paths to fibre to the distribution point or fibre to the premises are possible at lower cost than building fibre to premise now, provided that upgrades take place 5 or more years in the future.
Yeah, and then I think you got to look in the full context of that. It would be silly for somebody to say that those two costs added together are cheaper, but it is an issue around where the cash flow management is coming from. Or should be.
There are a number of, just out of interest, there are a number of figures that are redacted in that strategic review, which is now nearly 4 years old. So it includes cost per premise costs for FTTP and FTTN and other technologies. Is there any reason why those redacted numbers couldn't be filled in and provided even on in confidence basis to this committee?
I believe they are redacted and remain redacted for the same reasons, but I'm happy to go look at it, Senator.
Okay. Do you have, now that the FTTC sort of rollout is in prospect, per premise cost estimate for FTTC?
Yeah, I think Senator, obviously that will. You'll probably see a number in the corporate plan when it's released. But Senator, I think you can take it that we have provide evidence to Senate estimates before that we think the cost is around about 2,800 to 2,900, and that's what we model going forward.
So it's not that much more expensive than fibre to the node?
It's $600 to $700 more expensive than we're currently spending on fibre to the node.
But it's still NBN Co's intention to, even though that difference now, that's a very small difference, still the intention to continue with the fibre to the node rollout in parallel?
You have to be a bit careful with it. I think that's historical numbers of what we're seeing with the current construction that's underway today. Those economics change as soon as there are fewer homes. The density of the homes, right, impact that cost per premise. So you got to be a little bit careful about taking the data today and forecasting to say all 4 million of the FTTN homes would be at the $2,800, $2,900, whatever it is. And the same thing with FTTN. FTTN can be getting cheaper at the same time. And so when you look at that differential of 20, what are we saying publicly on this? The
28 to 29
for FTTC and FTTN.
Currently it's $2,200 for FTTN.
So you're talking a $600 or $700 difference per prem. That's still substantial. And the other thing that, Senator, we have to remember is with time to get people turned up to working on the service. So the idea of taking a particular area, saying no longer are you going to get FTTN next year, now you got to wait another year, as an example, that is not just discomfort or a disadvantage for those people, but it's also an issue of economics of not having the revenue that would be generated earlier with FTTN.
But is that something? I mean, I hear that, and I understand the sort of the numerical game that you have to answer to. But surely that would be a question for government. I mean, if it was prepared to tolerate a slightly different commercial performance, it might be able to say, that's because I guess I go as I think my fellow committee members would understand, if a particular community, having waited, was now in line to get FTTN, which it would understand as, even with some of the sort of digital tweaking that you referred to, deliver a kind of a capped infrastructural capacity somewhere between 25 and 100 megabits per second. If they're prepared to wait a little bit longer, and if the government can bear the costs, or even if there's the opportunity for something a bit creative between the government and local government, or the NBN and local government. I mean, I must say, I think if you talk to the average person in the street and said to them, you can get fibre to the node where the outcome for you will be variable, even based on your proximity to a node, and it'll vary with a capped speed, realistically, an infrastructural capped speed, somewhere between 25 and 100 megabits per second, or with a slightly further delay and a relatively small increase in cost, you can get fibre to the curb, where, as you said before, the infrastructural upper limit is 300, 400, 500 megabits per second. which would genuinely be future-proofed. It would be something that we're not likely to need to do anything about for 10 or 15 years.
If I can just quickly juxtapose that question with what...
Can we get an answer to
what?
Chair, I'd like to hear an answer. I would like to hear an answer to that. I think that's a pretty key question.
That's fine. I'll ask my addition to that question, the Deputy Chair's question, when you've answered this one.
Senator, again, the idea of getting it to people as quick as possible at the least possible cost with an upgrade path when the consumer demand is there is the premise to which we are designing and building for. So if you said, well, okay, fine, would people be willing to wait, another, 6 months, year, whatever the additional time frame would be, so you can have a faster speed than the average 60 that FTTN would provide? I think there's more questions that need to be...
In some cases, it's not going to be faster than the average. I mean, in some cases, it's going to be faster than the actual.
Okay, so then you're going to take a much smaller cohort of that group, because remember, the majority on there are going to get more than 25 that are in that 4 million homes. So if you ask the majority of them to say, hey, are you willing to wait? And instead of maybe you getting 50, you'll get 100 or a couple of hundred in the future, but you have to pay for it. Because this is not, free service every time the network gets upgraded. It's still, you're going to pay for according to what your home needs are. I'm not so sure that the answer would be, yeah, I'll wait and I'll pay more because I want to go from 50 to a couple of hundred. And if that were the case, that people would be willing to make that, and the RSPs can help us develop a business case around that, we would be doing that. This is all around economics of what people are willing to pay, the revenue you'd come in to pay for that incremental capital. Classic business, classic network, and we're no different. Remember, we're not a public service. We are a GBE that's expected to make a profit. So,
but I mean, I understand all that. I just think you can't take the technology question and the technology capacity out of that. So I think what we all know is we are experiencing now in our electorates people who are getting the NBN and putting aside all the myriad complications around how RSPs behave and what people once thought a 12 megabit per second service would provide, blah, 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 blah. It's not an apocalyptic exaggeration to say that there are quite a significant number of people who are switching on to the NBN and finding that it is disappointing and beneath their current use and expectations at the point of delivery. And with what we know about technology, and that's the key issue here, that's why this is not just a commercial model question, we know that the demands and the capacity increase of this technology is going up and up and up at a not just an increasing rate, but an exponentially increasing rate.
Again, we acknowledge that there is consumer growth. We've talked before about a 2% CAGR per month that we're seeing in terms of consumption. I will say I've seen a little bit of that flattening off lately, and we are some of the highest when you compare to companies around the world. But Senator, again, I think that this is an issue of economics versus a service that is expected to just do more for no more incremental cost to the consumer. The issues that we're talking about on the speed, remember, 80% are on 25 or less, and most of those have the ability to go far faster than that. But with the discussion with their RSP, it's not having to where they're demanding it or asking for it. So imagine that. I'm going to come over the top of that, build even more data speed capability, and no one's selling it, and no one's using it. And we need to recover more money because it's $600 or $700 more per house than what we had factored in before. So the economics don't stack up on this right now. Now, I will be the first to admit, I hope with the applications we see around the corner, they're going to drive more of a utility and a demand in the home to create far more value for consumers, where they're going to say, you know what, 25 is not good enough. I want 50 or I want 100, and I'm willing to pay for that because of the value that I get through these new products and services and technology that will enable me to do different things. And when that time comes, we are ready, standing there to be able to upgrade these various technologies to be able to provide that speed. And the other thing, Senator, if I could, because again, I I really appreciate the kind of questioning that you have, and I understand that you want to get as much of a network out there as possible. That was the policy before. But if you want to apply a certain economic prudency to it, it just doesn't stack up. And can I give you a case in point? If we were to say, let's convert the 4 million FTTN over to FTTC,
Great idea.
then it's going to cost significant more money against this $49 billion peak funding envelope.
How much more?
Again, we can do the analysis against that, and we've done studies before. You had asked earlier, has there ever been a study? Yeah, of course we looked at that, and we presented it, but it was far more. We presented it to our board, and we presented it to the government. And it was far more than what we're currently spending at today. And so the commitment of, wait a minute, that deviates from the statement of expectations. If you could do it today, cheaper, faster, meeting the needs of the majority of Australians, and have an upgrade path when those needs increase, that's what you're supposed to be doing, and hence we're on this track to do so. But as soon as you want to do this richer fiber before people are willing to pay for it, the economics fall apart. And again, I want to underscore, and I know you know this is not a public school. It's not a public road. That's not the way that the former Labour Party put this thing together. And we're just sticking to that. That's all. We're still just trying to manage this for a very modest profit to make sure that it stays on as an investment, not anything else.
You're making a valiant case, Mr. Morrow. I appreciate it. I think it just seems to me, and I'm not putting this to you as a question, but it does seem to me that in terms of what's left of the rollout, there is that opportunity to do it once and do it right, and we're in touching distance of that, but we're not there yet. I do just want to bring up the revenue issue because you've raised it in the public domain in recent days. So you've raised concerns about, first of all, the fact that the wonderful statistical actuarial analysis has overestimated the number of premises that actually exist in this country, and there are 700,000 fewer of them than you based your model on.
700.
And is that about right?
Please proceed. The number's wrong, but the concept is right.
And some concern about the uptake of the sort of the higher yield packages. Do we take it from that this latest version of the corporate plan will adjust the revenue projections? That's one question. And just separate to that, I'm interested, based on what you've seen so far about the uptake of the higher yield packages, I'm interested in a point that we raised with you when we visited the centre earlier in the year around the way that the revenue projections roll out. So for the first few years shown, there's a fairly close relationship between the proportional change in the number of activated premises. So from 16 to 17, you double the number of activated premises, you a bit more than double the revenue. 17 to 18, that's the same. But then from 18 to 19, the growth in activated premises goes from 4.4 million to 6.9 million, so that's a 57% increase, and yet the growth in revenue stays at about double, about 98%. So it seems that suddenly there seems to be a kind of a disconnect that emerges there, and it's repeated in the following year when again the proportion of activated premises grows much less by this stage, because we'll be close to the end apparently, 17%, but again revenue grows 35% in that year. How do you explain that kind of disconnect?
Senator, the revenue numbers get updated every corporate plan, so I'm afraid, given its draft, we will be updating the corporate plan, and departments will be releasing that in the next month or so. So
are the revenue numbers going to be better?
We'll have to wait for the corporate plan, Senator, sorry. But in terms of your second question, revenue grows for a series of reasons. It will grow because of timing of activations could be part of that reason. When the actual services get activated can have an impact. You're looking at June numbers against June numbers, so when they actually come on, I'd have to look in detail, but that could be part of the reason. But the main reason is that our projected average revenue per user grows over that period of time, because We think there'll be a greater uptake of speed tiers. We think there'll be further data usage, but principally business services come online. And what you're seeing there, I think, will be the impact of higher yielding business services coming in the outer years, the later years. And that is, it's not, that is the main reason why the average revenue per user grows, and therefore the revenue grows as against a raw activation number that you're looking at.
Okay, notwithstanding the fact that the CEO, Mr. Morrow, has observed in recent days that the evidence to date is that you're not getting the take-up of the kind of the higher speed data combos which generate that higher yield in terms of revenue.
Well, as I said, it's the business revenues is principally the reason why the average revenue grows, and that will be growing in that period of time, as opposed to the residential, which is what Mr. Morrow is referring to.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And just before I go to Senator O'Neill and colleagues, we're not even halfway through the question time period, so there is plenty of time for everyone to ask questions. But I did want to pick up on what the Deputy Chair was talking about in terms of technology, because it has been a theme of much of our hearings. And I wonder if you could perhaps, Mr. Morrow, take us through the improvements that have been made available to copper over the years, just very briefly, and in so doing consider whether new technologies, which I asked an earlier witness about, might in fact remove some of the technical capacity and constraints on copper, V plus G fast, so that when we talk about a supposition that consumers would prefer an NBN that looks like this to an NBN that exists today, we also should include the ability, the technical changes that we don't yet know have arrived, which might be included and should form part of that consideration. So lots of denigration of copper, and I understand people have their own views, but can you just focus on what it might be able to do in our fibre to the node connections?
I think, again, worldwide you look, there is a massive race taking place to be able to have people have more and more speed over their networks. However, there's big investments in these infrastructures that there, whether it's copper, pay TV cables, or even to the certain degree that the fiber has been rolled out. So there's a lot of companies that said, I'll pay for upgrades to this existing infrastructure that I have rather than cutting it over to something else. And so therefore companies like Nokia will invest R&D to say, how can we actually get more speed out of that copper-based network? So you've seen through this kind of normal R&D process, ADSL moved to VDSL, that gave it a big speed bump, and then VDSL moving to vectoring VDSL, that gave it a big speed bump, and then you see things like G.fast, G+, there's a number of others that are coming down where people keep trying to sweat that asset to get more and more speed out of it. Now, again, I don't want to give the committee the wrong impression there. I think that ultimately there are going to be more limits on copper than there are on some of the fiber or coaxial-based products, meaning the pay TV products. And hence the reason why fiber will get further and further into the neighborhoods for any technology. Even the HFC pay TV network, you can see a technological evolution to where fiber is going to get more and more deployed, and we embrace that, and you do it at a time that is commensurate with when consumers actually have a need that they're willing to pay for it, and therefore the economics all stay together.
Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I don't know if you got to read the transcript from last week when we were in Burnie from the copper mines that came to give us evidence. And they were, look, it was exciting stuff. But it was quite interesting that, you know, we've got a copper mine and they were there just telling us they cannot possibly consider a future where they could survive with copper and how important fibre is to them. And I guess the whole conversation so far has been, and I think you just added to it in your last comments, that bit by bit you're moving away from copper to more fibre. And you've given us that evidence before.
Correct.
Because copper simply doesn't cut it, as I think was the line
it cuts it for today. If the future is what we think it could be, then it won't cut it for the future, but we'll, again, use our own company money to pay for that upgrade.
Senator O'Neill, if you mentioned to Mr Morrow that Copper Mines was in Queenstown, he would have read the transcript, I'm sure, on the west coast of Tassie. Yeah, it's all right. You don't have to say anything, Mr. Morrow.
All right, thank you.
Could I just ask you about, further to the questions that have already been asked by the Deputy Chair, with regard to the transitioning of people from fibre to the node in your planning to fibre to the curb? Because, you know, we've had conversations on and off the record about the Central Coast. The contracts up there were undertaken under this government, switched from fibre to the prem to fibre to the node. There's still a few areas that are up there that haven't had delivered it. You know, they're pretty keen to get fibre to the curb. What's the situation? How many people are actually going to get fibre to the curb in the rollout? And what are you doing about cleaning up important suburbs like Carryall?
So the total mix, if you assume under 12 million, how much under, again, falls back to the database that Senator Wilson was referring to. We are going to put 1 million of these, call it 11.8 million total homes that we'll have by that point in time, on fibre to the curb.
Why only 1 million? Why only 1 million?
Economics, Senator, until we can find a way to actually get fibre to the curb even cheaper than we already have been able to reduce it to, and a faster deployment, even with the improvements that we've made in the speed of the deployment. We're working towards that. Again, we have a challenge internal to NBN saying, let's bust through this and see if we can have more breakthroughs so we can put more fibre to the curb in the ground and still stay within the remit that the government has given us with the fastest, least cost, most upgradable path.
So we've got how long before the corporate plan comes out, Mr. Morrow?
We believe the government's going to issue it at the end of August, but that's a question they should answer.
Yeah, well, that's what we heard from the department today. They were a little uncertain at the beginning. They were telling us sometime in August, and then we did hear late in August that it might happen. In terms of that corporate plan, are the numbers of people who are going to get fibre to the curb locked down now? I'm sure you'd be at a pretty advanced stage of planning.
Again, Senator, I've learned all too well until the plan is final. It's only a draft form, and so speaking about what is to be that has yet to be approved is not prudent.
Okay, so you're telling me there's only 1 million Australians who are going to get the fibre to the curb. Is there any chance that maybe 1.5 million of them might be able to get fibre to the curb by the end of the next month? You know, is it the sort of thing you can just make your mind up at the last minute about?
Good interrogation, Senator. Until the plan is approved, I can't really comment on it. I will say that if in the future we find ways to improve speed, cost, you're going to see more fibre to the curb. I like the technology from what we've seen so far, but it's still early days. I think we all should be a little bit cautious that these distribution point units we put in a footpath in the box in front of the house, we're going to do this in large quantities, and we've got to make sure that works properly. So we're not completely out of the danger zone in terms of having to refine this to ensure that it works carefully. Okay.
So even with those parameters, you have been on the record many times now, including a few times today, saying you're going to deliver for 1 million.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you rule out that you won't be delivering for 1.4 million or 1.5 million?
I cannot rule that out by the time 2020 comes, no.
Right. What about in the next 6 months? Is it possible for you
I'll
to
make it
change
easy
on
on
that
you.
scale?
There's nothing that we are submitting in the plan that takes the million up above the million.
Right. So let me go parochial for a second. Where does that leave the suburb of Carryall?
I don't know. Do we know, Chris, where Carryall is?
We should have prepared for that, shouldn't we?
FTTN, solid, that's fast, and the best economics available.
Okay. So I'm sure. Go on, Chair.
Has the FTTC footprint, like if you've guesstimated 1 million,
yes,
is that based on some geographical considerations? So rather than just having a big number that you're then going to sprinkle around, do you already have a sense of where the FTTC is going to go?
We do.
Okay, but that's not publicly available yet?
Yeah. It is on the website, Senator.
Not in a sort of aggregate map way, or in a sort of a checking address by address sort of way?
Checking address by address.
So is it possible to get a map or something, or a summary that will tell the committee where the FTTC bits are going to go?
Well, let us have a look at that, Senator, to see what we can produce for you.
And is the decision as to where it goes, is that really only driven by, well, I'm interested to know what it's driven by, and I guess I'm particularly concerned that we're going to end up with sort of 3 phases of this rollout: the FTTP, which is the sort of the gold standard, the FTTN in the middle, which is not the gold standard, and then the FTTC, which is the sort of gold plated standard, or it's pretty good. But the FTTN households are going to be significantly worse off. Maybe that's not going to matter in the short term because the estimate is people don't need it. But before too long, it is going to matter. And based on what we've kind of seen, like FTTP, fibre to the premise is going to greenfield, so new build areas. I don't know where the FTTC is going, but a lot of the FTTN does seem, particularly in my part of the world, to go to sort of areas that are in between. Like it is really a bit hard. Some of the oldest areas, some of the oldest suburbs in my neck of the woods, which are not quite in my seat, but in the seat to the north, they actually got fibre to the premise because they're old establishment suburbs. So they're actually very high socio-economic areas that were built early to, the development of Perth. So high average income, high educational attainment, and they've got fibre to the premise because the copper network was so old in those established suburbs. In greenfield suburbs, they're getting fibre to the premises as well, and now there are going to be certain places that get fibre to the curb, but I've got lots of suburbs that are at the lower end of the socio-economic spectrum. They're getting fibre to the node. So I'm just worried about the fact that we're going to end up in 2 or 3 years' time with a patchy kind of infrastructure with possibly the lower quality bits of it being in parts of the metro areas that are already facing disadvantage.
Yeah, I don't, Senator, if I could, I do not believe that FTTN is a lower quality. Yes, it has some speed limitations. However, the speed so far seem to be sufficient for what people are asking for. The speed issues we referred to earlier aren't particular to FTTN. We see the same issues about the speed concerns on other technologies as well.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, putting aside the kind of whether people are happy with it at the moment, you can't dispute the proposition that there is a big-time qualitative difference, technological, infrastructural capacity difference between fibre to the premise and fibre to the node.
Absolutely, and it costs a heck of a lot more. And so the idea is, why would you build a 6-bedroom house when you've only got 1 child? You may be planning a big family, but build as you go is the concept.
But what I'm saying is, what happens if we've got areas, and this is the case, within 5 kilometres, I could point to you to 5 suburbs where the average income per household is in one of the bottom 2 lowest quintiles, and they're getting fibre to the node, and I'm already hearing about some of the issues with that. And I know that 5 kilometres to the northeast, you've got old established suburbs like Mount Pleasant and South Perth, where the average income per household is double, educational attainment is different. All of the socio-economic indicators are substantially different. They're all getting fibre to the premise.
Yeah, but Senator, you don't see a marketable difference in terms of the speeds that are being taken up over fibre to the prem versus fibre to the node.
That's only because that could be because of a number of things that you've also spoken to. Like at the moment, it's a dog's breakfast out there. Nobody knows what they can get. I think one of the reasons why people are not taking up higher plans is that they've got no confidence in the offer that's being made to them by RSPs. So, in New Zealand, where fibre to the premise is more or less ubiquitous, 90% of what people are taking up is 100 megabit per second plus. At the moment, as you yourself have said, it's a low ball price war where the service providers are not giving. No one in their right mind will be taking up a higher plan at the moment, even though there are RSPs who would sell it to them, because the word on the street is you're paying for something you're not going to get. But that doesn't take away from that fundamental difference that I've just described, and I think we all know. We're going to end up with a situation where as soon as we begin to test that capacity, which I suspect will be very soon, because I think confidence will come in, the price game will end, reputation of the infrastructure will improve, and so on and so on, you're going to find that there are some areas that have a sort of an infrastructural ceiling and some areas that don't.
That is correct. But again, when we see us hitting those ceilings and we know that people are willing to actually pay for this higher grade service we're talking about, NBN will be there to make sure that we upgrade that technology to where they can have it. This is just...
But you said earlier you haven't got that plan and you haven't put that money aside.
Because there's no forecast of the usage getting to the point to where consumers are going to say, I'm willing to, on the mass market basis that I'm referring to, that people are going to say, I'm willing to now pay the incremental cost to go from my 12 or my 25 up to 100 or 200. There is no evidence, none, of that's going to happen on the mass market basis today. So this is classic economics for any business out there to say, if I don't see any evidence of needing that extra capacity, why would I spend the extra money now? Because I'll lose it. It'll just go away, and that's where irresponsible financial prudency comes into play, where this model says, as we start to see that, hopefully we'll build it ahead of them. Now, if that demand came earlier, I want to be fair in terms of the balanced argument here. If that demand that people don't see right now anywhere around the world that we've been able to talk to, that if we're all wrong on that, and next month, next year, we see that tsunami occur of data avalanche, and we are all needing to quadruple and quintuple the levels of speeds that we have, then it would have been better to build fiber everywhere else. I concede that. Yes. That would be the case. But you have to believe that that's coming now, and people are going to be willing to pay for it, or there's going to be a social program to say, I want to stimulate the digital economy.
The poorest households are going to be the ones who are supposed to pay for that. I mean, that's what,
I appreciate that's an opinion. I don't share that view on this. I don't think we went through and said, poor people get fiber to the node and rich people get fiber to the premise or fiber to the curb. That's not the way that the network is rolled out.
Are you considering that at least? Are you looking at that? Is that one of the factors? Are you looking at...
We do look at the economic propensity of whether or not somebody will pay more for a given service to see if that falls into the economics of justifying which technology goes into play.
But it's not just a question of whether they will pay more. I mean, that's the whole thing about the digital divide and combating disadvantage. Like, if their question is, can they pay more? I mean, clearly they can't. So then you can...
So to answer your question, being really clear, we apply the 25% to all, with 90% of the fixed line getting 50 meg, and cheapest, fastest with an upgrade plan to when consumers need more, we'll be there to deliver more. That's our principle that we apply to it. And if that means, a wealthy neighborhood or an affluent neighborhood versus a fixed income neighborhood gets it, we don't even look through that lens. It is the 50 meg with 90% of the fixed line and 25 for all.
It does seem a little bit blind, but I interrupted Senator Neal.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just take you to the percentage of satisfied customers in the time before we go to the afternoon tea break? Recently, Mr. Morrow, you said, and I believe you said this afternoon as well, that 85% of NBN consumers are satisfied. And then in the AFR article, and I think you said today, 85% of consumers are neutral or satisfied.
Yeah.
So could you please clarify for the record, what are the scales used in the survey that you're referring to?
It's a 1 to 10 scale or a 0 to 9 scale. And typically...
Sorry, is it both of those? Are there two, or there are multiple?
0 to 9 scale,
Okay.
10-point scale.
Yep.
And the dissatisfied is usually in the 0 to 4 category. And so that's 15% that I'm rounding off with that are dissatisfied.
Okay.
When you go above 4 and say you're a 5 and a 6, I think it's in a 7, you see that people are neutral. And then when you get above that, they're really satisfied. And the 9 is the highest score I think that one can register. and I think we're seeing 15% of all of the people are at that highest level of satisfaction. So again, if you take the 15% that are dissatisfied against, greater than 10% that are extremely satisfied, this puts it in the proper context. Now, again, we don't want anybody to be dissatisfied. We don't want anybody to have a poor experience. And the thing that I would emphasize here, Senator, is that is a measure of everything that is to do with broadband service. That is not isolating NBN experience or isolating an RXP experience. That is the combined view of my retailer's service, my retailer's price, the NBN experience that I had. It's the collective view of our industry today.
Getting your NBN on, whatever that means. Yeah. Can I just go back to clarify, make sure I understood exactly what you said? So 0 to 4 is a combined dissatisfaction rating. Is there sort of an extremely dissatisfied section of that?
Yeah, well, it's the scale.
At 0?
0, yes.
Okay, so what percentage are at 0?
I don't recall that specific number.
Would you be able to take that on notice and provide me with a detailed breakdown
we'll have a look at it, yes.
At each one of those? So 0 to 4, you're saying 15%. Then 5, 6 and 7, is that what you call neutral?
It's in that range.
Yeah, it's 8 to 10, it's 11 point.
It is a 10. It's an 11 point or a 10 point scale?
It's 11. So right. 0 to 10.
Right.
And the 8 to 10 is extremely satisfied, and 0 to 4 the dissatisfied customers.
Okay, so 5, 6 and 7.
11's the board members.
Okay, so 5, 6 and 7 then that is neutral. That's what that means.
Yeah, it's considered. How do you feel about your broadband experience? Well, I'm neutral on it, and I'm not unhappy. I'm not happy. I'm not dissatisfied. I'm fine with it. Is the way that it's viewed. Very common in the industry. To keep this in perspective, a lot of people use this to say and track what's the percent dissatisfied, and typically NPS scores, Net Promoter Scores, take your satisfied and you minus out your dissatisfied, and that gives you a rough idea as to are you positive, are you negative. And that's why you'll hear that term used a lot. And I will say that that NPS score for our industry has been on the decline as of late. It actually was troublesome. If I go back 3 years, it was an absolute dire mess. It started to pick back up. And then with the volumes that we've been cranking out lately, we're starting to see that back on the decline, hence the need to arrest that, change the way in which the RSPs and NBN are interacting with the end user, all sorts of other factors and considerations given to make sure people get a good experience.
So when we put all of the explanations and the discussion away, we've got 10% who are satisfied, but we've got 15% who are dissatisfied, and the rest of the middle who don't really care.
No, that's not the. I gave you a 10 score. That was in the double-digit range, and don't quote me on that. I'm happy to go back and look at giving you all the numbers on that, Senator O'Neill. But I can tell you, the majority are either neutral or happy with the service. The vast majority. And again, we see people actually starting to come out and say, I don't know what all the negative hype is. I've had a great experience. And it's less likely for somebody to speak up than it is about a positive experience than it is about a negative experience. And I'm sure you guys have witnessed that, in the tremendous research that you guys have done. Having our industry have 15% net overall with a dissatisfaction score is the focus. That is really important that we wrestle with that and we get that taken care of. And there's not a doubt in my mind that we will. No one can survive with that poor of service. And so therefore change will happen.
I'd love to tell you that I've got my NBN, but the saga for me continues, Mr. Morrow. It's been a long time now, over a year. And that's not an uncommon experience we're finding, which is very, very sad.
Is it an appropriate juncture to suspend for more afternoon teas?
Yes, I think it might be.
Thank you very much. And the committee will suspend for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
and pricing issue again. Because this speed crisis is certainly, I'm sure it's exercising a lot of your mind, and you undertake your own analysis of these issues to understand how much capacity is needed to support a good quality service. Based on what you're observing currently, how much CVC per user should large retailers be provisioning to support better speeds during peak hour?
Yeah,
We did have some evidence around this last week in Tasmania.
I wish it were that easy to give a simple answer to that, Senator, but unfortunately it's not, and if I can elaborate a little bit. So there is a ratio, I think, that is important, and that ratio is the CVC purchased, which is measured in megabit per second per average user that's associated with that CVC. Now, you take that over the top of the average consumption of those users that are also assigned to that CVC. And from that, you can derive a ratio that says, is this going to be problematic during the busy period of the day or not? Now, there's some other overlays, for example, a business group of people versus a consumer-based group of people, because businesses are less likely to be using as much data at 7:30 at night when video streaming is at its peak. But when you overlay those things, therefore, you can then look at a ratio to say, are you going to be degrading service or not? The other thing that we look at and can see is when CVCs actually start to reach a point of congestion. And this is the volume of traffic over the busiest period of the day flowing from our network into the retailer's network. And if it starts to get to a point where bytes are being dropped, a little bit technical there, then we know that the users are probably being slowed down in terms of their experience. But that's just an observance that we have, and we share that usually with the RSPs, but again, it's their decision, may very well be a part of their service offering of value to quality.
So automatically, like you automatically report that to the RSP so they see that as it happens like live, so they know that they need to take action, or is there a requirement for them to always be on top of it as far as...
No, they see it as well. They probably are monitoring far more than we are.
But you say you report to them, so that's an automatic form of reporting that you're offering to
It's not automatic. If we see a problem on somebody, we'll say, how are you guys aware of it? If they say, yep, we know, then we're done with it.
Is there a spot market?
I'm sorry?
Is there a spot market?
No. So well, similar, though. I mean, interestingly enough, Senator, this is a software push of a button to switch the provisioning of the CVC. So in a very short period of time, if a end user for that particular CVC of that particular POI, happy to explain that if that's necessary, if they decide they want to allocate more bandwidth capacity on it, they can do it through a software that goes into our system that's an automatic provisioning. Sequentially so, they can change order and have that reduced as well.
And do they pay the same price? I apologise to Senator O'Neill, but do they...
It's all right. It's a very fruitful line of questioning.
Do they pay the same price, or do they pay a premium price for flicking the switch and
No, it doesn't cost to flick the switch to change the provisioning, but the more they purchase, so using a megabit, if you're purchasing 2 megabits versus 1 megabit per average user, then it's going to be a lot cheaper for the per megabit unit price if you're buying more. So this is the dimension-based scale of the pricing.
Great. And we heard quite a deal about that this morning. And it does sound complicated when you say it like that. But last week we heard a very, very simple explanation from Mr. Iverley, who runs a company called Lontel, who talked about, the benefit of fibre to the prem in Launceston and the exciting things that are going on there. But basically, he said that people should be able to just simply ask their retail service provider, in terms of the amount of provisioning and dimensioning, will you guarantee that you have got 3 megabits per second provisioning for me? And he said once you get to that level, you're not going to have a problem with speed or reliability. And that's what he is delivering to his customers and his clients.
Yeah. Well,
so that's it, isn't it? It's pretty that simple.
Well, and Senator, again, from my point of view, I'll take my personal home. I want to know what I can expect at busy hour of the day. You know, I have 2 children in my house. I've got 2 uni students running around in my house all the time and 2 professionals. So I want to know what the drop in speed is going to be. And I recognize there will always be a drop. This is a peak information rate type of a product offering by both the networks involved, not a committed information rate. And so I know that the speed will drop as they do on every other consumer-based network, but I want to know what the floor is. So at 7:30 at night, I'm going to ask the question of my retailer, what can I expect my purchase speed to drop down to? And if they give me an answer, then I'll hold them to that if I start to see that decline. And this is the kind of discussion that we are actually promoting to say have that discussion with those retailers so you know that you're purchasing the right plan. And again, I want to emphasize, we see this conversation needed whether you're fiber to the prim or fiber to the node. You don't see a difference between access technologies because it is all below the ceiling of what can be produced by those technologies.
So there's a couple of important things I think that there's many education programs being talked about, and it's about, you know, who's responsible because people are caught in their finger pointing.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if people say, tell me what the lowest speed I'm going to get, and are you going to provision 3 megabits per second? If people can get a yes on both of those and a number that's, you know, not below where they're willing to go, so they want to really be at about
That's right.
25, then they're going to get an okay service.
Yeah, and this, if I can, there's a couple of RSPs out there, and I'll call out TPG on this. They have recently changed their whole comms plan, and they are talking ranges now with their consumers. And that's exactly the conversation that needs to happen because in some way we, and I'm going to say NBN is at fault here too, we have put out this view that, well, you can buy 25, 50, or 100. So without saying that that's a peak information rate, that isn't a guaranteed 24-hour a day, every minute of the day rate that you're going to be observing. And hence the reason why these retailers like TPG, like Aussie Broadband are doing, you know, starting to change that conversation out there to say it'll range. You'll peak at 25, but you may drop down to 15 or maybe to 10. Is that good enough for you at this price point? And if not, maybe I have an upgraded product that I can give you more certainty where that, call it the bottom end of my speed delivery is increased because I'm going to pay $5 more a month or $10 more a month or whatever it is on offer.
So sort of having explored that more broadly, can I go to a few more specific questions? How much are retailers currently provisioning?
It's a little over a megabit per second per user is the average. Now, we have to always be careful with averages. Remember, there's 121 different points of interconnect where we aggregate the customer's data to be able to hand over to their network. And within each one of these points of interconnect or POIs, a retailer can have multiple CVCs. So, in fact, you and your neighborhood can be on the same provider as your next door neighbor, but be on a different CVC that has a different ratio that I was talking about earlier, and be purchasing the same price plan or the speed plans. So let's say you're both on a 25 meg plan, you're both with RSPX, and you discover I'm suffering at 7:30 at night, and your neighbor says, I don't know what your problem is, I'm flying. It could be because of the CVC dimensioning being different than what your neighbor is, but again, same telco company, same POI, just different CVCs and different ratios.
So what's the price impact if they move to a more desirable level from the customer experience standpoint?
Well, we've done some high-level analysis, and again, these are always, you got to be a bit dangerous at. With the average of a little bit over a megabit per second today, if the averaging doubled, meaning that's and I'll explain this because it's really important. People don't think, oh, I'm constrained to a megabit. That's not what this is doing. But if I double the amount of that flow through from our network into their network, it's about a $5 a month per user charge to be able to double the CVC capacity on average. Now, again, danger of averages is some RSPs are provisioning far more than that megabit per second average. I've called a couple of those out in the past, and some of them are provisioning far fewer. Some of them need to provision more, some of them don't need to provision more. So there's many variables, but to get a sense over the economics of the CVC cost, you can double the throughput today at $5 per user cost.
Okay. If the NBN rollout was complete, do you expect a greater level of differentiation based on quality than what we see now?
If it were to what? I'm sorry?
If the NBN rollout was complete,
yes.
Would you expect a greater level of differentiation based on quality rather than what we currently see now?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay. What is the time horizon for the types of changes that we've been discussing to materialise in the market?
Well, so there's a market dynamic, a free market issue that if I could elaborate, and this is just Bill Morrows' view, that with this price war phenomena of 100,000 new homes of inventory every week, with 100 providers that can resell this service, with this need for market share because of the economy of scale business, you've got this very unique phenomenon that says I just got to run and I got to, offer the most competitive price because that's what's going to pull me on board. I'll think about whether, they're on the right plan later in some cases. Once we stop introducing 100,000 new homes of inventory every week and we balance out, we're at the end of the rollout, you're going to say, all right, fine, two things are going to happen. One is there's not much new inventory. Now I just want to go after my competitors' customers and see if I can't pull them over to me. Now I've got to differentiate in different ways, perhaps more quality. Now, can we wait until 2019 or 2020 for this to start to ramp down, for that to occur? I don't think so, and I don't think we have to. Quite frankly, I think the discussion that's taken place and what's in the newspapers today can be healthy because consumers may think, oh, I didn't realize I have speed choices. 75%, through a recent survey that was done, 75%...
By you or somebody else?
It was 75%? No? So we commissioned it, and third party basically looked at a sample size of the 2.5 million end users on the NBN network today, said, do you know what your speed's on? 3/4 of them said, no, I don't. So that may be an indication that that sales process was not a discussion about, let me find choices that best meet your needs, and you can buy more if you pay more and get more out of that. Mm-hmm. Maybe, there's not enough of that discussion taking place.
Can you share that report with the committee?
Yes, we
can.
I believe the attention, and again, I've had numerous discussions with retailers as of late, especially, saying I want to be able to improve my quality on this thing. I've got this massive land grab phenomena, and I'll stand on my own here for a moment, but I believe we're overcooked on the amount of competition that's out there. It's becoming destructive rather than constructive, or destructive rather than constructive in terms of the benefits that you'd normally see with a healthy level of competition. I come back to the chair of the ACCC saying that he thought that 5 providers was reasonable for our market for broadband. I think he said Rod Sims. Yeah. He said 4 for mobile, 5 for broadband. 100 different companies are selling this product today. And direct contract to us, there's over 25 in a given city, the big cities now, not everywhere around the country. And then they let other brands or companies ride on their network, so they're reselling the NBN too. And that's why you can get up to 100 different brand names potentially knocking on your door to compete for almost the same service.
It's not the first time we've seen a telco bubble, though.
Yeah. Well, and indeed, as many people see, so if I take a hands-off, free market, laissez-faire, theoretical approach that are in the textbooks out there, this will correct itself because, quite frankly, the price reduction will force the little guys that can't make the money, that don't have the scale, that don't have the lower cost structure, they don't make any money, they have to leave the market, so that 100 shrinks down to a reasonable level. And similarly, if it goes down to 1 or 2, profit margins get big. That attracts other people to come in, and that's why that equilibrium occurs, and the regulatory framework. And I believe Rod Sims is a very good regulator here. He has tools at his disposal to make sure that level of competition gets to the right point.
So with all of that as a context, is there an inflection point before the rollout completes where some retailers might begin to move away from solely differentiating on price?
I think so. I'm
Will it come from the market, or do you think that the ACCC are going to have to push it?
I think it's a multitude. First of all, I think RSPs are realizing, this is creating more of a problem than just getting the market share for me, so I want to do more. You see TPG saying, I'm going to start talking about range. You see Aussie Broadband saying, I've provisioned a massive amount of CVC because I want your busy hour of the day to actually be this minimum of a service level. You're seeing Telstra and Optus all start to think about this as well. So by doing so, the market may actually respond on its own. I think when you hear the ACCC saying, I want to put some speed monitoring devices out there, that catches a lot of people's attention as to whether or not I need to be clear in how I'm advertising this product and therefore clear in my options that I give to the retailers or to the consumers.
You've talked a little bit about the commercial factors there. You've mentioned the ACCC, the regulatory capacity. So clearly you're saying it's not just strictly commercial factors that are going to be involved in this. What other strategic objectives are at play here?
You mean what triggers should be put in place to put this back in its balance?
Well, that's one question.
Well, again, I think awareness and mandating awareness, that have that conversation with your retailer about what are the choices. And the retailer should be really crystal clear, as NBN should, to our retailers, that this is a peak information rate of 25. It does not guarantee you're going to have 25 every minute of the day. But what is it at the low end that I'm going to be delivered? So I know as an end user, is that the right plan for me? But if it's simply, well, everybody's offering 25 and it's always 25, then of course all I care about is price. But that has yet to be on the mass market basis the kinds of conversations that need to take place. Can I also say here, because I want to make sure there's no confusion, I don't know of any retailer that has a strategy that says, I'm going to take advantage of this and sell my service and give a crappy service out there. That's not their strategy. That's why I come back to they're between a rock and a hard place. I mean, I've heard, almost the pleas on the, talking to some of the CEOs about, I'm forced down into this price level and I can't go up from it because I've got, 10 others that are offering the same product almost at a lower price. The conversation that I have to have with the consumer is really hard in that kind of environment. And so I'm sympathetic with it and can see that as well. It's still, we need to do something fundamentally different to make sure the end user knows what they're getting. I think the ACCC is monitoring this to be sure that happens. I think you're going to see more and more RSPs that are going to volunteer to jump in to do this differently. And that then, I think, Senator, will raise the bar before we get to the end of the lab grab phenomena phase.
I've just got three more on price and then
quickly, because I'm just conscious that Senator Griff has to go and I want to get to him before he has to leave.
Okay, so is there merit in having a product that provides smaller providers below a certain size with the ability to access a large market, but through a small number of POIs?
So the POI issue can be summed up to a barrier to entry or the ease of entering into the marketplace. So if I'm Woolies and I want to sell to the nation and take advantage of the relationship I already have with end users or people around the nation, I have to spend a lot of capital money to build a network into each of those 121 locations that the country's divided into, or I have to pay to use somebody else's network, which is a lot of money up front, and if I only got the first few 10 customers, I'm making a massive loss. So a lot of companies say that the risk to reward is not to where I want to enter in to do this market that's partly driven by the POI issue. I've talked to the smaller retail companies that say by the time you factor in the POI issue and how I have to compete on price on this thing, I'm getting killed. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay in business. So if you did this, Senator, this is the thing that we have to be careful of. Do we want to lower the barrier to entry and add to the 100 that are already here, maybe exacerbating the land grab price war phenomena? Or do we say, it's in balance today and we're going to let it ride out to where we can get that equilibrium of competitors to market size? Okay. This is a question, I think, for the regulator to contemplate, and I believe they do, but it's an issue around how much competition comes into the marketplace. That's about NBN.
It does structure the way the market can evolve, though. It means it's very difficult for you to enter the market as a business-only retailer. because of the 120 poise. You're
makes
just
it a
not
lot
going
more
to have the
difficult.
volume at every one of them.
You're betting big. I'm going to go after the volume that will pay for that cost of building out to the 121 poise. I mean, you've seen it with TPG when they built it out. Vodafone's been building out to the poise as we speak right now. And it's a heavy upfront capital cost, which means I've got to get that market share to pay this back. It's an economy of scale business. What does that mean? Compete on price, you know? Now, I believe, you listen to Vodafone, they talk about a different kind of quality service level that they're trying to differentiate on. TPG, Telstra, Optus, you know, all of them want to do this. But again, when you're forced right down into it with 100,000 per week, it can create the problems that I think is partly what we're seeing.
So my second last question is, what product innovations are possible to facilitate retail competition on different dimensions?
You can lower the price to enter. You can reduce the number of poise. You can have a discounted pricing scheme to say until your customers ramp up to a certain level, we won't charge you as much for CVC and ABC, and that'll bring on more retailers. Now, again, Senator, that's if you want them. And I think the question needs to be answered as to whether or not there are too many already today.
Okay, so my last question, Mr. Morrow, are there pricing innovations that NBN Co could introduce that would preserve the value of the company as it currently stands, which are currently inhibited by legislation?
I don't think so. Stephen, did he? I don't think legislation is our issue. It's we don't want to. We want to be responsible and make a small, modest profit.
Not legislation. We heard the regulatory earlier, but not legislation.
So you got to operate within the confines of the regulatory framework. But as Caroline was answering Senator Urquhart's question, you can do a certain degree, and if it falls out that those confines, then you can go back with a variation on the SAU to apply for the change. But this is what the regulator will look at to see is that healthy for the market or unhealthy.
If you have any further answers on that, would be interesting.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Griff.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Morrow, out of those 100 RSPs that you referred to before, are they directly connecting to the poise or are they using aggregators?
Most of them are using aggregators.
Okay, because that adds another dimension of cost to them, doesn't it? So what number would be directly connecting to the poise?
5.
5 in total.
Well, so but remember, there's been some consolidation. So I think IINet had a number of poise built. TPG had a number of poise built. So they came together. Now they're one company, but there's two different POI networks that were integrated there. Now maybe they're consolidated. I don't know. That would be a question for the TPG team. But Telstra, Optus, TPG, Vodafone's building out theirs. You've got some other resellers that, like Vocus. Vocus has got, a large, strong network. Thank you. That's in there, and I think those are the predominant 5.
So
there might be a few others.
Another level of stress for these other providers, which is contributing to the issues.
Indeed, and the thing I would point out for clarity is some POIs are far more obvious you want to build into that have a quicker economic return. So Sydney, Melbourne, just as an example, I'll build my own network in there, not use the aggregators, which I'm paying a premium for, typically.
Okay. A couple of other questions. I'm interested in your view on the Productivity Commission's recommendation that you be subject to the USO for baseline broadband and voice. And I note that in your submission to the review, you were totally opposed to being subject to a USO.
Well, let me break it down a little bit, Senator, if I could. So, voice, if the USO obligation is to make sure every home, every business has a voice-based service, can you rely on NBN to do that? As all political parties know, from the inception of NBN, satellite and fixed wireless were not designed to do voice. It can, but it's not ideal, and you'd have to make substantial
that's not the bulk of
changes.
That's not the
No. So that's what. But I just want to kind of carve out the voice USO obligation. If it is a broadband component of, should NBN be responsible to make sure any new development? Remember, 2020, everybody will have it. Beyond that, when a new home pops up, should NBN have the obligation to go ahead and connect that? If it's being properly funded by industry in the way the USO obligations, I'm not so sure we have any objection with that. I think there are other factors that are more into the details to where, we have said you got to be careful about protecting the NBN business model of what we're capable of.
Okay, so for broadband, you're okay with the USO effectively?
Well, because we have to provide every home and business as it's written in our SOE today.
Okay. Just in relation to your towers, are you in discussion with telcos to share your regional towers for mobile service delivery?
We are and have been for a number of years.
All telcos?
Anybody that's willing to talk to us. So typically Vodafone and Optus are a little bit more interested, Telstra to a certain degree.
Okay.
I think as TPG moves into this space, we'll probably have more discussions with them too.
Right. So how many of your towers are currently being utilised for shared services?
Not as many as you would think, and I can get the exact number to you.
Yes,
but
that would be.
That what we have found is that they call them grids, and they overlay a map and say, here's where our towers we want for mobile coverage to be. We build for a fixed wireless application that has a different grid look to it,
Sure.
and therefore not many of them overlap.
Okay. So that on notice and the providers associated with that would be fantastic. Are you considering or would you consider delivering a wholesale mobile service via your fixed wireless infrastructure?
No.
Okay.
Not mobile.
Okay. That's fine. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Griff.
Chair, is that right? You've said that under the SOE you've got a USO-like obligation in respecting to connect every house and home. Unlike the USO, however, it doesn't provide, and the customer service guarantee, it doesn't provide end users with any rights vis-a-vis the NBN. So what's your disposition to a USO-like obligation that provides end users with a right vis-a-vis the NBN?
I don't know if I'm familiar enough with those details, Senator, to answer that question. So I'd like to take that on notice.
Does Mr. Rue have anything to add?
No, Senator. Not a senator? You're not a senator.
Yeah, we work. The traditional joke we'd say is that we work for a living, unlike senators.
That's habit. We have been pulled down in the camera in front of the senators for so long. You're all senators.
Yeah.
So sorry.
It's
quite nice. I quite like it.
They feel offended.
No, we're not.
Thank you.
You've been elevated.
It's a chance for elevation.
Yeah. Grab it while you can.
Thank you, colleagues.
Can
I have a question for a couple of further questions
Chair, I
for
have
Mr.
some more
Morrows.
as well.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. When you were deploying solely fibre to the premises to brownfield areas in 2014-15, and you made 327,000 premises ready for service via that fibre to the premises as an average of 6,000 a week, and your biggest year of building fibre to the premises was 2015-16 when you hit 10,000 fibre to the premises ready for service every week. The original NBN corporate plan claimed that NBN would be able to make 30,000 fibre to the premises ready for service every week. Do you think that it was ever realistic to make 30,000 premises fibre to the premises ready for service every week? So the original, it was before your time, I do know, but I can assure you that the original NBN corporate plan had a figure of 30,000 premises. Over to you, Mr. Rowe, if that's easy.
I think it would depend on the capability of getting drastically more productivity and also the number of industry resources that will be available. Plus remembering at the same time as ready for services also would be in activations. It certainly was not a number that we were approaching when we were at scale, but having said that, if we continue to build fibre to the premise, we certainly would have been looking to speed up the rollout as much as we could. Whether we could have got to those numbers, it would have required a vastly dramatic increase in productivity.
And therefore a vastly dramatic increase in dollars applied to the task.
Yeah. If I can on that, Senator, because fibre to the prem brownfields is largely complete, right? So we're not doing a whole lot of it. So I see a lot of questions. Hey, does NBN think this price can come down? Well, yeah, sure, a little bit, but we're not building anymore, so we don't. It's $4,400, and that's the last few that we did. That's the historical cost, and we leave it at there. Could we be rolling out at 30,000 FTTP per week? I would hope that we had the capability to do that. And it's a process improvement machine, and we're already seeing improvements that we have with FTTC to be able to reduce that build time and speed up the volume that can run through that. So I would say, yeah, we would have been a lot better. I think to put it in perspective, though, we had 140,000 peak weeks so far that occurred in June, and I think there's no way in hell would we have ever been able to have that kind of volume pumped through with fibre to the prem. So forgive my language if that offends anybody, but this is where I just want to make it straight. We could have always improved on the pace of where we were going for fibre to the prem, but if the existing infrastructure already in the ground with HFC and FTTN allow us to do this thing far faster than we would if we had to do a complete greenfield or a brownfield approach.
And how fast can you build? I mean, we've heard a lot about fibre to the curb, and obviously some people are big fans of fibre to the curb. Can you give us a sense of the speed of building new fibre to the curb connections?
So
making them ready for service.
We had some of the initial estimates on this were about a 50.
I mean, if you had to guarantee how many premises you could make ready for service on fibre to the curb in 12 months,
that's harder.
Where would you land?
I'd rather answer that this way because I don't know. We'd have to do more analysis to give you that answer. When we first started looking at building fibre and the experience that we had with fibre to the prem and looking at fibre to the curb, which uses a slightly different approach to putting fibre down a neighborhood, the estimate was out at about 50 weeks to be able to do that. Through this process improvement, through this obsession on what can we do today to make tomorrow better than yesterday, and the challenge of saying how many FTTCs can we get in place to stay within the SOE kind of requirements and these basic three measures that we often talk about. We were able to reduce that 50 weeks down to 30 weeks. And we're pushing for even fewer than that to get it even sooner and quicker. And that helps on cost, right? If you can pump more out during the same period of time, you can reduce that cost. And that's how we've been able to get this price per prem or cost per prem down into the $2,900 range because we are driving a change in the way in which we deploy fiber. We're driving a change in terms of how long it takes. And then, of course, with not having to do that lead-in, which was the most painful process of FTTP, and saves us $1,000, $1,100. That's why fibre to the curb is appealing to us. But it's still going to take longer than FTTN as it is today. And maybe that will change in the future, but right now that's what it is.
And can you tell us about your DOCSIS technology that delivers HFC? I think there's about 3 million homes being connected to gigabit speeds.
That's right. So the beauty of the pay TV network is that it is probably one of the most used technologies around the world, the most invested in technology around the world to be able to produce fast broadband speeds. There is a industry that is quite strong on this, and we already now see a tech evolution path to be able to take this into the tens of gigabits per second down with tens of gigabit per second up. The first stage in that upgrade process is to go from what was in place today with the pay TV networks by Optus and Telstra and put all modems on DOCSIS 3.0. The next upgrade is to use DOCSIS 3.1, and that gives, being too technical, you can get a lot more out of the spectrum that's within that coaxial cable, so there's a whole lot more data available in that pay TV network by using DOCSIS 3.1. That allows you to crank out far faster speeds, hence the gigabit per second or even more. Some people are doing tests abroad with DOCSIS 3.1 showing multiple gigabits per second. You take the next phase of that, which goes to something called FTX. FTX will take you to 10 up and 10 down. That's gigabit per second. And then you have a new kind of distributed architecture that for the techies that will be looking at these notes, I'm sure. This is remote PHY, remote MAC-PHY. These are things that actually take that even far greater. So HFC has a wonderful evolutionary path with a massive worldwide industry support behind it that is not going to be constrained by the amount of speed that it can produce. It's just the rollout of those upgrades.
So how much has NBN, have you saved money, taxpayers' money, by upgrading rather than overbuilding, noting that the original NBN corporate plan slated this for an overbuild of FTTP?
The answer is yes, we have significantly, because the cost of build the cost of not overbuilding is significantly cheaper.
How any idea in the ballpark
well,
how much you've saved?
The cost per prems of those premises that are HFC or FTTN is about $2,000 a prem cheaper. But it's not just that; it's also the speed of build is dramatically quicker, which means the revenue streams come on earlier. Once we have got to a stage when we are, if you like, making money or making cash, that cash can then be invested in further upgrades as and when needed, of course. The strategic review had some estimates, which I don't have in front of me, of what the peak cash differential will be, but it's very substantial.
Sorry, Mr. Morrow, can I just clarify? Did you say that you could hit 30,000 per week with FTTP?
I said it's not beyond unthinkable. I don't know. We didn't analyze it. We never. We stopped building FTTP, so we don't know. But if somebody said that's a challenge to throw down in front of me, I'd take that challenge. Yeah.
Can I also just on this one, going back to the strategic review. So the strategic review that NBN Co produced at the end of 2013 put different scenarios to government, and then they were kind of analysed, and it was the MTM one that went forward. But scenario 2, which was subtitled "A Radically Redesigned FTTP," and it said, in this scenario, NBN Co continues to roll out fibre to all premises within the fixed line footprint and makes radical changes to improve its productivity, architecture, materials and construction techniques to increase rollout speed and decrease costs. So presumably NBN Co reached an informed view at that point, and there would be some analysis in your archives, in your keeping, that would constitute the detail of that informed view, that the FTTP rollout could have been proceeded with at lower cost and higher speed. That's what the review itself says. Is it possible for NBN Co to consult its archives or consult the material behind those scenarios and provide some advice to the committee about the detail of that sort of proposed or contemplated radical redesign? Because it'd be very interesting for us to know. I mean, clearly that was 4 years ago, and it backs what you're just saying. That the rollout speed would have continued. It'd be very interesting to know, based on that scenario, how much quicker and how much cheaper FTTP could have been rolled out.
I do recall in the discussions, and as Mr. Rue pointed out, he and I both came on board after that was completed and issued. But that was taken into account in the scenarios that you're looking at there. So the fibre to the prem assumed a certain improvement in time and in cost to be able to calculate what the total peak funding level would be and the rates of returns.
But that scenario,
because I was not there, and nor was Mr. Rue, we're happy to take that on notice, and our Minister to give you that answer.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Back to me, if that's all right. Can I just steer you back to some consumer issues? Your project focus on customer experience. I'm not sure how you in-house shorten the acronym. What are the areas that you are looking at in that project?
Before Senator Griff leaves, Senator, I do have an answer for you on the number of towers that shared. 71 of our 1,600 towers have other telco equipment on them. We've had 500 applications, however, but that we've received that people are not the carriers are not proceeding with. But 71 out of the 1,600 are shared.
And you'll break that down by telco?
Yes, we will. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry,
so the Focus on Customer Experience project that you have, I've heard about recently. What are the main areas of focus in that program?
Yeah, so we look at the touch points, and forgive me, bear with me on the terminology here. This is a telco terminology issue. There are 4 basic categories to which consumers come in contact with our industry. And I have to say our industry because of the interwoven relationship we have with the retailers. The first one is how they're made aware of something. So this is typically marketing, letters that are sent to them in their post, online websites available by the retailers or by NBN. So there's an aware touch point, and from there is the connect. So I've now submitted an order, and I'm waiting to be turned on, and I get my service turned on. And then the third one is using it. How's my busy hour performance? And then the fourth one is fixing it when something breaks, and which we know inevitably that will happen. So those 4, aware, connect, use, and fix, are what we look at for how are we doing across, we the industry are doing across all 4 of these. And when we break down of that, if I take the connect as an example, when you look at the number of people, typically it's 2 measures we're most interested in. How long does it take from the time you submitted an order with your retailer to when your service is up and working? And then the second, was it done right the first time based on that date? So typically you'll hear, and I know you've heard, I'm frustrated because I have 3 missed appointments or a lot of missed appointments, too many missed appointments out there. So if they did not make it that first time and get that service in, that's a ding against us, and we look at those measures, whether it is retail related or NBN related. On the use side of it, this is really more, are people getting a speed that is commensurate with the product that they purchased? So if I'm buying a 25 and I'm only getting 5, that's a problem for us, right? So we look at the use side of it there as well. And that includes dropouts and things of that nature. And of course, then fixing those dropouts and or outages altogether is the third touch point. So our program looks at all of these. And I have to say, and I'm quite pleased with the kind of reaction and response we're seeing from the retailers to where we come together in one of our shared premises, or we share each other's premises to go have these meetings, where we've mapped out on the walls the processes. I mean, the overwhelming interest in let's collectively fix this and get this better, I think bodes well to the question of we start to see improvements of this coming forward in the future, and I think we will.
So how are you adjusting your public communications to, obviously that's happening somewhat back of house. Yeah. How are you adjusting and improving your public communications?
Well, this is where we're actually thinking we've got to be careful because we cannot communicate in a way that we are the retailer. We cannot communicate it in a way that we are the end-all answer to everything. We need to make sure that we encourage our retailers to communicate what's available out there. We have to do our regulatory part, which is notify an area when NBN is going to be coming in, making sure that there is no discrimination against the retailers, and so we get these letterbox drops and emails that will go out and ads in the newspapers, billboard notices about NBN coming into your area. What we want to do now is really maybe stop talking about the grand benefits of NBN, which we believe in, but right now concentrate the end user education on, hey, you do have speed choice in your area. There's a variety of different retailers you can choose from. We encourage you to have the conversation around what's best for your needs. We have some expert industry examples of if you have 3 teenagers at home and they all like to watch, video streaming, here's some basic, minimum levels you want to talk to your retailer about. So our comms is really going to move to education to make sure that they get the most of their broadband networks, which is the combination of NBN and the retailer.
Just on this, originally as the NBN was rolling out, there was a significant investment in community engagement, which was actually doing exactly the sort of thing that you're talking about and that the Chair is discussing with you right now. It seems that there was a very big shift from community engagement and explanation about this to just mass selling of the benefits of it. Was that a decision that you made arbitrarily at some point
No,
of
well,
time?
I think what you're seeing is the combination of both. We never stopped on the community engagement. In fact, we've over the top of that, you're seeing a lot of the other kind of comms messages about how you can use your NBN, after you get the service up and working. So that was incremental to, not in replacement of. And this is why we're coming back to saying we working with the retailers just need to do more and more. I will point out that there's a lot of retailers that don't want us doing this. They're basically giving us the straight arm and saying, butt out, the consumers are...
Keep them in the dark?
Well, I don't think they're saying that. They're saying, let us do all the comms. And therefore...
I think the consumers say that they're asking you to allow them to continue to misinform. That's what's going on. There's such a power differential here, an information differential. Yeah. Consumers are being snowed by RSPs, and they want to know the information. Yeah. And you have the information, Mr. Morrow. We've had this conversation before about speeds, but you also have the information about backhaul and 3 megabits provisioning, all the sorts of evidence we've been getting today. You know all this stuff.
Right, well,
but the people who need to know it are the people who are getting sucked in to signing up for contracts that, seem extremely unreasonable, and the government is not doing anything about facilitating a space in which this information is clearly getting to the people who need it.
Well, I don't speak for the government, but I can tell you that I have been called by Senator Fifield numerous times saying you and your RSP mates better get together and sort this out, to which we are. So for whatever that is worth to you.
By what mechanism, Mr. Morrow?
By collaborative approaches. This is why we're having these meetings, ongoing sessions with the retailers to be able to have the industry address this issue, because it is an industry issue. But I can assure you that the government is on top of this, pushing and driving us hard. When you think about the information that we have, if I can come back to this, we provide the information to the retailer that they then add to the information they have about their own network and marketing and all of these other techniques that they use, and then they talk to the consumers that are out there. And I want to point out there's a lot of retailers that are doing a great job and that want to do more in this regard, and I can hear it. Again, a lot of them out there, but I can refer to even a meeting that existed yesterday with Telstra. I have seen such an enthused group of coming in, and it is like one team of NBN people and Telstra people saying, here's how we're going to revamp our internal processes to have a better service. I've seen the same thing with TPG. I've seen the same thing with Vocus. I see the same interest coming from Optus. So people, all of the retailers are trying to say, let's stand up and deliver something different. Let's not forget, again, they're facing an overly competitive, very heated market right now that they're trying to survive into.
So are the RSPs answering to you, or are they answering to the minister, or are they still, running their own cowboy race?
I think they're answering to their consumers, that they want improvement, personally.
Sorry, Jane.
Yes, thank you. I've just got one more before I go to other colleagues, and feel free, we don't have to finish at 5. We could finish earlier. How many people, I don't know that many of them are contractors, how many people are employed building the network now? How many individuals are building the network?
So roughly. Internally, we can tell you that we have about 5,800 employees. We have about 900, close to 1,000 temporary staff that's with us at any given time. So if you take that kind of 7,000 to 8,000 number, we believe that there's over 24,000 people that are in our delivery partners, service delivery partners, helping us build, construct, or design, build, construct, and operate the network. So all in all, well over 30,000 people now that are trying to change the digital face.
How many of those are involved in activations, would you say, roughly?
We'd have to come back to you and give you an answer on that.
Actually that important.
I wouldn't venture to guess on it.
What would be the speed of activations for FTTN versus FTTP?
I think they're fairly similar, Stephen, are they not?
It's probably a follow-up from my previous question about the
I'll tell you,
relative resources needed to be applied at different points. You can come back to me, it's fine.
All right, please.
Yeah. If you've got that answer, if you could get it on the record.
Yes, please.
If you've got numbers of...
No, I don't. I'd need to look at it and slice the numbers a different way to give you the answer that you're looking for.
We'll pause in the interest of accuracy for later. Senator Urquhart, did you have further questions?
Yeah, I do, thank you. Just going back to, I think I heard correctly, Mr Morrow, in relation to the you saying that there is no money set aside for FTTN upgrade. Is that correct? Did I hear you say that?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we had the department here earlier today who, Mr Madsen, said that the NBN corporate plan accounts for upgrades to the FTTN network. Why do you think that he would suggest that that was the case, given that there is no money?
Any idea?
Mr Rue?
I can't answer that. I think this...
Well, this is an official who's had overseeing the corporate plan for the last 2 months, and he thought that was the case. So,
well, I think this was asked in Senate estimates as well. I think, Senator, but I think what we said at the time was that the typical way you do long-term planning is you do a detail for what you can see. So in this case, in our case, fiscal 22, and then beyond that we apply parameters of CPI for both revenue and costs, and we apply a ratio of capex to revenue, which in our case around about 15%. Now, it is true some of that 15% could be applied to upgrades, but what we've said in the past,
but it's not locked in there.
It's not locked in. No. So what we would do is we would look at business cases for upgrading, and no corporate plan, no plan that goes to 2040 can possibly take into account every business case that could come up on a range of things. So what we would do is we would look at business cases for upgrades as and when they come, and we would apply capital where they made business sense to do so, and there will be an overlay, if you like, to a corporate plan, and you would only do it when it improved the corporate plan.
But I mean, the corporate plan says clearly that there is no money for an FTTN upgrade. That's clearly what Mr Morrow just said, and yet we have someone from the department who is clearly advising government who has really no idea what's happening.
Can I offer a potential explanation, or at least where you should probe further, Senator? Upgrade can mean a lot of different things. We do have money in the plan that says for doing remediation, for some future technology upgrades, like moving to G.fast on the FTTC, which is in the family of FTTN. There's some money allocated for those sorts of upgrades. In the context of, are we going to move all FTTN to FTTC, there is no money in the plan to move all of them over.
Yeah, or some of them?
The million that I mentioned.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's not an overbill, that's just substituting what's planned for
that is
delivered.
correct.
That's not
That's
an
correct,
overbill.
yes.
Okay. Look, I just want to go back to, I was going to say Senator Jones, but I'll say Mr Jones. Asked some questions.
Promoting me just as we talk.
Asked about micronodes earlier. He asked a couple of questions, and I just want to go back to the issue of micronodes. So is it correct to say that fibre runs from the micronode back to the FTTN node? Is that how it works?
Well, yeah, typically there's a bunch of fibres running to the neighbourhood entry point. A node may be stood up there.
Yep.
One of the fibres may continue on down to the street where a micronode exists.
Yep.
So in case, then yes, it would be running back via...
So it might be a different... So have NBN Co deployed any micronodes in a manner where the fibre does not run back to the FTTN node?
I don't know.
But maybe it's been run to some different aggregation point somewhere else?
I'd have to ask Senator to see. We'd have to take that on notice.
Can you take that on notice? I guess how are micronodes meant to be deployed?
Just like a fibre to the node, just fewer homes. So if because as you know, not every home is equally spaced apart across the country.
Yep.
And when you have a little bit of an isolated neighborhood that may be connected through the copper cables back to a Telstra exchange somewhere, that doesn't mean it's the ideal place to stand a node, a classic big fibre to the node, and then reach out to everybody. So instead, you put the node over to the entry hood of the neighborhoods, call it on the east side, and you run a micro node to the west side where there's just a few homes that are standing out by itself. Right. So that makes sure, and the whole point of it is to make sure that we can get the minimum of the 25 meg to those residents.
Okay. Has NBN Co experienced any overheating problems with the micronodes that were initially deployed and activated?
As I said, there was a signal to noise problem issue that I was made aware of. There were some other minor issues I know that they were working on, but all of them have since been resolved, and hence the reason that we're on a turn-up regime now.
Yeah. So signal to noise, but was any of that overheating that you're aware of? Was that been one of the issues?
I don't recall. No.
You don't think so, or you
don't?
don't?
I don't believe so. Yeah.
All right. If you can just maybe check that and let me know if that's the case. Have you experienced any capacity issues with the micronodes that were activated? So has there been any issues around? Because I think there's not too many that have been, so I'm sure you've been keeping an eye on them.
Well, there's 1,400 of them were deployed, but as I mentioned earlier, however many we've turned up now, 260. Yeah.
So there's 260 now that are operational?
270.
270, okay.
And no, I haven't
There's
heard
been
of
no
any
capacity
issues. So.
No, okay. Is NBN Co having to rebuild any of the micronodes?
No. Again,
so
Senator,
the signal to noise stuff, how was that resolved?
It might have had some equipment that was tweaked out there, but it wouldn't be a rebuild factor.
Within the micronode, or
correct? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it might be just a part of the micronode.
It's possible.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's all I had on micronodes.
Lab tests always only go so far. That's why you always test in the field. Now, again, we were quite confident that whatever issues we found in the field, we'd rectify. So therefore, it was like, and we like this technology because, again, it gives faster speeds, puts fiber closer to the prem. So let's go ahead and put them in, and if we do run into obstacles, we'll fix them, which is exactly what happened.
12 months.
Yeah, but again, it's a build to 2020. There's always somebody that is at the end of 2020, half done. I would counter your point there. Somebody's on the front of the list, somebody's on the back of the list. Just because you're a micronode recipient doesn't mean that you get to go earlier. Everybody will get built by the year 2020.
Everybody, even the service class zeros?
Yes.
While I have your attention, Mr. Morrow, yesterday you published a blog regarding your concerns about under-provisioning or alleged under-provisioning by retailers, and you've repeated these concerns before us today. About an hour ago, the ABC has published the inevitable return of fire from the telcos themselves, alleging that there's open conflict between the telecommunications companies and the NBN. In an environment where we're attempting to get enhanced cooperation in the migration from the old network to the new network, that's got to be a matter of concern. How would you describe the relationship between the NBN and the telcos, and is this going to interfere with the migration process and the critical first experience that people are getting when they're getting switched on?
No, I don't think it'll interfere with collaboration and cooperation at all. I think the relationship is reasonable. Again, it may be that they want a cheaper price, and we can't afford to give them a cheaper price. But most of these retailers are already acknowledging that there is a price war taking place, and it does present some problems for the end user. That's a function of the price war. It's not a function of the CVC price. So I don't believe there's as much conflict as may be hyped in the media between NBN and the retailers. We all want to achieve the same objective, that is provide a good service, get the nation connected, and each of us make a modest return to make it all happen. Because without financial return, companies aren't going to be in the business of doing this.
Sure. It's not for me to defend the media, and I won't. But you would have to understand when you give evidence to this committee and say elsewhere that you think there are too many companies in the space, i.e. some of them should exit.
I didn't say
that's
some
not a
should exit.
conciliatory
I said
statement.
it's an overcharge market that's indisputable. When you talk about 100 companies competing with the same product,
Mr. Morrow, I'm not disputing the underlying issue about whether we have an overheated market. I've made the observation before. It's not the first time in Australia's history where we've seen a telco or an IT bubble. My concern is the cooperation between the NBN and the telcos at this critical stage of the NBN rollout, where evidence that the committee has received is that it's far from exemplary at the moment.
I would disagree. I actually think the cooperation is quite good. If you look at that which controls 90% of the customers that are out there, the big five, the relationship and the cooperation is quite strong. Naturally, we all want to be able to have a better experience, to perfect our processes, to have smoother transactions between, but I would disagree that there's lack of cooperation between those entities and NBN.
Okay, can I continue? I did finish on the micronodes, but I had some more questions. So, yeah. Mr. Morrow, just want to clarify this for the record, and I know that you know the answer to it. Does the current NBN business case out to 2040 set aside capital for a wide-scale upgrade to the FTTN network?
No.
It doesn't?
It has normal, there's something called capital intensity, which you always know assets depreciate over time, and you got to reinvest in those assets. They only have a lifetime, of so many years. But Stephen?
No, as I said earlier, this time it is Senator, as I said earlier, no business plan can assume...
Not even the 2041?
No business plan ever can assume all scenarios between now and 2040.
Yep.
We have, as Mr. Morris just explained, we do set aside capital that we think is sort of maintenance capital, if you will.
Yep.
But we will look at many business cases between now and 2024 for many things, including upgrades to technology, some of which haven't been invented yet, I'm sure.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Morrow, I think you answered this earlier, but I just didn't take note of it. What's the current run rate at which NBN Co is rolling out?
Again, it varies depending on things come in bursty natures.
Yep.
But we're close to 100,000 a week. And that, again, you'll see that kind of coming up more and more as we move into the next 6 months, 9 months level.
Okay. So what do you consider would be the maximum run rate at an FTTP rollout?
I have no idea.
I thought you said earlier it would be similar.
No, it would be far different, is what I said.
Sorry?
It would be far different.
Yeah.
There's no way you can keep up with an infrastructure that's already built in the ground.
Yeah.
That's why, 140,000
So do you know
peak.
what it would be? Have you looked at that?
No, other than years ago when we were asked to evaluate the options out there. But I can tell you practically, we know what it takes to construct FTTP, and we know what it takes to construct FTTN or HFC, and there is no comparison in the speed of the rollout. None. So that, again, if you want to get to all Australians quick and you want to do it at the least possible cost, the current construct is the way to go.
Yep. So you don't know what that rate would be. You're saying that what you're currently doing far outweighs it, but you can't tell me what it would be.
I can tell you with certainty it's not as fast as what we're doing today with MTM.
Okay.
I can't tell you specifically what that rate would be.
Mr. Morrow, did you put a proposal to the NBN board to abandon FTTN?
No.
You didn't?
Not to abandon FTTN, no.
Right.
We put proposals before to look at if we were to go down and do FTTC, far more FTTC, then leaving some HFC, leaving some FTTN. We've done a couple of different mix on it, but it was never a proposal specifically to abandon FTTN.
But it was to change the
mix. So that, as you would expect a board of directors to do, what are all of the options available, and let's continue to look at refresh as to what's possible. So
why was that put forward to look at the different proposals?
Because management felt it was the proper thing to do. Does the board and the owners feel that they want to spend more than the $49 billion?
Yep.
Given the advancements that we've had in technology and process, a refresh was looked at.
How long ago was that?
I don't know. I'm going to say a year-ish ago.
So about 12 months.
Yeah, maybe a little more than that. Yeah.
Okay. So was that advice ever put to the government in writing?
It was never asked of us.
No, I didn't ask whether you did you ever put it?
I don't know if we did or not. I don't think we did.
Okay.
I think it was a discussion. I have a regular session with Senator Fifield, and it was a presentation on if the government chose to do this, here's the incremental amount of money that it would cost.
Yep.
Here's the various alternatives if you wanted to consider simplifying and having fewer of the technologies in the MTM mix.
Yep. Did you ever discuss it with the Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull?
No.
No. You did discuss it, though, with the Minister?
Correct, yes.
Minister Fifield, yep. Okay. So in terms of the incremental investment over the life of the asset, what delivers a higher net present value, the FTTN or FTTC?
I would, without having figures in front of me, I would venture to say FTTN would because of the revenue. The quicker the revenue comes on board, enables us to upgrade as and when consumers are willing to pay more because they need higher speeds.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of the plans that I just spoke about, did you put a proposal to substantially abandon FTTC? Maybe not completely abandon it, but substantially abandon FTTN relative to your current plans?
Relative? What do you mean by relative to the current plans?
What your current plans are? Did you put a proposal to substantially abandon?
No, we didn't put any proposals forward on anything. We put analysis before the board to say, here's where we are. We're on trajectory to get this done by 2020, stay within the $49 billion peak funding envelope, and have a rate of return in that kind of low to mid threes. As an alternative, if you wanted to do more fiber to the curb type of technologies than, say, HFC and FTTN with a few variants in that, here's what the rollout curve would look like in terms of the delays people would have, and here's how the peak funding would go up, and here's how the IRR would come down. The board looked at this and said, all right, that does not meet the statement of expectations. The fastest, cheapest, using speeds that will meet today's needs with an upgrade plan is still the most viable approach that NBN has taken. So it was an affirmation that the current MTM mix was the right thing to do against that criteria.
Okay. So can you confirm that the business plan assumes the same take-up rate in FTTN areas as in FTTP?
Broadly, yeah.
Yeah, we actually look at take-up rates per areas, not necessarily by technology, actually, because the take-up rates will depend on a whole pile of things. For example, density of population, MDUs, socioeconomic area.
So the business plan just looks at areas as opposed to the technology?
We look at lots and lots of areas by technology, areas, yes. And then that gets then applied, obviously, to what technologies. There is not a material difference between take-up rates, though.
Yep, okay. So in terms of the incremental investment over the life of the asset, what delivers a higher net present value, FTTN or FTTC, once a probability for future upgrades is taken into account?
I think that's what I answered earlier, Senator.
This time was HFC versus FTTN.
So was that HFC you asked?
Versus FTTN.
FTTN to FTTC, once a probability for future upgrades is taken into account.
Sorry, you did answer that.
Yeah, it's what I said earlier, Senator, because I think it is both currently, it is both cheaper and faster to roll out FTTN.
With the probability of future upgrades.
And the future upgrades will come into account when there's a business case to do that, and therefore the net present value will be better, I think, on FTTN, yes.
Okay.
I don't have the maths in front of me, Senator, but that would be my estimate.
Yep. Have you ever undertaken analysis on that?
On net present value?
Yep.
Not to my knowledge.
Right. Okay.
Could it have been undertaken without your knowledge, Mr. Rue?
It's not likely.
He's got a rogue team. They do all sorts of things without him.
Thank you.
It's not likely. People tend to tell me things.
Okay.
They've got plenty to do as well.
Mr. Morrow, can you confirm that for all practical purposes, the physics and information rates of copper over the distances at which FTTN have been deployed are well known and have been exhausted?
The physics?
Yep. The physics and information rates of copper over the distances at which FTTN has been deployed.
I'm not sure the physics part of what you're referring to there, but I can tell you this, maybe to help answer the question that you have. We pull data from Telstra. They give us data around an area that is in a fibre to the node area that will say, here is the length of the copper going out to the various homes. Here's the gauge of that copper, which is the thickness, if you will, of that copper conductor. And if there's other things that can impact speed, like coils and other things that change the impedance issues down the line, they give us that information. That we put that into our database.
Yep.
Just a couple of questions on the line of questioning that Senator Urquhart has been pursuing. Have you ever come up with a sort of notional cost per premise of upgrading from FTTN as deployed to FTTC?
Not one that's been definitive as yet, Senator.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind if it's how definitive it is, but has that been arrived at? You'd have that somewhere in your.
Not something we'd hang our hat on at this stage.
Is it more or less than the technology choice averages you quoted a month or so ago? That's an upgrade.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine it's one of those things that you would look at in the great mix of things. Is you would look at you have a FTTN brownfield per premise, average working cost. Just what that, if it were to take an area where you'd rolled when FTTN was ready for service, and then you changed it from FTTN to FTTC, what that additional cost per premise would be. Can you take that on notice?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. So, I guess it goes to the question of what you mentioned earlier about the estimate you have for FTTC is 2,900, and for FTTN currently it's 2,200 or thereabouts. So it's about a $700 per premise difference. Of course, from this committee's point of view, it'd be very interesting to know then that's why it would be interesting to know what that difference is for that FTTN to FTTC overbuild. But in what remains of the rollout, how many sort of million premises roughly are going to be getting FTTN?
4.
So at a sort of a 700 per premise differential, that's about $2.8 billion additional.
For just the capital
That's
cost.
just capital, though. There's also a delay.
Loss of revenue.
There's also a revenue delay on top.
And what would you put that at?
It would be more than a year's delay, I would have thought. So
I know. So, I mean, if you were to attach a sort of a number to that.
Well, on a
if it was 2.8 billion for the capital.
Well, to make the math easy, on a $500 ARPU a year, it will be $500. So it's $40 a month delay, whatever
so
the delay
another $2 billion.
So it'll be.
So for $5 billion in round figures, if the government was to contemplate an additional $5 billion, you could just say we're going to do the rest in FTTC.
Ballpark numbers. You're right. Yes.
Plus time delay, obviously, in completion.
But that's the equation. If the government of the day was prepared to contemplate that and say, look, actually...
Be careful not to hang the hat on that, I think, is the terms used. And the reason is, remember, there's money already being spent on FTTN. You've already got a number of homes that are already connected, and you've got
construction underway. Yeah, but you could come up with.
If you backed it up and said
there's 4 million households still to go, but there are some of them that are almost beyond the point of no return. But you could pick some group out of that. You could say 3.5 million or something, where you'd say you haven't already begun expending funds.
Well, no. See, the 4 million is the total number that, by the time we're all said and done, that will be on FTTN.
No, so how many are left?
And we've already got 2.5 million today. So there's 1.5 million yet to go.
On FTTN.
Yeah.
So the additional cost really of just dealing with those would be only about $1 billion plus the non-capex.
You have to assume where you are in the cycle, right? So of the 1.5 million, a lot of them, most of them are already started the design work, and many of them are in construction already. So you've had to add that cost as a throwaway to the cost that we're talking about with a roughly $4 or $5 billion cost to build out FTTC.
Well, it's obviously not $5 billion because we're not working off. I was working off 4 million.
Fair.
4
million
you get households.
The gist of it. It isn't as clean as that, but you can kind of draw. I'm sure somebody can work some maths that will tell you roughly what the incremental amount would be to throw away everything that's been done, delay those homes to wait at least another year before they're going to get a broadband service from NBN, and then look at the economics, at how it exceeds the peak funding, how it takes down the internal rate of return. Those are the considerations.
But you could come up with a model, and maybe this goes back to what you put to your board, a model where you take a sort of a salvageable part of the yet to be rolled out FTTN, where you haven't already done too much design work or too much, so set the salvageable amount, convert them to FTTC for roughly that $700 per premise differential plus another $300 or $400 in other non-capital costs, and then look at those households that have got the FTTN already and what it would cost to upgrade them.
Yeah, you could. Certainly you could. But again, I would argue here, and again, this is sometimes the challenge that I give our employees, similar to what you're asking about here. With 1.5 million yet to go, I'm going to say at least 500,000 of those are real close to being complete from a construction point of view. I think 100,000 a month FTTN that we're kind of turning up. So even with doing the analysis, just to hit the button to stop on that, you're going to have this 2.5 go to 3 million by the time we'd be able to get there.
But there is a salvageable million, it sounds like. It sounds like there's 1 million households where you could easily, in the government, for about $1 billion in the case of those 1 million households, the government could say, don't just do 1 million FTTC, do 2 million. And let's save ourselves that headache.
Yeah, true, but then again, you're delaying a lot of people. You still end up with an MTM mix. Versus the alternative, which is our plan, is that we'll upgrade it when the consumers feel that they need more speed and are willing to pay for that incremental speed, that we'll upgrade the network at that time.
But contrary to what and that's the differential the department has told us or led us to believe on a couple of occasions, that kind of plan in some detail, like with money and a timetable, exists, but you've actually made it quite clear that it doesn't exist. It's sort of, at the moment, it's like, well, in the future, when this entity rolls out and all this money's rolling in and it's got this additional cash flow that it could go and look at a fairly expensive overbuild, that will occur. But at the moment, all of the other indicators around the commercial and corporate performance show the entity to be sort of touch and go. So sort of waiting for this scenario when it's, it's all kind of blue sky and sunshine, and there's this additional over IRR revenue that could be applied to that for something that hasn't as yet been planned or costed, seems pretty optimistic.
We've looked at it several different ways, as we're talking about. This is still the cheapest, fastest, with an upgrade plan before people start bumping into the ceiling of I need more and it's just not available to me.
Can I just jump in? I've got about 4 questions just to finish off, if I can keep going. So if the Turnbull government's statement of expectations did not impose a 2020 deadline or a $49 peak funding cap, could you have delivered a different? $49 million. Could you have delivered a different technology mix based on commercial decisions that would increase the net present value of the company?
I don't think so. No.
You couldn't?
No, the NPV is going to be at its best right now because it's the least possible cost to deploy. The revenue is not limited by the technology capacity. It's limited by what end users are willing to pay currently, the way that the market's working. So no, this is right now the best MPV that you're going to get. If that where it could be wrong, that if you believe that the data tsunami I mentioned earlier is going to come and we're going to have to quintuple the speeds out there, then yeah, maybe it would have been better to have the NPV would have been better. But that has huge assumptions about, one, the applications being here. Two, people are willing to pay substantially more than what they're paying today for these higher speeds using a fiber-based network. So right now, NPV, speed, cash flow management is at its optimal.
So if you use that argument, then you keep saying that Australia needs upgrades to the NBN. NBN will be there. Why didn't Telstra upgrade their ADSL network when Australia needed it? Why didn't they deploy the ADSL2 until other carriers began doing it? What's the difference? I
have to ask them. I don't know. I can only suppose that, it was 15 years ago or at least 10 years ago that the government's talking about structural separation, and heck, if I were running that company, I wouldn't be making any massive investments there either when the government's threatening to intervene and, do some things that would cause my shareholders trouble. I think it was prudent of them not to do so.
I just want to follow up on one question, and I think I was going to say Senator Jones, but I should say Mr. Jones, and that was in relation to the consumers and the number of hearings that we've sat through, and I'm sure you've heard or had feedback in relation to the frustrations, the concerns, and a whole range of things. And it's that linkage between NBN, RSP, who do you blame? Where do we get the information from? People going to one body and then being sent to another and then being sent back. Now I know that you're implementing some things, and we've got the ACCC speed monitoring program that I think will be fantastic. But are you disappointed that that was not implemented earlier? I mean, it's a lost opportunity. We could have resolved a lot of these problems had that been implemented a whole lot earlier.
I think a project of this nature, you're going to be able to look in hindsight and say we all should have done something.
Yeah, but we knew about these problems, Mr. Morrow. I've been in estimates. We've been sitting around the table on many occasions over the past few years where we've raised issues about the concerns of people.
You asked me, Senator, and I don't think the speed monitoring being earlier would have resolve this.
So you're not
remember
disappointed?
The speed monitoring is a tiny sample size.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but you're not disappointed that it wasn't implemented earlier?
No, I'm not. Again, we face issues as we have them. This was not a part of the discussion a year ago. It was a very different kind of dialogue occurring in the media among the retailers, among us, on the Senate, and these hearings, and the fact that we're doing such high volumes. 2.6 million people using it. Suddenly, whoa, there's an issue about why slow speeds. What's the cause of that? We investigate that. Oh, right, price war phenomena, some other factors. Let's fix it. We'll move on. I'm convinced next year we'll be sitting before you with different issues that will have surfaced that in hindsight was, shouldn't we have done something in 2017 to be able to do? Of course you could say that. But again, this is a massive undertaking that no one else around the world has embarked on. It's going to kick up dust in a lot of different ways.
But you're not disappointed that something as simple as that could have been implemented earlier?
There's a lot of hypothetical fishing going on here.
Well,
the
no,
NBN's role is not to model possibilities or hypotheticals to this committee, but to roll out the network as quickly as possible at the lowest possible cost.
It's a question, and I've sat in many venues with Mr. Morrow, who says that NBN gets blamed for a lot of things that aren't their fault, and I've defended them when necessary. The point I'm making is that this is something that could have been available a long time ago, and I'm asking Mr. Morrow whether or not he's disappointed that it wasn't implemented earlier.
That could be the last hypothetical question.
He said to me that he's not.
Hypothetical questions.
Well, we have been asking about modelling of proposed scenarios, and they have been offered by Mr. Morrow and Mr. Rule as to what they've been putting to their board and looking at possible models. So we are in the realm of considering the best options.
Anyway, I've finished my questioning on the basis that Mr. Morrow is not disappointed that the thing wasn't implemented earlier. Thank you.
Can I ask?
Senator O'Neill?
Thank you very much. And it's a little in the line of where we've been. Last week we heard about, I think we had on the record what a lot of people express when I met them in the community, about their aspirations for what the NBN is. Certainly we've talked about the elevation of people's hopes with the outpouring of advertising from NBN around what it can do, and you talked about a corrective to that, to perhaps manage people's expectations and give them core information that they need to ask their RSPs. But one of the expectations that Australians have of the NBN and the spend of $49 billion under this government is that there is a future-proofing capacity that's being built into this. Last week, one of our witnesses gave you the benefit of the doubt and said that FTTP, but that no question, it will last 50 years in terms of future-proofing. And he said the NBN Co and the government would admit that the current model wouldn't last as long. And I said to him that I wonder if NBN would admit that. So I'm asking you the question.
And the question is?
FTTP, yep. FTTN and the multi-technology mix that you're rolling out, is it future-proofed?
No, that's not. But that's not, to me, the central issue is, will it suffice in a quicker, lower-cost manner today to meet the end-user needs for broadband? The answer is yes. Will it be future-proof no matter what the amount of data consumption or speed requirements are in the future? No, FTTN will not. But that's why that there is an upgrade plan that when that comes, we'll be ready and we'll deploy it using the company's own monies, not that of the taxpayer or of having to borrow money.
So you talked about the future upgrade plan.
Yes.
But we've confirmed once again today that the future upgrade money is not embedded in the plan.
No, but the money will be there if end users are saying, I'll need it and I'm willing to pay more for it. This is such a classic model. I can tell you I've built networks, established mobile companies around the world, and this is so typical. You start in an area, you get some cash flow going on it, you expand your network as consumers need it. You don't build the capacity of a 4G data network early on in the beginning days because you'll have spent all this money that investors are expecting a return on. So the prudency is classic. And again, I think you can ask any analyst, financial analyst out there as to whether or not this is a more prudent approach to managing somebody else's money, and they will say yes. Now, again, you have to believe, and this is where, again, I stand on, you can decide your own philosophical belief, how soon that data will come. If it comes quick, then a different approach should have been taken. If it comes with what we forecast it to be, we are in great shape and we are doing the best thing for the use of other people's monies.
In terms of the digital divide, Mr. Morrow, the evidence we had in the northern part of Tasmania last week was pretty damning in terms of the contrast of business opportunities for businesses that are operating out of Launceston, where they do have the FTTP rollout, as opposed to that in Burnie. Burnie indicated that they had been in touch with the NBN to find out about the cost of a rollout of FTTP to their business district. They made an initial inquiry and initial fees. They were then going to be charged $80,000 for a plan to get their centre of town online, and they chose against doing that because they could not justify such a cost to go ahead for planning, and with an unknown number that might emerge after the planning for the cost of actually delivering it.
But that's very much our issue. To do something that can't justify the cost is the very issue, Senator, that we face on why we believe this is the best approach at this point in time. And we do offer, if a business believes that they can have a financial return on having a bigger speed within, we have a tech choice program to build them that faster speed than what FTTN or one of the other technologies can provide. The other thing that,
the practical outcome, Mr. Morrow, though, of what you've just described is that businesses are now determining to leave the area of Burnie and move to other areas that have the real NBN, as I call it.
Yeah, I know. And I've heard
that's massively disruptive for communities because, you know, communication is supposed to serve the people.
Yeah.
and be accessible to them where they live and where they have connection to the community. This has delivered such a divided experience.
Yeah.
And they're kind of ahead of the curve there in Tasmania. The digital divide is absolutely manifest there.
And you know, I don't set nor care about policy. I execute against marching orders that I have. But I'll presume that somebody's saying I'm trying to do this for the masses rather than the individual rare cases of a business saying I have to move to where there's better internet capability because they can get it through a tech choice program to bring fiber in. And maybe, Senator, we need to rethink how the business model works. Maybe if that business is willing to make a multi-year commitment about using a retailer's services, we can help offset some of that tech choice cost to build it in, which is the age-old issue as to how telecoms have been able to actually bring fiber or high-speed in to business in the past. And I would also point out that across the country, you got, as you well know, only 92% of it was to get the fiber to the prem in the original policy. 8% was going to get satellite and fixed. It had an original estimate and design of 12 megabits per second. So businesses that are in that area have the same issue that you're mentioning there, but there was no consideration for them then. So now that there is some isolated cases of businesses that are in the fixed line footprint, it's becoming an issue. And again, if it is to do everything for everybody, that's a policy matter that the government needs to think about. But for us today, marching down the path of get everybody connected with a 25 or better, with 90% of the fixed or 81% of the nation having 50 or better, we are delivering on that. And in fact, if you look at the average speed across all of the technologies capable, we're in the multiple hundreds of megabits per second capable. This is better than most other nations that compare in terms of our size. So I think we're, as a country, far better off than any other nation that is comparable to us. And we have an upgrade path that we will not hinder the growth from the needed speeds of the future.
Does it concern you, Mr. Morrow, that as this money is actually being spent and the network is being rolled out, Australia's ranking in terms of internet access and speeds is in decline? As the money's being spent, we're going backwards.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, in fact, and I just met with the senior executives at the Akamai who does this report. They confirmed that the NBN portion of what it is better than what these other countries are, and that, in fact, we have increased going up the rank, and it is directly attributed to the NBN network that's being rolled out with 2.5 million users now on it. It is the old ADSL network that has made us drop in terms of that ranking. And remember that Akamai uses actual speeds observed, not network technology capable. If you took network technology capable and isolated, we would be among the top countries around the world. And therefore, that idea of NBN dropping the ranking is just ridiculous.
Well, oops, the capability gap is showing. I mean, we have to say that people are not getting what you're talking about as the promise. They're certainly not getting that. Otherwise, they would be saying to us,
there are other issues there, but it isn't the MTM that is creating this. That is my point on it. And again, I acknowledge that there are capacity limitations on FTTN in particular, and we're going to be there with an upgrade that when consumers feel that they need it and are willing to pay more on their monthly subscription fees, then we'll build that out for them.
Can I ask about the alarms for the monitored and non-monitored alarms? The last time we spoke, I was very unclear about who was making the policy decisions around that, the government, yourself, or a combined
the government has asked us to put together a proposal to deal with the unmonitored medical alarms, and that is in progress right now.
So you have developed the policy and presented that to the government, not the other way around?
I don't know if I'd call it a policy. We've developed a plan to be able to address the concern about those people that may have an unmonitored medical alarm that would not have battery backup or power in the event of a commercial loss.
Okay, and what does that plan look like, Mr. Morrow?
Again, this is in the draft stages that we're working with the government. I'll let the government announce that whenever that's ready.
Right. Will that feature in your corporate plan as well?
No.
That's a separate item.
Yeah.
Okay. And when could people wait on?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So when could the people who are waiting for this information expect that they will find out about what options they have? And did you consult with the department at any point in the planning of this proposal that you've put to government?
Well, we were asked by the minister, or Senator Fifield, to put together our proposal for it. Naturally, when we share that with the minister, we share that with the departments as well. To say consult with, I don't know if I'd quite categorize it as that, but certainly the idea and suggestion that we have is put forward to both the Department of Communication and Arts and the minister's office.
And once again, how long do you think it will be before there's an announcement around this?
I'd have to ask the minister on it. I think we're working back and forth on it, but it really is up to them.
And are you liaising directly with the minister on this or with the department?
It is both. Through the department, yes.
Through the department. So the minister's just oversighting it, not intimately involved himself.
Yes. We don't know. You'd have to ask Minister Fifield. Yeah. So it was the minister's direct communication to us to come back with a recommendation on a solution for the unmonitored medical alarms. We have produced that solution and are working through the department to go back to him with our suggestion.
And is this the same methodology that you used when you made the decision around the monitored alarms, or is this a different experience this time, Mr. Morrow?
It is different in terms of who has one, how they're registered, and the solution, though, I believe is something similar. But again, we're just making recommendations right now, and between the department and the minister, they'll have to decide on which one they'd like us to pursue.
So my question is, in confronting the problem of non-monitored alarms, has the consultation process that you've undertaken with the department and the minister been the same as when decisions were made about monitored alarms? Or did you make them independently?
All right, so it's a different process.
Okay, so originally you just made a decision about who was going to get that support, the monitored?
No, I think it was just clear up front in terms of having to resolve for monitored medical alarms that we needed a robust solution to be able to deal with that. Always it's been a part of the NBN plan. The solution that emerged came a couple, 2.5 years ago, and that was agreed by the department and the minister, and it's been being rolled out since then. This on the unmonitored medical alarms, again, it was something that the minister asked us to make a recommendation on, and we have done so. And now it's just, again, a shortened process and slightly different than what was used for the monitor.
Just a slightly different line of questioning. Did you get any reports of the evidence we received from Vodafone this morning?
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah, and they mentioned Telstra and communications with Telstra. Were you made aware of that?
Communications with Telstra, no.
Just going to see if I can find some.
They talked about access to your fixed wireless towers for mobile infrastructure, and they suggested or wondered whether difficulties in getting access to those towers might be because of an agreement with Telstra.
I don't know anything about it. I don't think Vodafone's never brought it up to me or the senior executives.
Okay, so essentially it was NBN's reluctance to support mobile network, they said.
NBN's reluctance to support mobile. So sorry, just maybe, and again we're speculating here, there is no reluctance to support mobile phone companies with a cell site access service product that we provide. So if Vodafone, this was largely in consultation with them. They wanted a NBN-provided backhaul to the tower that they were going to put into a remote part area of the country.
That's right.
We provided that service, and we do that. And there's no restrictions. There's no Telstra issue. And, in fact, it was done with Vodafone probably being the number one driver and interested party in doing so, and they were thrilled. So I don't think that would be their concern that they would be raising this morning with you. It could very well be that NBN's not allowed to provide a wholesale mobile product, very different than fixed wireless, or a backhaul product, that we cannot provide a mobile product, in part because of the agreements that we have with Telstra and some other
My impression was
general
that's what they
agreements.
were referring to.
Yeah, yeah. So therefore, it's Telstra you stay out of our business, we stay out of your business kind of situation, and therefore we're prohibited from being able to offer a wholesale service that has mobility and roaming and all those sorts of things.
This question may have been asked, and I try to pay attention most of the day, but every now and then, not 100% on the ball. So could I just ask about the take-up of the option of the NBN going past people's homes, where the fibre is on offer as opposed to where the node is on offer? At what rate are people taking up the NBN in fibre areas, and at what rate are they taking up the NBN in those areas serviced by copper?
So we typically look after the disconnect date, 18 months that goes on from the point of declaring RFS. We have both FTTN and FTTP that have now had homes that have passed this area. And both of them are running in at about the 75% level. So there's not a marketable difference of take-up for FTTN versus FTTP.
Sorry? Just say that.
There's not a noticeable difference between the take-up of FTTN versus FTTP.
Okay, so what's the rate?
75% after the disconnect date.
And both of them are 75%?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just thinking about the people in my street and the discussion we had at our Christmas in July gathering recently. People are resisting transitioning. What's actually going to happen to them when the date hits if they just...
Well, I don't... The numbers are very, very small if they are resisting out there, because we are bombarded with orders coming through on all technologies, faster than what we had thought, faster than last year. So I don't know. I think maybe it might be just a few that are in the circles you're referring to.
So practically take me to the day, pick a day,
Yeah.
when it's going to happen on the Central Coast, because that's the first big rollout.
Yeah.
What is that day? February next year? Is it around there?
Yeah, what? That you hit the disconnect date?
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. About 18 months after whenever it was declared RFS for that SAM.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And then it's disconnected, and what happens to the people who, for whatever reason, whether they simply just, they're going to take their chances?
They rely on mobile phone for data and for phone.
And what happens once it's cut off and they didn't realise what was going on? Because there's going to be people like this. They're going to be ringing my office. They're going to be... There's going to be a tsunami of complaints. That's what I'm...
Senator O'Neill, connect me back up. They put an order in and we connect them. That's the process that they'll use. They'll get all sorts of notifications from us and from the retailer saying you need to migrate your service or it's going to be disconnected. Say somebody holds out, I'm not doing it, or for some reason they're not getting their postal mail or reading the billboards and listening to the radio and all the other stuff that we do, then their service will get disconnected by Telstra. They'll realize they have no service. They'll ring up Telstra or whomever, it might be another retailer as well, say, hey, my service was disconnected. They say, yes, because you fell outside of this window. We'd be happy to connect you back up. We'll put an order in, and then they go through that process.
And when that happens, how long do you expect it's going to take? Because you probably get a bit of a flood.
What we find is actually most people that want to move over within 18 months. We're seeing it earlier and earlier all the time, that it doesn't take us full 18 months to get the 75% level. It can occur earlier now. So I don't think we're going to find too many people that were caught out by this of not knowing they had to. But in the rare circumstance that if it does, then they got to go through the normal, 2 or 3 week process to get them connected up.
That might do it, Senator O'Neill. Thanks. Thank you very much for your extensive evidence, gentlemen, and the committee is now suspended.
Thank you.